The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey,
What?
let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Sport! Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this glorious Franchise Tag Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. This sports program starts now. Sports are glorious, and we'll be talking about sports all damn day, especially the Franchise Tag deadline that is looming just 4 hours from now. What teams will lock a player down for at least 1 year as we look ahead to free agency that joined a conversation that we haven't had in some time. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a new member of the free agency list that we could have never expected to go down this way. In a historic move with the biggest dead cap hit to an NFL team in the history of the NFL. $85 million spread over 2 years will not be available for the Denver Broncos to use as the salary cap continues to yodel. $85 million will not be available for the Denver Broncos because they have cut Russell Wilson. Future, people say, Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yeah.
Super Bowl champion from the Seattle Seahawks. Massive investment by the Walton family whenever they bought the Denver Broncos to be the future of the Denver Broncos. And here we sit 1 year into Sean Payton's regime as the actual future of the Denver Broncos with no franchise quarterback and Russell Wilson able to take a gig somewhere else for league minimum while still making like $39 million from the Denver Broncos. So if you start reading some tea leaves around the NFL and around the internet, more specifically from an Italian man that lives in a cabin in West Virginia who's a former lawyer who runs Pro Football Talk, he said that what he heard is that Kirk Cousins is looking for houses in Atlanta.
That's right.
The Atlanta Falcons are looking for a franchise quarterback. Kirk Cousins was the belle of the ball of the free agent quarterbacks that were available. Mike Florio, who's been around the NFL, I don't know, like 30 years, seems to know the ins and outs of everything, says Kirk is looking at Atlanta. So then you look at the Minnesota Vikings. What are they about to do? Well, they're about to pay Justin Jefferson a lot of money. The conversation has been for a lot of teams, if you pay a wide receiver quarterback money, you're probably going to have a rookie quarterback because the salary isn't going to be able to hold a veteran quarterback salary and a massive wide receiver. Well, you could pay Russell Wilson $1 million as his salary, and he has Justin Jefferson, Kevin O'Connell, and an offense that was able to have Nick Mullins throw for 400 yards. Kevin O'Connell, former quarterback, seems to get along with all of his players. Russell Wilson is in a time where it feels like he might need to get his moxie back, his confidence back, find some. I'm not piecing tea leaves together, but it feels like Russell Wilson might be a Minnesota Viking quarterback next year, and that is from zero inside sources. That is from no information at all other than the fact that you can pay Russell Wilson $1.15 million salary next year while the Denver Broncos pick up a $40 million tab pretty much. Russell Wilson is going to be a hot commodity. How does this shake up the rest of everything happening around the NFL? We'll chat about it all damn day. Mike Florio will be joining us in the second hour. He's the guy that said he heard Kirk Cousins is looking for houses in Atlanta. He does have sources. Sometimes, though, you got to prod a little bit.
Of course.
You guys say, hey, Paisan, don't you think there's a chance that this actually is happening instead of this? And maybe, but what I'm hearing is blah, blah, blah. He also got a chance to chat with Caleb Williams for 10 minutes. He has ideas on the kickoff rule, which I will be laying out
Here we go.
to the entire world at some point during today's show because I had a few special teams coaches call me and say, here's where we're at. Here's what we're presenting. We would like the world to know exactly what we're presenting, as opposed to the hit or miss presentations that have kind of been out there on the internet thus far. So today should be a massive day. We're talking about all the sports that are currently happening in the world,
Yep.
and I am lucky to be doing it alongside a great group of sports stooges. The Toxic Table at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt are here. Con man, great shirt.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I haven't worn a wolf in a long time. Figured I'd throw it on, especially on a day like today. You know, it's still nice weather, even though it is a little cloudy in Indianapolis, but I'm feeling great. Russell Wilson, you're mentioning the Vikings. I mean, hey, slow down, okay? There's a couple teams out there. New England Patriots, I don't think you even.
No, I heard yesterday you guys got Joey Flack.
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with Flacco, Wilson, Jacoby Brissett, and a rookie quarterback? Who says no? We don't have to pay any of them anything aside from
Joe Flacco is going to get paid some money.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'd give Flacco 30, 35 million, and then you kind
The
of
fact that Russell Wilson is not going to be owed anything through a new team
game changer.
is a huge. He's a rookie quarterback all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Is how Russell Wilson's going to be viewed. Now, going to have to learn a new offense, you would assume, no matter where he heads. Have to get into a new building. Don't think he'll get his own office and stuff like that, like we had
Probably
heard
not.
about how Denver goes. But if you think about when he got to Denver, what it was.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, Super Bowl,
Hopes, the dreams.
Oh, yeah.
top 10 in Super Bowl odds.
This team needs quarterback. This team made a massive move and got a franchise quarterback. This team paid this guy $250 million. This guy in the Broncos' future are simpatico.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
Then Nathaniel Hackett, well, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
Not
We need to
him.
fire him.
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
Get him out.
We need to bring in a winner, Sean Payton. Well, how's that going? Well, allegedly during a bye week, there was a conversation about maybe a little bit of a change-up to how everything's going so that he couldn't potentially be on the hook for $30-some million to the Denver Broncos if they were able to move on for him next year. Just didn't seem to work out at all. Who knows if it was personality reasons? Who knows if it was off the field? Who knows if it was just quarterback play? Him and Cortland Sutton were able to build up a massive relationship. He gave a thank you to Denver. He thanked everybody in there. He thanked the preacher man.
Right.
He thanked the cafeteria.
yeah.
He thanked his teammates.
Right.
He thanked the community of Denver.
Right.
He thanked the fans of Denver.
Right.
I think the video people he thanked.
Oh, yeah.
Guys who mow the lawn.
Team 3.
Training people he thanked.
Everybody.
Equipment managers I think he thanked.
Yep.
His car dealer, I think he thanked.
I think he did thank.
Realtor.
His realtor, yep.
There was a local chef that made great sandwiches. Thanked him.
I think he even thanked Future,
Yep.
Just because.
which no one
Yep.
saw coming.
No one saw that coming in that entire thing.
Nope.
Who did he not thank?
I think he didn't thank Sean Payton, any coaches, or the owners of the Denver Broncos.
Oh, yeah, they're the ones that are paying him $35.4 million in dead cap next year, and then $49.6 million in 2025. A wild scene by a team that says, get us out of this relationship. One half of the Hammer,
Dahn.
Cowboys, Tone Diggs, diehard Steelers fan. Is Russell Wilson going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler on a veteran min contract?
I would say the chances are likely to very likely that he's going to be a Pittsburgh
How about
Steeler.
that? That's how every team is sounding right now. Like
should.
Russell Wilson? Yeah, Super Bowl champion?
Played well
For a
last
million-
year.
for a million-
Dan Orlovsky, he's top 10 quarterback.
True.
What are we going to pay him? Nothing? Love this guy. That's a real conversation happening with all these teams that are quarterback needy right now. And Russell Wilson went from this guy we don't want on our team. A lot of people saying. We're not saying we said that.
No.
Just saying the narrative about Russell Wilson over the last couple of years has certainly changed. The Danger Witch, the Mr. Broncos, let's ride. Go all this
Wow.
stuff was being viewed in a vastly different fashion than it was in Seattle when he was doing all this stuff. Because in Seattle, you see they were winning.
Yeah.
In Denver, they were awful. So all the stuff that Russell Wilson has been doing his entire career, being basically a movie quarterback, like the epitome of what a movie NFL quarterback would be like on the sideline, in his workouts, at home, on the internet, in
Right.
commercials, on the field, in the building, movie quarterback. How you would draw a character to be if they were an NFL quarterback. Giving back to the community, speaking the way, always super positive, like actually saying, clear eyes, full hearts, we're going to win to other adults in real life, not just in movies. All that was beloved in Seattle. In Denver, though, the narrative changed on him quick.
Yeah.
Quick. They're like, this guy sucks. Get this guy out of here. How is this guy taken seriously? Boom, boom, boom. That's not everybody, but a lot of people started doing that. Now that he's only worth $1 million for next year's salary, everybody that was thinking that needs a quarterback, We'll take a future Hall of Fame quarterback for $1 million. It's a wild turn of events over the last 24 hours.
I mean, Russ at $30 million. No, I'm okay. I'm good. But Russ at $1 million or whatever the vet minute is, he had 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions last year. The last 2 seasons, 2 full seasons, the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterbacks have accounted for 24 total passing touchdowns. TJ Watt has 24 and a half sacks over that time, so more sacks than passing touchdowns. So, yeah, I think if you can get a potential future Hall of Famer who has done it, who has been there, who did enjoy, just turning around and hand that ball off to Marshawn Lynch, play action, get out.
Well, except for on that one play.
That wasn't his call.
One time, Matt Patricia with that tight corner.
Artie Smith's going to know what to do. Yeah, I'm thinking we would take him. Why not? I mean, for that price tag, yeah, I think I would.
You think him and Artie Smith good?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
What would you know?
What is your problem?
Well, I just, talked to Artie Smith for about an hour in person.
Artie Smith could work with a future Hall of Famer.
He definitely could, but at this point, I don't know. I just don't know. Artie Smith's a bit of a hard ass. I think we know that his father is a former Marine. So I think he's got a little bit of that DNA in him. Because I was just initially thinking, maybe the Giants, all these reports are coming out that they have buyer's remorse on Dan Jones. Like, him and Dable wouldn't get along. It'd be the same thing as... So I don't
Kevin O'Connell and he.
I think that could work. Also, maybe...
Now, granted, everybody in the Vikings organization from we've been told, and we only talked to Kevin O'Connell for a short amount of time. We didn't get any actual information, but what's being reported is we'd love to have Kirk back.
Yeah.
Would love to have Kirk Cousins back. They love Kirk Cousins over there. Vikings fans love Kirk Cousins. The building loves Kirk Cousins. I think Justin Jefferson loves Kirk Cousins. Everybody loves Kirko. Okay, I think that's the case. But what Kirk has done business-wise throughout his entire career leads us to believe that there is going to be a team that is going to potentially want to pay him what his market value is worth. Is Minnesota going to be able to do that with what they're going to do for Justin Jefferson, who obviously homegrown, drafted, our guy, our star, best player on the field whenever he's on the field? They've already said they're going to pay him. Who knows if it's possible? But if what Mike Florio is alluding to on Pro Football Talk of NBC Sports, he'll be joining us in about an hour or so, that Kirk Cousins and Atlanta are seemingly going to be a fit down there, it would make sense that Arthur Blank, who just a couple years ago was going to pay $180 million for Deshaun Watson or $200 million for Deshaun Watson, went through the Desmond Ridder era here, went through the Arthur Blank era. You bring back Raheem Morris. You have weapons. You have a town that wants explosives and things. Maybe they do pay a full price for Kirk Cousins for a 2-year deal to kind of write things. We don't know what all Florio's hearing. We don't know how much of this is real or not real. But if we remove Kirk Cousins from the Minnesota Vikings, Kevin O'Connell's proved he can have a successful offense with.
Yeah, he can coach.
With damn near anybody. Now, the weapons they have, obviously, Jordan Addison's a dog. Justin Jefferson's his thing. Tight end, great. Hawkinson's great. They are able to have an offense. If you can get a veteran who's been there, done that. Now, granted, who knows what he is behind the scenes. A lot of teammates he shouted out in his thank you note about inside jokes and stories. And I think there's been some teammates that have gone to bat for him, obviously, publicly, numerous times before. But, you're not paying him shit.
No.
And you got a guy that can probably pick up an offense. If you're accurate, which Russell Wilson can throw the rock, in that offense, they're going to be open. It's that feels like a natural fit to me personally.
I guess it's different because you aren't paying him, starting quarterback money. So a lot of teams, but don't you think it is also possible? We just talk about you bring in a guy because he's not. There are a few places where he would be the starter probably if he signed with them, but in a lot of these cases, with the Steelers, they're talking about him coming in to compete with Kenny. He's not going to be handed anything, and I don't think Russell Wilson can shake who he actually is, good, bad, or indifferent. He is who he is, and I think that's why a lot of people have maybe softened up on it because it's not Hollywood bullshit. That is what you see is what you get with
all
Russell.
the time.
Exactly. It's like Tim Tebow.
He's never been caught not being Russell Wilson ever.
Exactly. And I just wonder if certain teams are hey, we just don't want to deal with that shit. Whether it turns into a media circus or whatever. But again, you're not paying him $30 million. You're not paying him to come in and necessarily be that guy right away.
Kevin O'Connell, former NFL guy, former player, former quarterback.
Sure.
Every time we've talked to him, even in the brief time that we got to see him at the Combine, and when he's been on the show, it's he's just like a football guy.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's he and Russ might be able to. I don't know. In my head, as soon as I heard this, and I already had Kirk in Atlanta because of what Florio's saying.
Right.
And unlike the rest of the internet, I believe that Florio does know
Absolutely.
like what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Guy's been doing it for a long time.
So
Long time.
That guy's been breaking news and pissing people off for a long, long time.
Whole life.
I've been hearing a little bit of this, and then all of a sudden he puts it out, and the people that he's hearing it about are not happy about him. That happens in pretty much every NFL building for like the last 20 years with Mike Florio. But if all signs are pointing to him being gone and them not being able to keep Kirk in Minnesota, it's like $1 million about.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
He won a game with the Pastronaut.
He did.
Yeah.
He was telling the Pastronaut the plays. Like literally as he's, all right, say this to the team, perfect. Here's what you have. All right, you got to slant to the left. Guy to the right's going to do a little bit of bubble. You got to go from Addison on your far right side. What they are looking like is a shell here. Probably check down running back in the middle here. But and then cut off in the middle. All right, and then they win a game. It's like, I believe in that offense. If you're Russell Wilson, you want to go to a place that's going to have success, and he's worth nothing, it's like, why not? Are you okay? Are you getting choked up?
I mean, I feel like I might be. Jesus.
Is that because he's not going to New England? Or?
Well, I don't think it has to do with New England.
Are you going to die right now?
No, I'm not going to die. I might have to do with my DoorDash right before this. But I will say.
That was the greatest.
Some would say that. I would not.
Greatest
Hour and 20.
Unbelievable.
Greatest app on earth.
Hour and 20.
Pulled into the lot and then left.
Got here finally.
Got here after an hour and 20 minutes.
5 minutes before show starts. Finally gets. Been watching this car drive through Indiana on the app.
Looked like the Skywriter spelling out like, "Will you marry me?"
Getting all the way here.
Yeah.
Did not have another order to drop off. Literally have no idea how this became the path to get here.
Me neither.
We're following along. You're growing in anger.
Oh yeah.
Growing in anger.
Fuming. Yes.
Because you gave a big tip beforehand.
Ordered it early because I was extra hungry.
Yeah, because long night last night. Got back from San Antonio 3 a.m. You know, the whole thing happens. Then finally gets into parking lot.
Finally.
Turns around. Beats the gate from shutting back.
Yep.
Leaves building. We're watching it all take place. Right in front of
Outside we're watching it too.
We're waiting for this. This has become a story over the last hour and 20 because Connor's obviously a bit dramatic.
Heated.
Leaves, goes into the neighborhood across the street, drives around, comes back. You shoved an entire 4-egg omelet down your gullet within 30 seconds of our show starting.
Yeah.
Congratulations for you handling adversity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You know, I kind of channel my inner Russell Wilson. But if you were to think from Russ's perspective.
I like that.
Yeah. Right?
Clear eyes, full hearts, not full stomach.
Full stomach. Well, not completely full because the food was ice cold. So I think it kind of ran through me like
And
water.
a little broken heart, too, because of how you were
Broken heart, definitely. I was looking forward to that omelet for a very, very long time. But Revenge Russ could say, you know, Minnesota's awesome. Justin Jefferson's awesome. I could stay in the division, go to the Raiders, play with Devontae Adams.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Tom Telesco, he's a savvy GM. He knows, hey, we could pay this guy.
Is he a Raider?
No.
Do they know what the Raiders are right now, though?
Yeah, they don't.
Antonio Pierce does, right? Antonio Pierce, like they are.
Yeah,
aren't they trying to be Raiders?
Yeah, Antonio Pierce is enough Raider to ooze into Russ. I think if they spend.
Well, that's not what we heard from, you know, a clip that was clipped from Michael Lombardi.
Yeah. Well, that's because Lombardi is
He
a
was
racist Italian man. That's not even.
That is what was being said about him. He was so mad.
Oh, yeah.
So you take two clips that don't have anything to do with each other. You lump them into one because you're Dove Cleveland.
Dove Cleveland.
Dove Cleveland does this on the internet. Then all of a sudden people, that's all they see. And all of a sudden, I'm the worst. I'm the bad guy. I don't know how that even. I mean, seriously, what are we?
Yeah, right.
Has anyone ever listened to him talk either? Like, guy has been in football longer than you.
He was also Al Davis's like right hand man at the Raiders. Like he does know what it is, like the Raider way. He understands what it is.
Yeah, definitely call Lombo. Let's
yes,
because we got 13 minutes here. He was getting
he's getting killed.
Killed. Absolutely killed.
It's ridiculous.
But that is something we need to think about. Is the Raider? They're trying to build back. Like the Raiders. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying Aiden O'Connell is necessarily a Raider, but maybe his mustache is awesome. I don't know him personally.
Rich Gannon ain't walking through that door.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Yeah, Russ Wilson might be.
I mean, Rich Gannon's pump fakes were certainly something that everybody wanted.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that. Everybody from one side of this country to the other that picked up a football said, I would like to be as efficient as Rich Gannon is with his pump fakes. I would like to be able to put the ball into a keyhole like Rich Gannon.
Yes.
They need to find another one of those guys.
Sure.
Rich Gannon, though, is not just you find on a tree, but the Raiders are looking for, I think, Raiders at every position. And it's like, is Russell Wilson, or I don't know if now's the time for Russell Wilson. Like Josh McDaniels and Ziegler.
Yeah.
When when they were running the Raiders.
Sure.
Like, that feels like a Russell Wilson.
More
Joining
sense.
us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a racist old Italian man, Michael Lombardi.
What's up, guys?
Lombo, hey, we're talking about something that you know nothing about, but you popped your mouth off about, and you're incredibly racist.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Raider way. We're talking about the Raider way. Now, obviously, you got clipped out of context by Dove Cleveland and the internet. You know, you don't.
Who is he anyway? Like, is he just like some strange cat lives somewhere in a basement in Israel?
Yes.
That's you've done enough. You've done the same amount of research as us. I think you're on. We don't know. Now, there's a lot of information accruers on the internet. And we have fallen victim, obviously, to a couple times of clips being taken out of context and quoted and sent out. And it's a part of the NFL storyline and sports headlines. It's going to happen. This is the new modern day. But then whenever your character gets assassinated off of clips getting taken out, I can see how you get pissed off. We would like to let you know.
I'm going to fight back.
Yeah,
I'm going to fight back.
Amen.
Yeah, so are we.
I'm not going to let that guy put words in my mouth. I mean, he took two separate instances and tried to combine them into one. And then somebody accused me of talking down to Pierce. I was given, if anybody reads the Daily Coach or listens to my podcast and talk about leadership, that's all I'm talking about. And so, I think to me, anytime you try to, engage somebody who's been beating you on a consistent basis, I'm not sure that's the smart strategy. I mean, you can go back in time to Napoleon's time when you want to make sure that your enemy doesn't know you're coming. And, to me, they don't have a recipe for beating the Raiders, the Chiefs. They've won one game, and that was great. But, I just was saying to them in a way, look, just keep it quiet. Let them take you. Let them take you as nobody.
Listen, Lombo, you're allowed to have your opinion. You've been in every position in the NFL. You obviously know the Raiders organization very well. You're allowed to do what you're allowed to do. You're allowed to say whatever the hell. It's your league. Like, you've been around the league for however long you want. We would like to go on the record though that we don't think you're a racist old Italian.
No.
We don't think that is the case.
I'm not.
Well, you saying that now?
That's what a racist would say.
I'm joking. Let's move forward though. When we're talking about the Raider way, like the boys mentioned, he's going to be worth, his veteran min is what, $1.15 million, because Vikings or Broncos are going to pick up $39 million or whatever the case is. So, like, there's a lot of teams that are quarterback needy that are all of a sudden like, wait a minute, Mr. Unlimited's available. Give us the founder of the Danger Witch, especially at that cost to their salary cap and to their team. I think he's going to have a pretty, I think personally, I might be wrong, there's going to be a lot of people interested if it can be a $1 million, $2 million deal for your quarterback. That means you can spend money everywhere else. Raiders would not be one of those places, right? Because they're trying to find the Raider way. Like, Russell Wilson is what, the complete opposite of a Raider? Or is that...
it would be in terms of size. The Raider way is about size and speed, about getting guys that can run, that are big and physical in the offensive and defensive line.
I might be wrong, though, but it is also, like, isn't it...
attitude,
like
swagger.
Yeah, like there's a moxie, a swagger, a confidence, a cockiness almost, seemingly. Like, but
a love of football that combines with that, and so like the Howie Long, he represents the Raider way. Those guys are physical, big, tough guys. Look, Russell's only going to make what he makes, right? So this is like anybody who's out there on the internet saying Russell's going to make, they're going to pay him like a starter. Nobody should do that. Now I can't judge everybody, but the reality of it is whatever nickel he earns over the minimum salary, Denver gets off the hook. So it isn't his capped earning. So you're not going to pay him anymore. So he's a minimum salary contract guy. Now you could put incentives in there and do all that stuff. I don't know if the incentives come off as earned. It probably does. So it takes Denver off the hook, but you don't mind doing that in terms of if he wins for you. But the reality of it is this is a minimum contract. And you got to come in and prove yourself, which is where he is. And I think ultimately that's going to appeal to some teams. It may not appeal to Russell, though.
So I would assume, that's interesting. Like, Russell doesn't know that this is potentially about to happen. Like, our immediate thought was, this dude's getting a veteran min contract.
Layup.
He's getting 39 from Denver because he didn't thank the owners. Right? He didn't thank Sean Payton in his goodbye thing. So, like, sticking it to Denver, you're saying letting Denver off the hook is probably something he's like, yeah, they're going to pay me. These people are going to pay me. So I just assumed that he would be on board with that. We will see over the next couple weeks, certainly. If Kirk Cousins is to leave Minnesota's a perfect place for him, isn't it? With Minnesota, with Kevin O'Connell and that offense, with them having to pay Justin Jefferson. Is that what your thoughts are?
Well, that would be my thought. I mean, Minnesota right now has around $35 million of cap room, so they're waiting on Cousins. They'll take a huge cap hit when he leaves. Obviously, they've got that built into their salary cap structure right now. But I think at the end of the day, if you're going to have to make it really worth Cousins' while to leave, right? I think most players want to stay within the system, but when the money gets great or they can get to a tax-free state, that's really important too. Everybody says, give us a hometown discount. There is no hometown discount. It's a tax-free state discount, right? If you're trying to do Mike Evans' contract in Tampa, Florida, with no state income tax, and if the Jets were trying to sign him, that contract has to be adjusted to offset that state income tax. That's a hard thing. That's challenging for the team. So I think that Cousins, unless somebody blows it out of the water, I think Minnesota's going to be in it. But where does Minnesota go if they don't sign him back? I think they've got to look at somebody like Russell to buy time until they get the next quarterback.
We appreciate you, Lombo. We love you, brother. And, hey, remember, this is the world we're in now. Like, you're going to get taken out of
I'm all good for it. I'm thick-skinned. Look, I grew up Italian in a row home. There ain't nothing going to hit me. And let me say this to you, too. Let me add this to you, too. And Chuck can verify. I've been MF by Al Davis more times than you can count. Anybody on Twitter could never match that. I can promise.
Dove Cleveland's going to try, though. I appreciate the hell out of you, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Lombardi. All right, so he's thinking the same thing we are.
Yeah.
This is a minimum contract. I think Russ got to be thinking that.
I thought for sure. Now, I don't know where it came from. It could have been one of the aggregators.
It could have been Dove Cleveland.
Look out.
It could have been, but I thought there was a report out there that Russ was like, yeah, I will do the minimum so that it comes off of Denver and not the team that I'm going to.
Yeah, it just feels like.
Why wouldn't you?
Mentally,
you build up the team around you. Like, it is for your own benefit. Like, hey, do you want a better offensive line or maybe another running back that you can throw to? Take a Vetman contract and we can get that stuff for you.
Always say that he's a movie quarterback.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Good movie, take the veteran min.
Absolutely.
Prove myself again.
That's right.
That's
Got
why
into a system that I liked, did well, win, boom, boom, boom. Found my new home. Found my new home in this place.
Mm-hmm.
Because we found love
in a Vikings
in a hopeless place.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we thought him and Kevin James were going to be so good together because they are movie quarterback and movie coach.
Yeah, you're right. And we thought Kevin James, you're talking Sean Payton there.
Yeah.
Old documentary.
Would be good, but the largest dead cap in history, the way that story could be told by Russell Wilson.
Not by a little.
People, $45 million difference for the largest dead cap in history. Matt Ryan, $40.5 million. Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, who was that?
Was that the
Stop.
Okay.
Well,
Was it?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Carson Wentz.
Sure. Was that? No, it can't be.
And then Russell Wilson. Again, whenever he leaves Seattle. The whole story that the Russell Wilson team can tell here about we're the most unwanted quarterback in the history of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to prove myself, veteran min. I had a Hall of Fame resume already. I was a top 10 quarterback. Dane Orlovsky was saying that.
Yeah.
Literally all day, every day.
Ran me out of town.
And I'm playing on a veteran min with the highest payout. I knew it was my back's against the wall. Now it's time. Like the story the Last Dance documentary that can happen during this entire thing is huge. Now, will that motivate Russell Wilson to be Russell Wilson that we've seen play very good football? Or will Russell Wilson, with this whole thing, which we have not seen in the history of Russell Wilson, start doubting himself a little bit?
No.
Didn't sound like it in the thank you.
No.
Nope.
Didn't sound like it anything like that.
God's got him.
But you're damn right.
Amen.
well said.
Amen. 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 Franchise tag about 3 hours and 32 minutes until the timeline. T. Higgins has been tagged in Cincinnati. Okay.
Yep.
He's back. Now, remember, he was asked at his locker about taking Jamar Chase was asked about taking less money for T. Higgins, and it was very uncomfortable. It was weird. In locker cleanup day whenever the team was down, and he said, let's move on. What are we even talking about? T. Higgins is back. He was tagged $21.8 million he'll make. T. Higgins is a beast. That is obviously huge for the Cincinnati Bengals. T. Higgins would have wanted a long-term deal with a lot more money guaranteed for the rest of his life because of everything he's done and how short his window is to be an income earner, but $21.8 million guaranteed over the next year. Still have time to negotiate a long-term deal, even though everybody thinks that's probably not likely. L'Jarius Sneed, Kansas City. Dog.
Yeah.
Dog.
Weapon.
Yep.
He has he has a great beat-up punch.
Yeah, he does.
Like at the half-yard line. like the closest I've ever seen a touchdown happen? No, because
Pretty big moment.
all year though. Beast.
Yeah.
Spagnolo back, defensive coordinator, all the pieces. Spagnolo was on the record saying during the playoff run that all 11 of my guys are high football IQ guys. All 11 of them. So we're able to just switch and do shit that I've never been able to do before. Now, Chris Jones, not franchise tag. He's up there in the middle. He said drunkenly in a speech at the parade before devastation took place, as the city was doing what we would hope every city will do going forward and has done since the beginning of these things, celebrate the greatness that they in their town accomplished together. A happiness, a celebration that no other city in the world is allowed to have but yours because of the work that you all have put in both on Sundays and through the week celebrating. Parades are a good thing.
Yep.
We cannot ever stop thinking that or get scared. You're supposed to have those moments in life.
Yep.
That's why I don't like the thought of wrangling
Court storming.
students being excited. Like, we need people celebrating and being happy in this world more often. But in that celebration, Chris Jones hammered.
Yep.
Hammered drunk.
Bodied.
Just absolutely slaughtered drunk.
Living.
Gets on a microphone and says, I'll be back. 3 more years.
Yeah.
We're going to do this thing. His agent immediately tweets, cut them off. Get a microphone out of it. The Katz brothers are obviously incredibly hilarious. He's now potentially a free agent alongside a man from Miami who's not getting franchise tag. What's his name, Gumpy?
Christian Wilkins, the guy that plays every snap and pretty much is our heart and soul of our football team.
So he's available.
Yes.
Okay, he's coming to Indianapolis.
He should. Anybody who can pay him, I would pay him.
Could you imagine him going to New England?
I mean, hey, look, we talked about it yesterday. Overpay. Start overpaying.
Brian Burns tagged in Carolina. Josh Allen, Jags defensive end, likely to be tagged. Michael Pittman likely to be tagged at the Colts. Antoine Winfield Jr. likely to be tagged down there in Florida. And Justin
Matabuke.
Ravens D lineman likely to be tagged is what Adam Schefter said yesterday. We'll keep our eyes on that. Joining us now is a legend of a human.
Hell yeah.
Let me make sure I get the stats right. On October 20th, 2023, this man, released his film on Netflix, Old Dads. How'd it do, you ask, naturally?
Right.
Yeah, of course.
How'd this guy's brain do? Okay, he directed, co-wrote, produced, and starred in this thing.
Okay.
Jeez.
So how did this one human's brain do? Oh, I don't know. Would go on to be the most watched film worldwide on Netflix in its first and second week on the platform with 29.6 million views.
Wow.
This New England bald-headed brain is a fantastic one. You can see him in the Dynasty series on Apple, which people are calling, whoa, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, the legend Bill Burr.
Hey, how are you?
Hey,
how's it going?
Hey, it's great, man.
I feel like I'm way too close. You got the three-quarter shot here.
Yeah, I like to show
All
the
right,
whole
how's
body
that? That's a little better.
Yeah, but you're handsome. You're a movie star. Hey, movie star.
That's right.
This guy's a movie star
Big
right
time.
here. Movie star right there. Your face is more beautiful. I got to be zoomed out, Bill. I got to be zoomed out.
I got to tell you, I miss the tank tops.
Yeah.
I miss old Patty Guns. What happened? It was inspirational.
I know. But you got to remember, with those tank tops, I was really fat, so those things were very loose. Those are very loose, but I only had to do arms there. And then it got real cold here in Indiana, and I just looked at myself and said, I'm not beholden to wearing a tank top every single day.
Nope.
I can wear a shirt, so I started. Tank tops are coming back, though, Bill. We're almost in the season. We're almost in the spring and summer now here in Indiana.
I know, but you didn't want. You also, as far as your wardrobe, you don't want to paint yourself into the corner like Angus Young of AC/DC. He doesn't want to wear that school uniform anymore, but he did it for too long. Now he's got to do it.
See,
68 years old. 68 years old. Still got to put it on. Can't just put on a pair of jeans and a T-shirt. That would be you. Oh God, then you'd be in your 60s with your grandmother arms. No one wants to see that.
You're right. I made a good move. It sounds. I did good for future me. It feels
What is going on with my stupid?
Yeah, you're a
thing here?
director. You're a
Supposed to be
producer. You can't get a camera on you. I mean, it is a
Well,
wild.
now you can see how much help I had. There it is. It's just all over the place. All right. So what do you want to passive aggressively act like you're talking about, but really trashing me and my fan base? Let's get to it, Pat. What do you got this time?
No, I would never trash your fan base because I'm a part of that. Certainly passive-aggressive questions for you, though. And
okay.
Mostly because of your sports fanhood. Now, I want to let you know, obviously, we have a Boston scumbag on the program, Boston Connor. He got a brand new tat. You're talking about Grandma's saggy arms.
I got him.
He's got a brand new tat that says, we're on to Cincinnati, quoted by who? William Steven Belichick right there. Okay, so we got a big-time Patriots fan on a microphone every day. What do you think of that tat, first of all,
I don't want to know.
Well, you got to give it up. That's one of the most painful parts to get a tattoo. A lot of guys back in the 90s, when they went for the tribal armband, they would tap out when they got to the inner arm. So I got to give them up for that. I don't know. As far as like tattoos like that, I'm a big fan of a Post-it. You know, you just kind of write it down, you put it on the fridge. You don't need to put it on your arm. And that's also a very weird way, like, you're going to remind yourself like that?
Bingo.
Or are you supposed to be going like this to opposing teams' fans, at which point you'd think you'd at least get the shaker weight or something going on.
Yeah.
We're trying, Bill. It's going to come plenty of time till beach season, okay?
He got arm shaking
I have
hard.
to tell you, the Midwest does not look good on you. Okay?
I would agree.
You got the mullet, you got the mustache. I mean, you got to get back east and get yourself a club pizza and start doing your skull crushers, brother. Get those fries going again.
He got crushed on the internet yesterday for his flabby arms.
And today.
Now masterclass of telling you have to move because of how bad your arms look. He's
definitely at the tipping point.
Yeah,
it's either going to get better or it's done.
It's
hey, we're all going to keep an eye on it. Okay, Connor? Mm-hmm. This is a big moment.
Absolutely. Hey, what did I do this morning?
It's like when Clemens went to the Blue Jays. Everybody thought he was done, and then all of a sudden, he started doing curls. That's what you got to do.
Okay, that's it. Just curls.
It's like the Rockets.
Just moving.
You got to do the curls.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe even add in some.
Yeah.
A little extra baseball juice if you need to.
Perhaps. I'm not against science.
Yeah, me neither. They got that Royd Olympics. Have you heard
those
about
those guys are heroes. They used it. I'm not saying he did it. I don't want to get in trouble here, but I'm just saying the guys that did it. You remember what it was like in the 70s?
No.
I mean, you grew like a horsetail and you killed your whole family and then did suicide by cop. Now it's like a cream. You just sort of moisturize. It keeps the crow's feet away, and you get your frat boy body back. I am tired of athletes taking all the hits like they're the only ones doing roids. There are so many old dads like me out there just getting yoked again.
Yeah, you're looking
standing around looking for wife number 2. I'm telling you.
Hey, those baseball guys, they used to chew gum, and it would boost their testosterone for an at-bat, allegedly. Like the science they were using.
Yeah, they had coffee beans. They're doing everything.
Yeah.
They're entertaining us, and they want to keep doing it. I have no problem with it.
Have you heard about these Royd Olympics are happening? The Royd Olympics are taking place. Have you heard about this?
Yes, I have.
You love it.
Well, we got slap fights now. I mean, it's just like we've kind of reached the limit of once skiing and shooting a bow and arrow, whatever the hell that sport was. Like, what do we do now? Legalize. You wait. Steroids is going to be the next weed as far as it's going to be legal.
Well, I don't know who's going to win the Olympics. We are worried about all the muscles that are going to be pulled, though.
Yeah.
But the recovery is about to be
very quick.
We'll be back next day.
Better than ever.
I thought it was the tendons. The tendon snap.
Oh, really?
The muscle grows bigger. Way. First of all, Pat, let's not act like you didn't do a couple of cycles there.
Yeah. We're currently enjoying science. Hey, shout out these doctors.
Like the place kicker doesn't know what your butt cheek looks like. We'll just act like we don't know, right? I thought the muscle would make it bigger, but it did make the tendon stronger, so that's what ended up giving. That's what I heard.
Okay. Do you have an entire bit on steroids? It sounds like right now you're touring, right? Coming to Indiana Friday in Gary, Indianapolis, I believe, on Saturday, starting a tour. Hell, is this start of a tour or middle of a tour?
We just began. This is my third weekend out.
How do we feel?
And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to pat myself on the back. I'm having some of the best shows in my career.
Wow. Let's go, Bill.
I feel like I got 2 hours of new material. I'm getting ready to shoot a special at some point this year. I'm doing little boxing, little old dad, white ball ginger, throwing the hands for 22-second rounds.
Yeah. Are you at one of those Rumble classes?
I'm gonna go lean and mean.
Are you at Rumble classes, or are we actually going into like a fight club?
Oh no. I'm like, my shoulders are so messed up, and it's so funny. It's just from being. It wasn't even from sports. It was just from being beat on as a kid, so I kind of held myself like this without even knowing my shoulders were up. And then I was doing push-ups with the wrong form. That's all it was.
Yeah, years.
I wish it was a better story than that. It wasn't.
It's all right.
It was just a young orange boy trying to protect himself on his way to social studies.
Old Freckles did it, though, didn't he? He did it.
Old Freckles.
He did it. Old Freckles did it. Let's talk about these sets. You said it's some of the best shows you've had. Is it crowds? Is it yours? Like, why do you think so? And we're just in a good spot? 2 hours is a lot of shit, right?
Yeah, my life is in a good place. I think I've just sort of relaxed and slowed down. I think I was always going a little too fast for a while. But now, I don't know. They've just been seeming effortless. Whatever. I'm a little hit streak right now. Who knows? In a month from now, I could hate my act. You know, it's the ups and downs. There's a lot of similarities between kicking field goals and telling jokes. I'll tell you that.
You get hot, get into a rut, you get mental, you start overthinking it. Is that real?
Yeah, you mess it up, people start booing you. It's the same gig.
So whenever you're thinking of this shit, live in person, or do you have to go to a place, like as you're walking through life you're thinking, or do you go and sit down and have an entire like office hours, like type work, like I'm thinking of shit now?
No, I used to do that. Oh, man, I have not done that since the 90s. Somewhere along the line, you know, I learned from guys like Tony V. It's just see something, remember it, go on stage and just start talking about it. Like, so then you just become as relaxed on stage as you are on stage. Like, I always compare it to like in everyday life. If you saw something funny on the way home, or on the way to a bar, if you were going to go tell your friends what happened, you wouldn't write it all down and memorize it. You would just tell them and you'd kill with the story, right? Because you're comfortable with your friends. But then when you get in front of an audience, you don't know these people, only you're talking, your voice is amplified, there's pressure. That's when it becomes something else and you get outside of yourself. So if you just kind of treat the crowd like you're going to go meet your buddies at the Applebee's or something like that, it makes you really relaxed. And you don't worry about references. Will they get this? Will they not? You're just talking and they're sort of enjoying your company, hopefully, on a good night.
Yeah, but the half-off apps also help.
Yeah, so nice.
Certainly.
You know what I mean? Like when you're
absolutely.
Yeah, when you're delivering a story and you're diving into some of those apps.
$5 mark.
Oh, my God.
Come on.
Fancy
You know what also helps? You know what also helps? Cell phones in bags. That also helps. So the comic can feel like they can actually do a show and he won't get ratted out.
Okay, that's a big part of this entire thing because we went to Chappelle
yeah.
whenever he came to Indianapolis. Phenomenal, awesome. So, and I can't wait to watch you this weekend, brother. We are very pumped that you're back traveling, that you're stopping in Indy. Thank you for coming through Indianapolis.
I've always stopped in Indy.
Well, we appreciate it.
I've never been a snob.
Yeah, that's great.
I performed for you animals all the way back into the 90s.
Bingo.
All right, well, let's talk about you in the 90s, you pig, okay? Because that's when you said you stopped going to the office hours and everything like that.
Hey, I'm from Massachusetts. I'm an animal. Okay? Get it right.
Amen, amen. But, like, was there a time, because all I've remembered is you being a top comic on earth, okay? So that's like I'm 36 years old. I don't know how long you have felt that way, but was there like a moment where you had a breakthrough and like you became guy and you were super comfortable? Have you ever hit a downtime since becoming the guy where you weren't able to figure out what you were going to say on stage or you weren't as confident on stage? Or is you just, you know, seemingly from outside looking in, you just go like, he did a black and white. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
What was that? Paper Tiger.
Yeah,
Paper Tiger. White.
Paper Tiger.
Paper Tiger. White Tiger. What was the name of that? What was the name of the Tiger one?
I don't remember. It was China White. It was about heroin.
You're an animal. You're an absolute animal. But for me, it seems like you're just up and to the right. Do you have any of those moments where you kind of back off?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you just don't see them. I don't film them. So those when you go down to the Comedy Store, you go into the gym. Yeah, I had a nice premise just completely bomb the other night.
Where? At a club?
Yeah, I was saying the last act of a selfish person is to die without their affairs in order and then ask for a giant memorial. Now, you had to be of a certain age to understand how friggin' selfish that is. And it was a younger crowd, so they don't even know what to have your affairs in orders means. But I'm of that age where people die, and I just find considerate people, they even in death don't want to be a burden. But narcissists, it's how they live on, is they create all these arguments. Well, he would want me to have the car and all of that stuff. It's a way, because it's the one thing a narcissist cannot deny is their own mortality. So everything else they can debate. They're just as smart as a brain surgeon. They could be an astronaut if they wanted to. But that you're going to die someday, they cannot defeat that. So they just completely ignore it and just leave a giant mess for everybody.
Couple debts here, credit card payment here.
Yep.
You know, you got this. You got 1,000 antiques that they went and bought, obviously, so everybody has to divvy it up all over the place. Multiple.
See, this is the problem. There's too much explanation needed for it to get a laugh. And I can tell you right now.
Oh, I was telling the youngs why it was funny. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, hey.
Yeah, no, it laid there like a old dog on a porch.
All right. Did you grab a drink? What do you do at this stage? You acknowledge what just happened to the young crowd. You guys don't know.
I sort of just laugh at myself. I was like, why did I think these kids in their 20s were going to understand what it was like to be 55? Why would I?
All right, let's talk about your fanhood. Let's talk about something else that you're in. And once again, if Bill Burr comes to town, go.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it'll be worth it just to hear this man's brain get spilled out into a microphone. And then, hey, you're good, dude. You're showman.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're good up there. You are.
Entertainer.
And
I do a little soft shoe. I do. I got a little Fosse dance I do in the end with the top hat and a cane.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, that's what I'm
I sing about this year's election. So as long as you sing it, you don't offend either side.
Absolutely, because it sounds so beautiful. Speaking of something that was beautiful, congrats to the Patriots on having.
Hard to rhyme something with dementia, though. I will tell you that.
Nice.
I want to mention. Maybe you say like.
Mention.
I'd like to mention.
I forgot to mention.
I got to mention. I think we could get there. I think you could figure it out.
Does anything rhyme with bankrupting 8 construction companies?
Orange, too, is going to get you.
Yeah.
Orange is going to be tough. That's going to be a tough one.
It's all tough. This is just
getting lost off a stage.
Yeah. Right.
That's one I think that makes it into my algorithm. I think with your brain though, you could figure it out.
Oh yeah.
But when you talk about beautiful,
no, I'm giving people a relief. I'm not even talking about it. I'm just acting like it isn't happening.
So are we.
Too.
Hey, so are we.
Smart.
Hey, good for us, dude.
Yep, there we go.
Good for us. People say that's not like we shouldn't do that. It's our, civil duty to pay attention. It's like I'm not the right guy to be paying attention. How about that? How about a little self-awareness? I'm not the right
No,
one.
this is like the Panthers versus the Falcons, like game week 50.
Bingo.
Yep.
You got the NFL package, but you're not watching it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, good news. I would like to talk about the NFL a little bit, though, because you're a part of something that is going to be remembered alongside the NFL for a long time. The greatest dynasty in the history of the NFL. Congrats to New England Patriots.
You know it.
Congrats to New England Patriots.
Well, I would actually debate that. They were team of the decade. Team of the decade, 2 decades in a row. I just don't. I think a dynasty when I was growing up meant nobody else got a ring. All right, so I would say what the Yankees did in the late '90s. They won 3 and 4 years, and that was somebody's money years as a hitter and as a pitcher, and you just weren't on the Yankees, so you didn't get one. This stuff now they're trying to say the Chiefs are a dynasty. And it's just I remember a bunch of other teams winning during their time, but AFC championship games count. I don't know. I would say they're team of the decade.
The Patriots.
Twice.
2 decades in a row. It's incredible.
All right, so with that in mind and your opinion on it, this documentary, Dynasty.
I love that I just derailed you, whatever direction you were going in. That was just a massive regroup right there.
It was, dude,
you
because
just hit the refresh button.
Well, because I didn't want to debate you. It feels like you feel pretty solid about your opinion what a dynasty is versus team of the decade is, because I would assume if you're team of the decade, back-to-back decades, that would be considered a dynasty.
Yeah.
In my eyes. I might be giving dynasty away too much. Feels like this is like a Hall of Fame conversation. Is this guy really good or is he a Hall of Famer? You're saying a dynasty in my eyes.
Pat, if you give away the milk, they're not going to buy the cow. Your aunt must have told you that at some point in your life. But if you want to just start giving away dynasty on the first date, and just be that girl down at the Applebee's. I mean, that's your decision.
Half price apps, though. They do help whenever that whole thing's happening. You're a part of that dynasty, Doc, though. And Connor here, we saw the William Stephen Belichick tattoo on his very jacked, very jacked right arm there.
On his way to being jacked.
Yep. Thank you, Bill.
Or
you're going to make people respect that tattoo.
Amen. Yes.
That's what we're talking
right. Well, now make it happen. Don't talk about it. Be
about it. Hey, go box.
I mean, start of next hour, I'm sitting here with a dumbbell for the rest of the show.
We can get you whatever you need. 2 shake weights, 10 shake weights.
Sure, I could do both.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Easy.
2 times. Yeah,
that
maybe
be
3
a problem.
somehow.
I could. Put one on my head.
He watched the Dynasty, though, and he's so mad. He's 3 episodes in. He's like, this is not for New England Patriot fans. This is for the rest of the NFL. We win 3 Super Bowls. They glossed that over, but here we are talking about every controversy in massive ways. You're a part of it, obviously, and we saw that. We are big fans of the fact that you were a part of it. We're all excited. I have not watched it yet, but have you got the sense that a lot of Patriots fans are kind of like mixed feelings on what this dynasty is?
No,
you do not get that feeling.
Nobody's. That's just all manifested. It's all Listen, like everybody's hating on like the Chiefs right now. Oh, they hold every game, they don't call it, blah blah blah. It's just what happens when you win. But I will say the Indianapolis Colts ran a successful smear campaign.
Okay.
While cheating their asses off themselves at literally an Olympic level.
Yep.
It was amazing. It's like the drunk guy saying that guy shouldn't be driving. It was ridiculous.
What? First of all, you say Colts as if everybody associated with Indianapolis. The players didn't want anything to do with that because every time it got brought up, it was mentioned that we lost by 30?
Yeah, I think it was like 48.
Yeah, we ran for like 300 yards too.
See, that's what I'm saying. But I didn't do anything.
Here's another thing, Pat. For the love of God, why do you guys all act like that suspension wasn't reversed when they took it to court and they just laughed? The judge actually got upset, saying there's no case here. Stop wasting my time. But then the NFL got panicked because they lost to a player. And they're like, well, we got to suspend this guy, or every time we suspend somebody, we're going to have to pay for a lawsuit. Okay? You know, the NFL, they're all about the money. Okay? They act like they support the troops. They're charging them for a commercial every time you see a troop there. So don't get it twisted with these guys. So what they did was they changed their argument. They went back to court and they said, "Is the NFL a corporation?" They said yes. They said, "Is does a corporation have the right to suspend an employee?" They said yes. They said, "Is Tom Brady an employee of our corporation?" They said yes. And they said, "Fine, he's suspended." That's what happened. That's what really happened. Your stupid study found the exact same number of underinflated balls.
I didn't do it.
Your guy sat on the competition committee. He made the way we covered your receivers illegal, and then you stole our offense.
True.
Pumped crowd noise into the Hoosier Dome and won a Super Bowl.
We gave you the offense.
Sit there and be
we gave you the offense, Bill.
You gave us that play.
Manning gave you the offense.
It was one play.
Yeah, you listen. You told your story. I heard your story right there. I just heard.
Keep going, Bill.
The biggest bitch-ass organization in the NFL. You couldn't beat us. You had to change the rules. Yeah, they're cheating. You guys acted like a bunch of little girls. It's the most disrespected Dynasty team of the decade ever. Because you guys sat there crying like a white woman.
Oh my God!
20 years.
A lot of that on the internet. A lot of that on the internet. I've seen a lot of that.
Hey, remember when you guys tanked a season
so
you could get Andrew Luck? Oh, nobody remembers that.
Who did that? I was on the team. I was on the team. I broke the record for most amount of punts in a season that year. And I was trying to bomb them, every single one. So I don't know who.
Peyton Manning coming back. Hey, I feel good. I can play. And they're like, no, Peyton, we're too concerned about your health. For the first time in the history of the NFL, an owner was concerned about a player's health.
I was doing a lockdown. I didn't know if he was going to be able to throw a football game.
Camouflage.
Hey, Bill.
Top if you think you're going to win this debate.
Bill, listen, I could argue most of the things you just said. Okay?
Well,
most of them.
But you would lose.
I mean, there's chance. There is chance.
You would lose. As a professional athlete, you would lose to an informed stand-up comedian. That should let you know where your franchise stands in history. That's right, stand up. Maybe you have better ideas standing up, Pat.
I'm in the building. I'm in the building. So obviously, that's why I believe that the New England Patriots were a dynasty, because I was on the plane rides home from that horrendous place to play, Foxborough, where the fans were top-notch.
Always.
Just so rude, so loud, so often, so consistent, for good reason. It was a full thing to play against the New England Patriots. I came in towards the tail end of that entire thing, drafted in 2009. Obviously, I was there.
Right. You weren't a big part of it. You weren't a big part of it. I was going to say that.
No, but looking back and learning about it all, it was like that team was a problem, because that Colts team was very good, like very, very good. What Peyton was able to accomplish with that group of dudes who were all very talented, like they made Indianapolis like a football place. But the New England Patriots every year representing the AFC.
Part of a three monster. We were a collection of second-round draft picks on down.
Yeah, and that's what I enjoyed.
Not act like what we're going up against. Like, that's why I'm excited this year as Patriots. We have one of the top 5 picks, and I think we're actually going to use it and not trade down to the second round. I haven't seen that since you were your voice was changing back in the 90s.
Yeah, well, in 90s I was in.
I want to be a field goal kicker.
I never said. Didn't say it at that age, but boy, it ended up being okay to be a punt. The thought though is that this Dynasty documentary, is it a celebration? Like that story you just told right there from a New England Patriots fan side there. All very slanted, biased journalism from a stand-up comedian, obviously.
Is it slanted, or does it need to be said to make up for all you other guys, the other 31 teams just whining and bitching?
Why?
Dude, when we won
Why
the
though? Why was everybody whining and bitching though? Why?
Because we were winning.
Because you were a dynasty. That's one thing we just changed in your head.
You're losing your composure. You're losing your composure.
I'm trying to.
You're gesticulating. You're making an ass of yourself. Just sit down and listen to me. The first 3 Super Bowls, they didn't give Tom Brady any credit. What they said was he's a system quarterback. It's all Bill Belichick. I would take Peyton Manning over Tom Brady. They were saying this when Tom had 3 rings and Peyton had 0. By the end of his career, people then switched and said it was all Tom Brady, and Bill Belichick doesn't know what the hell he's doing. So, I mean, that is essentially hating at a top shelf level. I don't understand it, because I will say, as a Patriots fan, I enjoyed the hell out of watching, the Kansas City Chiefs on the road this year. I was in Vegas. I went to the game. It was the easiest bet, most easiest layup of a bet. The Chiefs getting points in the Super Bowl was the biggest layup since the 2007 Giants were 11-point underdogs against the Patriots, even though they played 4 weeks earlier. And the final score was like 36-33.
That was in Indianapolis. Great game.
Fantastic game. It really was a great game, but you guys are such haters.
All right.
You had to make it about all of this other stuff.
Okay, so the Dynasty's good.
Good-looking guy and blah, blah, blah. And the 2007 Giants never got their credit as one of the great runs of all time. They did it all on the road and defeated Belichick in the Sun. It wasn't that the Giants won, it was that the Patriots lost. So that's all you guys just hating. You're like the ugly chick looking at Farrah Fawcett back in the day.
Yeah, I understand.
Knowing you're not pretty enough to be one of the chicks on the side. You're not even a side chick.
Okay, so with all that being said, is that what people are going to get from the Dynasty if they watch all 10 episodes? Because Connor hates it.
People are going to get what they already have in their heads, because that's how human beings are. They walk into stuff with their mind made up. That's why you can't hold a comedian accountable for what he said. It's not what I said. It goes into your head. It's cut with all of your experiences, and it comes out like drugs that have been stepped on. This isn't pure coke anymore. There's way too much Indianapolis X-Lax in this. You know what I think is a good metaphor for people's brains is your buddy's arm.
Thank you.
That flabby arm, that's how most people's brains are. They stop learning after they stop school. That's why people get dementia and Alzheimer's. They stop working their brain.
Well, I want to let you know.
They know everything.
I want to let you know, we're happy your brain never stopped working.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, we are lucky for
I'm
that.
one of the dumbest guys you're ever going to meet. It's just who you surround yourself with right now that you feel I'm intelligent.
Fair.
Hey, Bill, you're beautiful, man. I can't wait to watch this weekend. I can't wait to watch the Dynasty documentary that Connor is hated thus far.
It's just not about the dynasty. I told you, I wish it was called the Evil Empire, because that's what it's about.
Do you agree with that?
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, some nerd who went to film school made it. He's not a football guy. I mean, Pat is barely a football guy. He just kicked the ball through the upright.
All right, Bill. Well, we know you're a football guy. Okay.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Yeah. I got to ask you a question. You must have fantasized about this.
Okay.
Okay. Did you punt also, or did you kick field goals?
Only punted, yes.
Only punted. All right. So here's the thing. You must have fantasized one time that you kicked off to a guy. He somehow went through the coverage, and he's running thinking and you came in and not only drilled him.
What'd I do?
Not only drilled him, you picked up that fumble, and he's at the 30, the 20, lowers his shoulder, runs him over. Kickers are men. Kickers are men. Touchdown Colts. You can't tell me. You can't tell me. You must have had an end zone celebration.
Oh, yes.
I think you went like who's those chicks in Radio City?
The Rockettes.
Kicking. The Rockettes, that should have been your celebration.
All right, well, it never happened.
No.
I did have
I know, but I know you thought about it.
1,000 times, yeah. There'd be like a throwback play potentially. It's like, oh, I'm going to pick this, and that's what's going to happen here. In real life, yeah, obviously that's not going to take place and never did. Bill, we appreciate the hell out of you. We're back on TV in 5 seconds.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for having me. I'll see you guys.
See you, Bill.
Is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey.
What?
Let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. Ah! The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Sport! Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this Franchise Tag Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. Hour 2 of the program starts right now. Sports! Our beautiful. We are now on ESPN2. The end of Hour 1 on ESPN was interrupted by a full conversation with Bill Burr. For those that weren't following along on YouTube or ESPN Plus, that conversation took place all the way up until the countdown pretty much coming on to the particular program. Big shout out to Bill Burr.
Shout out,
Bill.
I can't wait to hear what he's got for 2 hours on Saturday.
Oh, my God. If he's swinging a hot bat.
Yeah, he is.
Well, I mean, did you hear what he just said? Yeah.
Yeah,
He's swinging a hot
That's
bat.
where we're at. We're slapping people. We're taking steroids. You know, the NFL, the military. I don't know. He's wide. The amount of New England Patriots stuff. Oh, how about you guys running the biggest smear campaign in the history of the NFL? It's like, you guys, hold on a second. How did this turn into our war? Well, I think it's because there were some people on our particular sideline.
I was going to say.
That questioned, you know, hey, wait a second, this feels a little, and then all of a sudden it turns into a 2-year story with a lawsuit, with another lawsuit where the NFL is like, wait a second, this doesn't matter because we can just do this, right? It's in his contract. Yeah, we'll suspend him then. I mean, I assume that's all getting talked about in the Dynasty documentary.
Yeah.
Because I'm not 100% sure I remember all of that as much as New England Patriot fans do. But I think this is why this Dynasty doc is going to be good. Even though one half of the talks at table at Boston Connor thinks it's bad because he's a Patriots fan, watched the first 3 episodes, thinks it's almost like an expose is what you feel like.
Yeah, it's a lot of the stuff that, went wrong in New England. And some of the stuff I was saying earlier, like I want to hear about. I want to hear more about Spygate, Deflategate even. I want to hear more about, obviously, there was one specific reporter who kind of blew the whole entire thing up. I don't really remember his name because I deleted it from my brain, but I do believe he resides in Indianapolis, Indiana, if my memory does serve me well. But in the end, it didn't matter because it led to...
He's a member of the press.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely. And we'll leave it at that. But in the end, it didn't matter because what happens? Deflategate happened, pissed the Patriots off. They beat the Seahawks. A year goes by. Then Brady gets suspended for 4 games. What happens at the end of that season of the 4-game suspension? Patriots complete the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history. So it worked out in the end. But yeah, the dynasty thing, it is a lot of the scandals. I know after Spygate, it goes right to Hernandez. People are saying a lot of things about Bill Belichick in the Hernandez situation. A lot of it is absolute blasphemy. But again, that is just something like Bill said, the drugs go into some people's brains, and then they come out stepped on with different shit in it.
Yeah, you're talking about people's narratives and angles and their thoughts of things and how people are looking for affirmation whenever they're watching something or learning something, even if they're presented facts that go against their thoughts completely. There is quite a do you think it's always been this way? Probably.
Has to be.
Yeah. Ty Schmidt got accepted to Harvard, chose to go to Iowa to play baseball. I would assume people always were like, this is my opinions forever, no matter what I learn. And then now we just know about it because social media?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And I mean, people don't change. Like you say that you can, but like the first thoughts that you have, like unless someone has a very, very convincing argument and you're at a time where your brain is still developing, like what you have locked in your head is staying locked in your head, and no one is ever changing your opinion.
It's wild too, because we obviously end up in crosshairs of this sometimes, because first impression of us could be exactly how it should be.
Yeah.
What is that?
Get that.
And then boom, some of those people, just go on for the rest of their lives. What I'm realizing, to hate me, even though things that they say just not true. Like I don't think true is true at all, and it's just like. You show like evidence and be like, it's not even worth, like people won't even change their opinion. But I don't think that's different. I think it's always been this way because I think we get scared that it's worse than it's ever been. I don't think that's the case. I think now we just know that it's the worst it's ever been.
Yeah.
But we can also say like, hey, you're allowed to change your mind whenever new details kind of emerge, which another reason why I'm excited to watch that Dynasty thing.
I've enjoyed it, but again, I'm not a Patriots fan. So like it is just like as like an NFL fan, like it is. It's a good watch. I think it is. Like, I can understand why Connor's pissed because they call it the Dynasty. So if you're a Patriots fan, you're going in expecting to, like, have them really comb over everything, kind of like The Last Dance, and get, like, really inside looks at the Dynasty. But they don't do that. Like, it is kind of just at least what I've watched so far. Like, it's going to go through the whole 20 years. It's not going to be, like, a super deep dive on any of the success, really, because oftentimes, like, the salacious headlines and like the stuff that like that's what people want to hear about.
Yeah, but all the people that signed up to be in it, I feel like.
Well, that is what really.
Like when I saw Bill Burr was in it, I was like, here we go. Did you hear what he just said to us for, 40 minutes? 30 minutes there, straight. It was just like, greatest of the decade, back-to-back decades. Not a dynasty is like 3 and 4 years. Was he saying greatest of the decade back-to-back is better than dynasty?
Well, and it didn't make sense because the Patriots and the Chiefs have won 3 and 4 years. So
yeah, and they're on back-to-back right now.
Yeah, so wouldn't those be considered the same as the Yankees in the 90s?
I was thinking of all these things, but
But all of his team of the decades are considered dynasties by everyone else, like Steelers, Cowboys, Niners.
So he's a tough judge. Well, clearly.
Yeah, of course.
It's Bill Burr.
Right.
That was one half of the Hammer. Dahn, Cowboys, Tone Diggs. Joining us now live from Manhattan, Ohio. We haven't heard his thoughts about Russell Wilson.
No.
Is now added to the free agency list with the biggest dead cap in the history of the NFL towards the Denver Broncos the next 2 years. $35.4 million will be charged against their salary cap next year, and then $49.6 million the following season. They won't be able to use that. That'll be deducted from the salary cap that everybody else has, although salary cap is climbing rapidly.
Yes.
This salary cap is higher than it's ever been, and it just made the biggest jump that it's ever made in the quickest amount of time that it's ever made, and they're charging $120 million for one game to Amazon right now, the NFL is. So I think that salary cap's only going to continue to grow, which is potentially what the Denver Broncos are thinking. We'll eat that money. We'll still be able to make a team. We shall see. Joining us now is a college football national champion, a Super Bowl champion, a Ryder Cup winner, the all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, AJ Hawk. AJ, pretty crazy shit going on with Russell Wilson, bub.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I glossed over the Bill Burr suicide by cop comment early on in the conversation. That was amazing how he can tie things together. Just blows my mind. That dude's an absolute genius.
Yeah, he gets going there real quick, and then by the end, you got a barrage, a bevy. Just well, geez, I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah,
I don't even know where. So many things he said had truth, but there is an opposite side, as well, which is what this is sports world. So I know that. Everybody was attacking me, before for not knowing the so I didn't get a chance to check, any of the things.
No.
But I think even if I did, there was a check coming right back. Rempe. Rempe was coming right back
Hot.
there. You're right. Genius, brilliant, passionate. I can't wait to see the stand-up set. He said he's swinging a hot bat right now. Excited for that in Indianapolis this weekend. But yeah, let's gloss over the Bill Burr conversation, although it will be referenced probably for the next month or so on this particular program, if I had to guess. Russell Wilson now could potentially get a $1.15 million salary cap hit next year for another team. Be their starting quarterback, compete for a job, I guess people are saying, might happen in certain places, which, okay, yeah, probably, I guess, especially with the salary cap hit only being $1.15 million. You can get cut, too, at that particular price from another team. But, like, this is a perfect setup for a lot of teams that potentially need a quarterback that don't have to spend money on the quarterback position, AJ.
I mean, think about it. Why would you think how many teams would have to kick the tires, as they say, on Russell Wilson? Yeah, you don't want to pay the guy $40 or $50 million for a year, but if you can pay slightly over $1 million for Russell Wilson, and you look at his stats and everything, like you can see he played pretty well at times last year and then dumped the rest of it on the Broncos. Why would you not bring this guy in?
Yeah, and seemingly you would think Russell Wilson would also want to dump the rest of it on the Broncos with how everything went, even though they're paying him so much money.
A ton.
Remember how big that deal was that he signed with the Denver Broncos?
He didn't even start the deal.
They didn't need to, though. They didn't have to do it.
Nope.
Yeah, he hadn't even started the extension that they negotiated, but he hadn't even stepped foot on their field yet.
No.
They hadn't even seen him
in a jersey.
Wow. They didn't even give him his office yet.
And he wears his jersey a lot, so it was hard not to see him in the jersey.
We did see him wear his jersey, come in the training camp, which once again, if he was winning, cool.
Yeah.
Right.
You lose, it goes the other way. Done it, AJ.
It was at the beginning.
Yeah, it does. If you're winning, you can pretty much do whatever you want. But you lose, that's the second they're going to jump on everything you're doing.
Think about Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings, and I mentioned this in the first hour, and this might be me doing exactly what Bill Burr just talked about people doing, just saying, like, boom, this is how this is supposed to work out. If Florio, who's going to join us in 5 minutes of Pro Football Talk, tells us about the Kirk Cousins moving to Atlanta thing a little bit more, as opposed to just a tweet that we all saw. But if Kirk Cousins is not returning to Minnesota seemingly, okay, I think everybody in Minnesota wants Kirk Cousins back, so I'm not ruling that out. I'm living in a world where Kirk Cousins is gone. Would that not be, Addison, Justin Jefferson, Kevin O'Connell's offense is wide open. They're going to pay wide receiver big money, so you can't really pay a quarterback. That has seemingly been the trend with the salary cap, but where the salary cap's heading, who knows what the trends are going to be going forward, but it's like, that seems like a match made in heaven. Now, will that be the case? I don't know, but what are your thoughts on that? That feels like that makes too much sense almost.
It does feel like it makes too much sense, but I'm curious as to how many offers is Russ going to have? I feel like he's going to have some options. I feel like at this price tag, if you only have to pay him a little over $1 million, now is Russ going to try to say, hey, no, I want more than league minimum and on top of the 39 or whatever I'm getting from Denver?
So the whole thought of teams competing with each other, so if you have three people at the offering table, you see what's going to happen here. Okay, offer this one, sets the table now for this one, and then this one, and then you get $230 million guaranteed for Deshaun Watson in Cleveland. Okay, because there's a lot of teams that are in this entire thing. But if everybody's only in it because of the cap on it, I do wonder, how that whole thing will go. I wonder what the number will become. Michael Lombardi referenced last hour, maybe it'll be incentive-based, but he doesn't know if incentive-based money is towards money earned, which he thinks it is against money earned, so that would take money off the hook for the Denver Broncos, which he doesn't think that any team would want to do, and we don't know if Russell Wilson would want to do, but we assume he wouldn't want to do that as well. What do you have there?
I just went through the all 32 teams, and the quarterback needy teams I think that everyone is looking at is definitely Minnesota 1, Atlanta, not 2, depending on if Kirk goes there. But if Kirk doesn't go there, could it be Atlanta, the Steelers, the Raiders, Washington, and New England? If he's looking, because he's a free agent, so he can pick. So he's going to want to start, right? Or he's going to want to go to a place where he can compete to start. At least he's not going to go to any of these other teams where, the Giants, maybe. But it feels like those are probably the suitors, right?
Well, even you got to think let's say the Bucs obviously are all in on Baker. Does this not change it maybe just a little bit? Hey, yes, we love Baker, but we probably do have to pay him $25 to $30 million.
That's a good point.
Do we even consider, hey, let's go talk to Russ and see.
With Mike Evans back?
With Mike Evans, it gives you more money.
What's Mike Evans getting, $35 million guaranteed?
Yep, over 2 years.
$50 million?
Yep.
Hey, congrats, Mike.
Hell of a deal. Hell of a deal.
Congrats, Mike. Earned it, pal. And everybody was hoping this would be the case because there's not a lot of teams that just have a relationship with a star player like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have with Mike Evans, who just gets 1,000 yards and then Yeah, I'll sign another one. Gets 1,000 yards. Yeah, come back, do the same thing. Come back, do the same thing through different generations of the team's history. Yeah. So I'm happy they got that done. But that's a good weapon to entice people to want to come. You know, and let alone the other weapons they have down there. We got some breaking news. Antoine Winfield Jr. Has been tagged, and Matabuke has been franchise tagged by the Baltimore Ravens. Teams have until 4 p.m. Eastern today to lay the franchise tag hammer on you. I've been franchise tagged before. AJ, you ever get franchise tagged?
I was never tagged, no. Were you tagged once or twice?
Once, just once time. Adam Vinatieri was tagged, I think, 2 or 3 times.
Damn.
Straight, yeah. It's a good move on kicker punter. Good move on kicker punter.
Save money?
Definitely, especially if it's
guaranteed money.
Yeah, well, not only is it I'm not saying definitely good. As soon as I found out I was going to be a millionaire guaranteed in the next 12 months, I said, I'll sign it. I will sign it. But the kicker punter one's like very low. You see that?
Yeah.
So like if you're really good in the market, you know, because it's the top 5 average, I think, of your salaries in the NFL at your position, not counting bonuses though. So like bonus money is a big amount of money in the kicker punter stuff. So like it's an average of the top 5 salary, but it's nowhere near what the average per year is for a lot of the top guys.
Where is that now? What are the top guys average per year right now, kicker punter?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Matt Gay reset it last year. I thought he got 4
4.5.
years. Yeah, 4 years, 23 or something.
Yeah, and I forget what Tucker just signed something.
Yep.
Some pretty good, like
Boz.
good. I'm saying pretty good in comparison to the rest of the NFL, but it's like kicker punter one. If you have somebody that's potentially going to get a real contract, it's like the franchise tag is a smart play. A lot of people announce that the Colts haven't used the franchise tag since they franchise tagged me or whatever, and then all of a sudden the internet just loads up with some people, not all people, saying like, why would you ever franchise tag the punter kicker? It's like probably saves them like $15 million guaranteed, probably $17 million guaranteed right now. And it's like, yeah, I got to go do it another year. Like, let's see, you know?
Yeah.
And with the kicker punter position, it's like literally easy come, easy.
Game by game, game by game situation. It doesn't matter who you are, how long you've been around. Like, you have a couple bad games as a kicker punter. Like, good luck. They're going to be bringing in tryout guys every single day on you.
Which is a whole nother conversation about whenever I got my contract, you know, I'm like, I'm not looking for the highest amount of money. Yeah. I want to be able to have a 2-game, you know, because if you're expensive,
just cut your ass.
And if you don't have a great season, like if your season, you're not the guy, it's like easy salary cap. Let's get rid of that guy. So it's like a fun game of being like, let's not
temper.
Let's not make too much noise here. Okay, let's make sure we're all okay. Like, I need to get to family, friends, need to live good, but like also, let's not raise any alarms, especially with what's going on right now with the person, you know, and good guy.
Good guy. Yeah. Good guy.
Good guy, by the way.
That's right.
That happened at the Combine.
It did.
The man that I'm about to introduce will be happy to hear this, actually. The founder of Pro Football Talk. A man who is one of the most business-savvy humans in the history of sports media. A West Virginia mountaineer. A paisano. An author. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Florio.
Yeah, Florio.
Paisan.
What's up, guys?
Paisan. I got good news. Me and Ryan Grigson talked at the Combine. Good conversation. Very good conversation. I remember you hoping that we would have chatted years ago. I want to let you know what happened, and it was cool. It was actually a cool moment for me in the Combine, and I don't know how I'd assume he probably thinks the same thing. So it's good stuff, Florio.
It's always good to bury the hatchet. It's always good to mend fences. It's always good to move forward as friends. It's better to be friends than enemies.
He's still jacked. He's still absolutely jacked. Yeah. Had a good fade, too.
Yeah, who's he working for?
Vikings. He's working for the Vikings. It was good. It was good. It was really good. And I think we both, like, actually, there was actual talk. Like, it wasn't like fluff. It was like, well, okay, yeah. Like that type of thing. It was good. So, Ryan, can't wait to have a beer with you, buddy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Can't wait to have a beer with you. Florio, now let's talk about that whole thing about moving on. You've moved on in the sports media world so often that I think people forget that you've been around a very long time and you happen to potentially know a lot of people. Whenever you're breaking news on the internet, especially in this modern day, there's a lot of people that go, what the hell does this guy know? Yeah, right.
He doesn't know.
Right. They forget that although you're Italian and you age wonderfully, you have been doing this a very long time. The big news that I saw this reaction to was whenever you put out a tweet, and I assume a post on ProFootballTalk.com or NBCSports.com, now Pro Football Talk, we're picking up very credible indications that Kirk Cousins is planning a potential move of his family from Minnesota to Atlanta. Obviously, that is massive because Kirk Cousins, free agent quarterback, Atlanta potentially looking for a quarterback, need a quarterback. So everybody puts one and two things together. Kirk Cousins got the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to pay him very good money. Now, we are acting as if what you were saying, because we know you very well, and we acknowledge your, being in the. We acknowledge the Mike Florio information and connection in this entire thing. Is this real? How real is this? And what does that mean whenever you put that tweet out? Because I'm putting Russell Wilson in Minnesota now because Kirk is in Atlanta. That's what happens whenever one of those tweets take place. You need to know that with a rambunctious Irish 0.01% Italian man who has a daily show who follows along with your Twitter account, pal. And I'm not the only one.
And look, I'll peel back the curtain a little bit. When you do this 23 years, you get to know a lot of people, both in and out of the business. We get emails, we get tips, we get clues, we get things all the time. And a lot of times what happens is you get a tip from somebody and it seems credible. You run it by somebody you know in an effort to see whether or not it's real or whether or not it's BS. And you start to build a sense and an indication. And what we wrote yesterday, and I spoke a little bit more about it on our morning show, PFT Live. I mean, you got things coming back to me that I confirm from people who would know that there's an effort to look for maybe schools for the kids, house for the family, up to and including, I haven't confirmed this part yet, but it's just one of those little things that makes sense. Talking to the guy who currently wears number 8, Kyle Pitts, about getting number 8 before any of this stuff is done.
So when you're hearing this, you're just hearing this from people that are in the know at the time.
Here's what happens. In this case, and I got to be careful because I can't disclose names, but you have very loyal readers of the site who, when they find something out, however they find it out, they want to share it with you. So then you get it and you vet it through people who know. And then the end result is, holy shit, that tip was right. Holy crap, this stuff is happening. And that's why you're hated.
And that's why some people get very mad when Florio potentially gets something.
I mean, look, I think people get mad because they don't want bad news about their team. So there's a knee-jerk reaction to dismiss anything that you don't want to hear. What a shock in this day and age. We hear something we don't want to hear, and we say it's bullshit.
We were just talking about this with Bill Burr. Bill Burr agrees with you, by the way. Yeah, there's a whole conversation.
So it's our own way of staying in our silo. We stay in our teepee. We stay with our tribe. We just say and do whatever we believe, and when we hear something that goes against it, they're full of shit. It's fake news. It's baloney. It's whatever. So I get it. I understand it. But sometimes it pisses me off because it's like, if I was going to make stuff up, it'd be a hell of a lot more interesting than the stuff that you say. Trust me. It'd be a hell of a lot more interesting.
You're a good author. Father of mine, obviously available right now.
Well done.
Incredible book.
$3.99 now for the ebook.
Let's go.
Hey, well done by you, too. Good promo.
Smart.
Hey, good
we got some, as you would say, up to something with maybe a little movie.
TV
show.
These came away.
Up to something season, baby.
Now, so let me tell you how up to something season works. Okay, you don't say what it is.
Oh, well, shit.
It's like
I'm learning.
I'm up to something, but when you say I'm up to something, what you're initially up to might evolve.
Yeah.
So whenever you go movie, what if it's a series now?
It could be neither. Likely neither, but at least you're in the game a little bit.
But you
learn a lot about it. It's not an easy game, but I'm learning a little about it.
But you're definitely up to something. You're up to something, which we appreciate. So let's talk about potential other things that could take place, and you can debunk if it is a detractor to the Kirk Cousins to Atlanta thing. Is there a chance, though, that maybe he has multiple suitors currently, and he's checking other cities' places too to kind of see what it would cost to live there, what the schooling would look like? Like, is there a chance he is potentially looking into it, but not necessarily the conclusion that I jumped to immediately upon reading your tweet? Like, that means he's going to Atlanta. Like, have you had any other conversations with people about, like, Atlanta's interest in Kirk? And what do you sense that is? Because from outside looking in, would make sense, seemingly, for both parties.
Right. And remember when he was a free agent in 2018, 6 years younger and completely healthy. There were two teams, the Vikings and the Jets. So it's not like there was a land rush the last time Kirk Cousins was a free agent. Now that he's going to be available again, and there's nothing the Vikings can do to stop it, they can't tag him today. The contract is constructed. He is going to the market. I believe, and again, I got to be careful about stuff that's off the record, on the record, and I don't want to burn any relationships, but I'll tell you this. Friday before the Super Bowl, Kirk Cousins was on PFT Live. Our set was right next to yours at Radio Row. After we interviewed Kirk Cousins and KJ Osborne together, and you talk to people ahead of time, you talk to people afterward. My wife's talking to Julie Cousins, Mrs. Cousins, and I'm hanging around for some of the conversation, and I pick some things up in that conversation, and I come away from all of it thinking it's Minnesota or it's Atlanta. She's from the area. Her parents live there. It's Minnesota or Atlanta. And I got the sense, and I don't think I'm talking out of school here, I got the sense that maybe there was a little frustration that, you know, the Vikings have had a long time to try to work out a deal with Kirk. And you get to a certain point where you F around and find out. And you let it go too far down the tracks. And even if the Vikings will say, oh, wait, the Falcons are paying you that, we'll match it. There's a chance they're going to say, sorry, you had your chance. They're showing us love, right?
Interesting.
You're just showing a begrudging willingness to match what we were able to get from somebody who really wants us. So we're going to go to the place where we think they really want us. They're risking that. The Vikings are risking that in not getting this done when they had the exclusive ability to do it. Pretty soon they don't.
I can understand where you're coming from, and I think from watching quarterback, Kirk loves Minnesota.
Yep.
And from the way it's being talked about from the Minnesota Vikings side, they would love to have Kirk Cousins back as well. And you bring up Mrs. Cousins, she's cool. Hey, we got a chance to chat with her at that quarterback premiere for Netflix. You remember we just stumbled into that. I have no idea how we ended up at that. Just so happened to be at the right place and like, hey, do you want to go do this?
Yep.
Yeah, kind of do. Walked in there, Mahomes, Kelsey. It's quarterback premiere at Netflix. It was the dumbest thing. Blue carpet? Was it a blue carpet?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Something like that. Yeah,
Change
that was a quarter. 70, 80 milligrams.
Oh, it was hilarious.
70, 80 milligrams. Had no idea that I was going to this thing.
Yep.
Like, and then found out it's happening. It's like, well, we've already come too far.
A million photographers there.
we are all the way gone, but got a chance to chat with Mrs. Cousins. Georgia Bulldog.
Yep.
Like that, you say coming down the tracks there. I mean, that remind me of the Call of the Dogs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's like Georgia. That is a tie. I completely forgot about that being a family situation potentially down there for Kirk, which even more so leads to me wondering. Then do you think Minnesota in for Russell Wilson on this entire thing because he's only going to cost 1.1, whatever the veteran minimum is, with Denver Broncos paying the other $39.5 million tab? Or what are you thinking for that from your conversations around the world, cities,
look,
teams?
The grapevine?
I heard you talking about it earlier. Our instincts are completely aligned on this because I firmly believe, and we asked Kevin O'Connell this when he was on PFT Live with us from the Scouting Combine last week. Do you want Kirk Cousins? Unequivocally, unconditionally, do you want him? And he said, yes, I want him. The question is, do others in the organization feel the same way? Have they applied a number to Kirk Cousins and they're content to sit back and see whether or not he takes it? And if he doesn't, they'll move on to plan B. And this is where it becomes interesting for the front office and ownership, Pat, because if one plane is taken off, you better be damn sure another plane is landing. You got to get this just right. So, okay, Kirk's going to leave, and Russell Wilson for $1.21 million is the number.
There it is.
If he's truly willing to do this, and I think he would be because he's making $39 million either way, stick the Broncos with the bulk of it. Take a low cash and cap number to let your other team get help and put it around you. The one key is this, and I heard you talking about this too. He's going to need to know wherever he goes, he's the guy. He's not competing with Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh. He's not at risk of getting benched because there's only $1.21 million. He's the guy all year. If the Vikings make that commitment to him, you're our guy all year, I think that makes a lot of sense. And then you got to ask yourself, dollar for dollar, that's the original analytics in football. Personnel, how much does it cost for this guy? How much does it cost for this guy? Dollar for dollar, what's a better value? Wilson is younger than Cousins. Wilson isn't coming off of a torn Achilles tendon. And for 1.21 versus 45 or whatever, it's not that hard to make the argument that they should just say, oh, well, Kirk went to Atlanta. We're going to do a year with Russell Wilson, maybe draft a guy and develop him and see what happens.
Well, and if everything that we know Russell Wilson to be in every situation, whether we like the outcome of it is or not, like he'd be a perfect guy for a young guy to come in under. And he understands that 1.21 million is not what his future looks like either. So it seems like everybody would be aligned. They have to pay Justin Jefferson, which is a massive piece of it. But that's a really interesting wrinkle that has kind of hit this free agency out of nowhere yesterday. Speaking of hitting out of nowhere, you put a tweet out about the NFC North. Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Florio, I was going to say, there's no point of talking about the Vikings because you told us that you sat down with Caleb Williams for 10 minutes and that the Vikings, the NFC Championship Lions, and the Green Bay Packers, who turn it around in a year with the third worst dead cap in NFL history, are screwed no matter what because of Caleb. What did he kind of do to impress you this much to say things of that nature? And did the other QBs just kind of go in there and poop all over themselves and you don't like them as much? Or did you get that impression around from a few guys, not just Caleb?
Yeah, look, we had a great week last week, and one of the things Chris Sims and I came away with was a conclusion that of all the years we've gone there to talk to prospects and also come home with some free stuff. I mean, I can be bought. This no bull stuff, the combine stuff, it's just great. I've been learning it all week. It's getting a little stinky. That's right. And you know the thing about the best thing about selling out? It works. It's good. It's nice. It's nice to sell out. It pays. So as you know well.
Whoa.
What? You're not getting paid? You doing this for free?
True. Yeah.
Tell us about Caleb.
Very
All right. So anyway,
he made $10 million.
This year though, the personalities of the kids we talked to off the charts. And the thing about Caleb Williams that came across to us, now Sims has already done the film workup, and I trust his evaluation of quarterbacks. He gets it right far more often than not. And he was right about Patrick Mahomes when he ended up going 10th overall. He was saying this guy's the guy. He was right about C.J. Stroud last year when everyone was on Bryce Young. But with Caleb Williams, okay, Sims says he's got it. He can make all the throws. He can do things off schedule. So what kind of a guy is he? And the thing about USC, and this is where schools can do a disservice to players, don't protect these guys. Let people get to know them. There was a big unknown about who Caleb Williams is. And in that 10 minutes, you get a sense if somebody gets it or somebody doesn't get it. And this is a guy who is committed to the craft. He's looking for ways to get better. He's already thinking about mechanics and who to study and how to improve and how Tom Brady evolved as a quarterback over the years and how other great quarterbacks have changed over the years and what he's going to have to do to become the best quarterback possible. So if you take the God-given ability, which is at the very top, and you throw on top of it just a brain and a heart that is willing and determined to get the most out of what he has, yeah, that's good news for the Bears if they don't screw it up around him, and it's bad news for the other teams in the division.
Okay, and the Lions, obviously,
Jordan Love's pretty good, too.
And the Packers went into Dallas, and that division.
Hey, that's a reason for Kirk Cousins to go to Atlanta. I'd rather go to the NFC South and stay in the NFC North right now, wouldn't you?
Well, Kirk Cousins might leave because Caleb Williams come to town.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is a chance that he is doing that. I mean, if he's reading your potential tweet. But I would like to say that going into Combine Week, I think and to your point, I think it's very valid of stop protecting these guys. Let these guys kind of showcase who they are. Not everybody, obviously, especially at that age and everything that's going on. But from what we've learned about Caleb and from my conversations at the Combine about him as well, and I just assume this guy's not a football guy, right? That's kind of, you see him out and about, then obviously there's all this other stuff, and then his team is talking for him already, and then he wants a percentage of an NFL team. It's league's been around 100 plus years, bud. This guy needs to relax. And it's none of that was him, though. That was all people either around him, kind of, that sources are taking for their word, or directly around him. And then whenever people say, equipment managers love him, trainers love him, teammates love him, Lincoln Riley came on, loved him. Everybody that's around him on a day-to-day basis are This guy's a good guy. And here in Indianapolis, Florio, I don't know if you know this, he wanted to stop by Robert Mathis, Dan Muir run this like academy called Gridiron Gang for, underprivileged kids here in Indianapolis to get like pro camp training. It happens every single day of the week here. He stopped by, spoke to the dude, worked out with the kids, like he shook everybody's hand and everything. It's like everything I've learned through Combine Week, and it's crazy. And I do change my opinion on things whenever I hear different stuff, especially from people I respect. It's like Caleb's the guy. Like he's the guy, and he's much different than what you think. And I'm excited to learn more about him, I think, as we go on here. And that's a tough division, though.
Real tough.
And we've seen like guys not do well in the NFL because of situations that happen around him. Herbert. So it's like, I hope it gets to figure out. I hope we get to experience it all. But everybody seemingly loves that dude, and that was a nice surprise coming out of this particular combine. I assume you feel the same way.
We went into the week thinking that the right move for the Bears is keep Justin Fields, figure out what his ceiling is going to be, trade that number 1 overall pick for some gigantic haul like they did last year. The reason they have the first overall pick this year is because of what they got last year when they traded the number 1 overall pick to the Panthers. I'm a firm believer in getting as many lottery tickets as possible for the draft. Don't put all your eggs in one basket unless you're damn sure the guy's going to be great. That was before the week. Then the Bears brass started talking, and it's like, it sounds like they're moving on from Justin Fields. And then we met Caleb Williams, and I went into it blank slate. I didn't know what to expect, good, bad, or otherwise. And he convinced me. He gets it. Good kid, will be a good natural leader, and exactly what the Bears need when you consider they have not had a franchise quarterback. All due respect to Jim McMahon and Jay Cutler, but they haven't had a true franchise quarterback since Sid freaking Luckman.
Grossman.
Yeah, I saw your tweet there. Sid Luckman was a good pull. You had to feel good while you were typing that one up. That one had to feel like, yeah, that's a home run there. I appreciate the fact that Caleb kind of did that 180 for everybody, genuinely.
Yeah.
Good luck to the Bears. And the Bears wish Justin Fields a happy birthday today on social media.
Whoa.
So
Look out.
hold the horses.
Not done yet.
Hold the horses on the rumors. Go ahead, AJ.
Mike, what about the Tampa Bay Bucks and Baker Mayfield? What do you see them doing with him, and what could the numbers possibly look like? And also, we were talking earlier in the show, would they take a look at Russell Wilson trying to bring him in down there?
They seem to really want Baker Mayfield back, and he seems to really want to come back. And yesterday, when the Bucks did a deal to keep Baker Mayfield or Mike Evans around, one of my first thoughts was Evans must know that Mayfield's going to be sticking around, because he's not going to sign up for the next 2 years of his career not knowing who the quarterback's going to be and just taking a chance. So I think that Mayfield is going to stay in Tampa. Coming out of the combine, and we know it's tampering central. The legal tampering period doesn't start until next Monday at noon Eastern, but last week is when all the agents are in town, all the teams are in town. The meetings happen face-to-face. There's no way that anybody can be proven to have tampered unless somebody blabs. Baker Mayfield's agents know what's out there. They know what's not out there. And just like Mike Evans decided, after his agent had a chance to talk to anyone and everyone who might be interested last week, to stay put, I think Mayfield's going to stay put. The question is the number. What does it start with? Does it start with a 3? Does it start with a 4? I think it lands in the 30s per year. Top of the market's 55, and it's going to go to 60. So I think it's going to be somewhere between 30 and 40, maybe 35-ish. It's one of those things where we'll see the original number and there'll be bullshit in it, and then we got to break it down and see what it really is, just like with Evans' contract.
What?
But I think it's going to be somewhere between 30 and 40, and that's a good deal for a guy who we all thought was done a year ago.
Hey, how come that happens? And how come that is just standard operating procedure where, you know what, we're going to report a contract, it's definitely going to be wrong, and then we'll find out later. That's been just like since the beginning of the NFL, and it's still happening today, seemingly. Why?
Well, the agents use the reports of the value of the contracts they negotiate as recruiting fodder to get more clients. So when the agent sends the group text to all of the folks who are clamoring to be the first ones to win, the thumb race to Twitter with the details, the reporters don't ask questions. They don't push back. Because you know what happens if you start pushing back? I found out. You don't get the texts anymore. When you say, wait a minute. You said $40 million guaranteed, but is that fully guaranteed at signing? Or is that like guaranteed for injury? And when does it vest? You start asking those questions, you get frozen out. You're not on the text chain anymore. Yeah. I'm not on the text chain anymore. So you know what text chain I am on?
What's that?
Once the number comes out, it's been pumped up by the agent who wants to print off those posts on X and laminate them and use them to recruit their next wave of clients, I get the real contract. And I say, okay. Yesterday, we all were told $52 million for 2 years for Evans, $26 million a year. Oh, wait, it's $41 million over 2 years, $20.5 million. Still $11 million in incentives, but you got to earn that. The base value is $11 million less over 2 years than what we were told yesterday.
Wait,
That's
$35 million
over
guaranteed,
and over and
though,
over
right?
again.
$35 million guaranteed. What's the guarantee?
$29 million guaranteed at signing, $6 million extra for injury. They could get out of it for 1 year, $29 million, with an offset for the $6 million he's due to make next year. If they cut him after 1 year, they owe him $6 million, and they'd get an offset for whatever he'd make anywhere else.
How about Denver's dead cap? 85. They said,
Yep.
Yeah, because the salary cap's only going yodely, yodely, yodely. They just charge Amazon $120 million for one game. One game. The salary cap is only going to keep climbing. Is that what they're all betting, you think? Is that what the Denver Broncos are thinking?
Well, absolutely. And look, this comes down to, I think, one of Sean Payton's core beliefs. If you make a mistake, and I think this applies to anything, if you make a mistake, you can either double down and make it worse, or you can admit the mistake and move on. And that's why they're cutting Russell Wilson. And this was the whole conversation that happened. It gets twisted around a little bit depending upon who you listen to. They went to Russell Wilson last year and said, we want to move the day that your 2025 salary of $37 million becomes fully guaranteed from March 17 of 2024. Because if he would have come out of last season with an injury and he can't pass a physical by 12 days from now, that $37 million's gone on top of the other $124 million he's already getting. So they wanted to move that vesting date. And that's when he said no, and that's when it all went sideways. So from the Broncos' perspective, are we going to throw another $37 million after $124 million that we don't think is getting us what we want? And yeah, it's going to be a big cap mess, but we don't have to write a check for another $37 million for next year once we've decided this isn't a franchise quarterback. It's that simple, and that's why they're taking that. Now, they're going to split it over 2 years. There's two different ways they can do it, but it is $85 million over the next 2 years.
Yeah, I think it's like 35.6 or 49.4 or 35.4.
It's 35.4 and 49.6, or it's 53 and 32. There's an option bonus, and how they treat it depends on how much of a hit they take which year.
It all makes sense, right? Yeah. Salary cap's definitely real, too. There's another team that you might know a little bit about that has some question marks. Go ahead, Tony D.
Yeah, Florio, you are connected to the Pittsburgh area regionally. You're very, very close. I know you have your contacts there. You talked about Russell Wilson not wanting to compete with Kenny for a job. There's a rumor that Justin Fields' trade value is plummeting because there's not as many teams as they thought that would be up for it. Who do you think is going to be the day one starter, or who will they bring in to compete with Kenny?
Well, at one point earlier in the offseason, Art Rooney II, the CEO of the team, made the comment about not ruling out the possibility of acquiring a veteran quarterback. Jerry Dulac, the Post-Gazette, and these guys that have been covering the team forever, they're embedded. They know what's going on. When he comes out and says they don't want a veteran quarterback who's coming to town with the desire to start, that's a red flag. Mm-hmm. And last week in Indianapolis, one of the things I picked up from talking to people, this isn't some bit by the Steelers. And this fits with how they are. Yeah. They don't go out and make a big splash in free agency. They try to groom the guys they have. They gave Terry Bradshaw 5 years to figure out how to play quarterback in the NFL, and it worked. So here they are, less than 2 years removed from using a first-round pick on Kenny Pickett. They like what Mason Rudolph did. He's due to become a free agent. I think they're committed to Pickett versus Rudolph, and one of those two guys is going to be the starter week one. And any veteran they bring in would just be another guy to be part of that conversation, but not a viable contender to start. And that's why I don't think Russ goes there, because he's going to want to go somewhere where they roll out the red carpet or the blue carpet, as the case may be, and say, you're our QB1 every week of the year.
Good callback. That was the Netflix quarterback premiere where I did not know the color of the carpet.
Could have been blue.
Could have been blue. It could have been purple.
Yeah, might have been green.
Yeah, it was on 70 to 80 milligrams at the time. I mean, that is a tough thing to get dropped into the middle of. The Steelers situation, obviously very real. Mason Rudolph, hey, he won over the city up there, Florio. You saw that? They were chanting for his... They were chanting his damn name in this entire thing. Hey, I have a question for you that is not about the Steelers. And, I mean, you're the perfect person to give us, everything we need to know about this. Whenever we were on break, a certain NFL character had his day in court.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
And he said, I did it. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, lock me up, put me in jail. I robbed 11 banks.
Mm-hmm.
He owes a bunch of money back to all these places. He's facing a stiff sentencing.
Yeah. The 50.
Talking about different states in this entire thing. And it all came because Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, too electrifying in football. This asshole was willing to stick guns in people's faces to get the games. Do you know how long this particular wolf is going to be locked up and what we're looking at in the future of Chiefsaholic? And have we ever had a situation like this in the past in the NFL that I don't recall? Because this is the biggest superfan story of all time in my eyes. Is that accurate?
If they don't make this into a movie, like ASAFP, right? One of my favorite movies of all time is Hell or High Water. And the premise is two brothers go rob banks to pay off the reverse mortgage. And so they rob from the bank that holds the reverse mortgage. And, this is like that storyline on crack. I mean, the guy's a super fan who wears a wolf suit, for crying out loud. He's robbing banks dressed as the wolf. He's using the money to bet on, like, Mahomes to be the Super Bowl MVP. And, yeah, he's looking at up to 50 years without parole. It all comes down to what there's federal sentencing guidelines, and I don't remember how binding they are. There used to be a time where they were gospel. I think there's more play in the guidelines than there used to be, but he's looking at real time. The guy clipped off his ankle monitor and took off when he was on house arrest. That's not good either. Yeah. So this is a sordid but also compelling story, and we need to know the whole story. We need to know all about this guy, and hopefully one of these days we will.
Yeah, we need a documentary. Why don't you put together a documentary, a pro football talk investigation?
Yeah. Ooh.
That could be something on this guy. Xavier Budabar.
Badabar.
Every time his lawyer spoke.
Behind bars.
Whoa.
That's the...
Mean-spirited. That was mean-spirited. I'm sorry.
Nah, he's sticking guns in people's faces.
He's a dirtbag.
That's why his lawyer coming out and being like...
He's fast.
All he asks is
that guy's not real.
Chiefs Kingdom. The lawyer or him?
the lawyer. This guy's... I believe... The Chiefsaholic is more of a real person than this guy.
Hey, let's run this. This is Xavier Budabar's lawyer, Chiefsaholic lawyer, after he said, yeah, I did it, to 11 armed robberies at banks around the country.
From the beginning of this case, folks, the government has been blitzing, and Xavier's pocket was collapsing.
Come on. Yeah.
But today...
No banks.
Xavier stepped into the pressure.
Yeah, he did.
He took responsibility for his actions. He stood up in court, humble and repentant, and admitted what he had done. Now, if I know anything about Xavier, and if the Chiefs Kingdom knows anything about Chiefsaholic, we know that he doesn't give up. We know that if he stumbled and he fell, he didn't let his knee touch the ground.
No, he didn't. So he didn't fall.
Or elbow.
And that's because he's capable of doing a great thing.
With a tie.
And he knows that there's still hope. We still have a lot of work to do on his case, but Xavier wants everyone to know that he loves the Chiefs Kingdom, he loves Kansas City, and he hopes that you'll rally to his support.
Okay.
Thank you and God bless.
God bless you too. So he said, yeah, I stuck guns in these people's faces. But we should support this guy. Yeah, he loved them Chiefs.
Yeah.
Never did it in KC.
That's a real human. That guy shares your profession. Weren't you a lawyer?
Well, not anymore, but yeah. Hey, he kind of reminds me of the guy. Wasn't there like the lawyer on Always Sunny that had the fake hands?
Yes, that was it.
Right, the big hands, somebody's uncle or something.
Jack.
I can't remember. I got to watch that again.
Everybody was calling him McLovin, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
All these puns, all those puns, but the prosecutors did it too. I saw quotes from the press release, and they do the same thing. Like, folks, aren't we taking, this is a serious thing. What are we doing with all these puns? It's serious. He's showing up at a bank and putting guns in people's faces.
It is serious. Thank you for pointing that out, Florio.
Yeah.
That's like...
People making jokes.
Listen, I'm not going to bring us back to a time, okay, that did exist, but I'm going to.
Yep.
Do you remember when the COVID announcements were just like, out 2 weeks, COVID. Nobody even said, hope you don't die. Okay, out for 2. Like, it got to a point where it was just like, well, I think he's not going to play Sunday.
COVID.
Yeah, he popped. It wasn't even like, hey, whoa. This is right. This is why the reason why we're announcing this is because this is a big deal. Kind of just got desensitized. Like, hey, hope they survive. And it turns out every professional athlete.
Boy, now
We're not
we can't not bring it up.
Now is not the time to dive into that. But I'm just saying,
it's the flu.
You're right though about this Chiefsaholic thing. We've been a part of this. We've been a part of this problem. We've been a part of this. Making a mockery of this Chiefsaholic.
Sure.
Yeah.
I put his ass up on he was on the ESPYs.
Yeah, that's right. You talked about it.
He was at the ESPYs.
Yeah.
His picture. So we're part of the problem. End of the day, we're talking guns and faces.
Oh, yeah.
I need to see Patrick Mahomes do a one-handed balance on sideline, extend hand. I need Travis Kelce. He's missing the Taylor Swift era.
Oh, no.
Could you imagine that wolf sprinting into that suite? Oh, my God. Like a bank robber, he got in there.
Yeah.
He would have got in there. Oh, he's watching in that cell just so. Xavier's like, there he is.
Oh, man.
Yep.
There he is,
That's
Mike.
live looking.
Oh, no.
That's him, Mike.
Buddha bar.
Actual photo. No alterations whatsoever.
Nope.
This is journalism.
No
Nobody wants
alteration.
to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about our journalism, but that's what we're doing. Last question for you here, Paisan. We appreciate you coming from a Packer owner. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, Mike. It seemed like right after the season or a couple weeks ago that David Bakhtiari, all signs were basically pointing to him being cut and not being back. And it was Brian Gutekunst kind of he didn't explicitly say it, but kind of tiptoed around it. Whereas in years past, they've said, "Hey, we want him here. You know, he's a big part of this team." All that kind of stuff. And then recently, I think yesterday, Aaron Rodgers is tagging him in Instagram posts, so people are kind of connecting the dots. Hey, if the Packers do cut this guy, seems like he's just going to end up being, a Jet. They have offensive line needs. What are you hearing about Bakhtiari? What's the likelihood that he does get cut, and is there any kind of timetable on that?
Well, and were you wrong about Goody like I was?
I got to give Bakhtiari a lot of credit. Okay. And look, it frustrates fans when a guy gets a big contract and then hardly ever plays afterward. But it's good for the player. That's why you get the contract when you do, to protect you against the uncertainty of an injury that is going to keep you from ever earning that money. It hurts the Packers. It helps the player. And he deserved every penny of it. And the Packers took on the risk that he's going to get injured and he's not going to play much. And I think the Packers are pretty clearly at the point where they're ready to move on. And it is a little too obvious to connect the dots back to the Jets. And I think the Jets are going to be a little more careful about rounding up a bunch of guys who once played with Aaron Rodgers just because he once played with them. But Bakhtiari feels a need if he can play. They got to bring him in. They got to do the full physical. They got to make sure he's ready to go. But if he's ready to go, why wouldn't you bring him in? They need the help.
I don't think so.
That's the
MetLife's going to have to get some
grass.
Absolutely.
Bog
They will. They're getting grass. They're getting grass. Didn't you hear? They're getting grass for the World Cup.
Yeah.
What's that?
Where's that going?
But only for the World Cup.
What year's that?
Well, but it's not going to be there for football, so it doesn't matter. For 26 for the World Cup.
J.J. Watt brought up a good point. He said some of those fields that they're putting on top of these fields, though, crop.
Also stink, right?
Yeah. He brought that up where I don't think I even thought about that. There's some crop grass fields.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen them.
Mm-hmm.
We've experienced them.
Chicago.
But there has to be a right answer. We had, what's the doctor's name?
Bluegrass.
Alan Sills.
Alan Sills. Dr. Alan Sills on the program. And I assume he knows you. I assume you too.
Oh, he knows me well.
Yeah.
They all love me there.
Yeah, and you're a professional.
Shout out to 345 Park Avenue. They all love me.
Hey, shout out.
Nice.
Shout out. Dr. Alan Sills came on the program, and he said they're studying all the surfaces, and they're like, what they're potentially, he was alluding to, he didn't give us exacts, but he's like, we're trying to figure out what the best surface is for everybody at different times a year, what surfaces are and what they become, different parts of the field, what they are, how they become. And he said some of the information they're getting back is like maybe some of the fake stuff is actually potentially the safest in some situations. It's like, that's going to be a conversation that's never going to end. That's just like somehow some NFL conversations happen. Is that how you feel that one's going to go?
Absolutely. And here's the reality. They can pull whatever statistic they want to support this idea that it's just as safe to play on the fake stuff. Anybody that's played on grass and anybody that's ever tried to run, cut, survive on the fake stuff understands how the forces work and understand how hard it is to get out of bed the next day. The players want grass, but they're only going to get grass in every stadium. You're only going to force the owners like Jerry Jones and Stan Kroenke to retrofit their stadiums permanently with grass if you go on strike when the next CBA, when the current CBA expires.
Don't say that, Florio.
Florio.
They're not going to go on strike for
We
this.
need diplomatic.
So it's not gonna change.
Come on.
It's the only power the players have, though. It's the only power the players have.
Trying to kill football.
That's the only
Yo,
way to force change, AJ, is to go on strike. And the league knows that it won't. That's the great imbalance. The league will shut.
We'll play.
The owners will shut the NFL down for a year.
Scab.
The players won't.
QB dibs.
Listen, I would like the players to get what they want as well, but this needs to be settled in a conversation.
It's not going to be a strike. There might be a lockout because the lockout's going to be the owners want to play 18 games. And if the players say no, they'll lock them out to get 18 games. but the players won't strike to get grass.
Okay, well, there's so much that goes
We
in.
can't be losing any game.
We need games, okay? And I was part of the lockout, and it was good for me because I was in the middle of a substance abuse program.
Sure.
So that halted drug tests, 8 of them a month. So that was a fun time.
Clutch.
That was a really good thing for me personally. Every veteran that went through the lockout would say, "Yeah, let's do that let's do a lockout every single offseason." And then every young player just kind of got screwed. No money, no workout, no playbook, no nothing. So like the lockout, now that we have experience in a lockout, I think a lot of players are like, not bad at all.
Yeah.
So I think there is, but hopefully we don't need that, Florio. Hopefully there's optimism. Hopefully I'm not
saying no. I'm just stating the realities of the bargaining imbalance. The owners, when they want something, they will lock them out and they'll shut down the season for a whole year if they have to get what they want. The players won't, and they know that. The owners know that. So that's why we're not going to have all grass fields. That's why we're going to have 18 regular season games.
You nailed it.
Nice.
You nailed it. We went on a hard out right there. We're still live on YouTube and ESPN Plus. We just had a hard out there. I think you hit it.
Yeah.
You're such a professional.
I had no idea. I didn't hear the music. Was I supposed to hear music?
You knew there was music.
Was there supposed to be a light flashing?
No.
I don't know. Just got lucky.
You hit it.
Yeah.
Dinger.
Contact.
Right there.
All right.
Pro baseball talk.
Yeah.
Look out.
Bing.
Have you licensed that out?
No. No. I'll do my own thing. I used to be a huge baseball fan, but when the Pirates lost to the Braves, 92 NLCS, Sid Bream scoring from second, Barry Bonds not throwing him out, and I knew that team was going to disintegrate. Bonds is going to be gone, Bonilla's going to be gone, this guy's going to be gone. It's like, this team is going to suck for the next 20 years. And I was wrong. It's the next 30 years. And counting.
50.
We got Paul Skeens. Hey, we got a video of Paul Skeens throwing a fastball.
Yeah.
And what they're saying about the sound that this baseball is making once it hits that catcher's mitt is something that might scare batters out of the box.
Yeah.
This man actually might get white flag, opt-out strikeouts because his fastball coming right down the pipe from that 6'7" body out of LSU is so fast and so devastating that when it hits some leather, sounds like a damn shotgun is going off. It's the loudest sound in the history of baseball. And we got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep the birds away. Don't fly by if you're a bird.
Oh, man.
Do you hear that?
Yeah. Wow.
Damn.
I love that.
Can't wait for September when he pitches his first game.
Too.
So he'll play for the Pirates this year? Is that how that
yeah.
works?
Yeah. In September when they're out of it.
It's not true.
Paul Skeens.
That's what, I said Paul Skeens, opening day starter, and I was told by the baseball people, no, it'll take a couple months.
Well, you're wrong on a couple things, okay? One, he'll pitch before September, and they'll be out of it way before September.
Big.
Okay.
So stop. Enough with the baseball
So no matter
talk.
what, the number one pick doesn't, in baseball.
We're talking
I just need to
Florio,
know.
not passing. Okay?
True.
We need to remember that.
You're right,
Because
you're
it
right.
used to be in the baseball, and then 30 years bad.
Yeah.
He just told us that. Hey, Mike.
Best move I ever made.
Yeah.
Best
Amen.
move I ever made.
Amen.
Football, not baseball, baby. Football is king.
Hey, you're
As
crushing
we're
it.
reminded every time we see the ratings from any game that's on.
Hey. So
Up and up.
200 mil.
Up and up.
So many people. 120 million Amazon paid for one game. That's one game.
200 million watched some of the Super Bowl. 200 million. Where were the 150 million that weren't watching? What the hell were they doing that day? That's what I don't understand.
I often ask that question. I'm not the only person that's ever said this, obviously, in the history of sports media, but it's like the people that don't like sports, what
do you do?
What do they do?
Art.
I mean, the people who aren't on the internet.
It's like you think about the time before you had the phone. Yeah. And like internet and like apps and stuff like that. Like, what did you do? We lived, and you just kind of get by. And I assume the people that don't watch sports do that. They live and just kind of get by. But why? Why do they do that?
Waiting for The Searcher, that show, or whatever the hell the show after the Super Bowl. Just kind of having parties for that.
It's a good show. I checked it out. It's good.
Yep.
Did you?
Yeah.
Because I changed the channel immediately. So who's
It's
on
not
the
The
field right
Searcher.
now? Boom.
It's not called The Searcher.
It's not called The Searcher, but
Searcher?
It's not called The Searcher.
Finder.
No.
Is it the Queen Latifah show?
No.
That's the Equalizer, which
The Beekeeper.
That's not
it's
it
not the
either.
Beekeeper.
It's a movie.
Chiefsaholic.
That too.
What's everybody talking? We're
That could
just
be a good
saying
show.
random
Yeah,
words.
Make it a show.
I don't know where Chiefs of Hollow came from.
All right. Hey, we appreciate you, Mike. Keep killing it, pal.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Hey, let's make sure we're not leading anybody astray this free agency season.
Okay.
Okay, draft season, no bullshits.
No bullshits. Only truth shits.
Like, we don't. Okay, because there is shit that is the truth, which is.
There is true shit, yes.
Do you get bogged down by that at all ever? Whenever it's just like potential bullshit story?
Well, no, because I like it because then it gives me something to expose, right? I like it. It's an opportunity to say that's bullshit. Everything that guy said is bullshit. Thank you. The opening statement from the trial of the two Utes in My Cousin Vinny.
Nice.
All of it, great. Everything that guy said is bullshit. Sometimes that's all you need to say.
Did you say two Utes?
Two Utes. Vincent LaGuardia Gambino, greatest lawyer ever. That movie's that movie is surprisingly accurate.
Holds up.
Legal movies go, surprisingly accurate.
Holds up as well. Boy, bad eyes too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we need to get that fixed. I mean, think about how many times in history couldn't even fathom. You're right. The Italians do a great job. That's really what the Italians do.
Wow.
And you're one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, Pro Football Talk founder, NBC Sports is Mike Florio.
Yeah, Florio.
He's in the shit.
He's in the shit.
Wealth of information.
He likes being in there, though, AJ.
What happened? People got upset. I saw his tweet. People were pissed at him for which take, the Caleb Williams or which one?
No, the Caleb
Because I saw him
Williams-
going back at people.
The Caleb Williams one was like,
Okay, Mike.
yeah, one of those. The Kirk Cousins to Atlanta one was like, okay,
Come on.
credible.
I mean, I know a lot of guys have condos in Buckhead. Maybe Kirk just wants an off-season spot.
Yeah, maybe.
And her family's from
His
down
family's
there.
there, so maybe they're thinking about post-football. Like maybe he's signing a 2-year deal with the Vikings, and he's thinking about retiring afterward. I mean, maybe he is just snooping around in some places to see what it would look like if he was to go there. Which I asked him about. Like, there's a lot of things, but in his world, he's like credible indications.
Yeah.
Credible indications. So in his mind, I think he believes that Kirk's going to Atlanta. And then once he started bringing up some things, he's like, oh, yeah, I do remember that from the Cousins family.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, you look at Arthur Blank, he was ready to spend a bunch of money on a quarterback just a few years back on Deshaun Watson. It's like Kirk Cousins proven he's good. You know what you're getting whenever you get him into the building. It's like, maybe it is Atlanta. Maybe Kirk Cousins does go to the Atlanta Falcons. And, Kirk go down there.
Yeah.
Well,
Doing the dirty bird.
Starts doing the dirty bird. Yeah, God, man, that'd be bring it back.
Him saying that Kirk reached out to find out about the number 8 jersey. That's very interesting to me.
Well,
who does he know? Florida knows
clarify
somebody
on that one.
Huh?
He couldn't clarify that one.
Okay.
Yeah, those are tips he gets
Not
in there.
clarify.
All right, we have some news that has happened around the NFL today. Big news out of Seahawks. They are currently releasing Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs.
Diggs is a surprise.
Seattle Seahawks looking for the future. Yeah, Jamal Adams, interesting how it's all gone, being released. Excited to see how that goes. Quandre Diggs also being released. This comes after, remember, Pete Carroll went into postseason meetings with not football people and football people in the Seattle Seahawks brass, laid out what he wanted the team to look like the year next year. And he was told, yeah, your time's done, pal. You can be a consultant if you want. New era up there in Seattle. A couple big-time cuts here on Franchise Tag Day. Speaking of Franchise Tag Day, there's been some other news that has happened around the NFL. The Ravens have franchise tagged D tackle Justin Matabuke, which was expected. The Bucs have franchise tagged safety Antoine Winfield Jr., which was expected. Shout out to Ari Mirov here with the entire update. And also, it's heating up.
It is.
Oh, big time.
Turn on notifications for at My Sports Update. Texans re-signed tight end Dalton Schultz for 3 years. That's a big-time win for the Texans and for Dalton Schultz. Remember, Dalton Schultz moved out of Dallas into Houston, becomes one of C.J. Stroud's favorite targets in a historically great rookie season. They bring him back 3 years, $36 million. Panthers cut tight end Hayden Hurst. Was he a baseball player?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
he couldn't find the strike zone.
They said he threw gas.
Really hard.
In the Pirates organization, too, oddly enough.
And then as soon as he got in, he couldn't find strikes.
Yeah,
There was something.
yips, big time.
Like he'd throw it and it just could not hit the strike zone.
Oh, yeah, nowhere near it.
AJ, could you fathom how frustrating that would be?
Yeah. I was a pitcher as a kid growing up playing travel baseball, and I've told you, it was either I was throwing a couple strikes or I was throwing no strikes. Some days you have it, some days you don't, but either way, I was throwing hard, no question.
Could you imagine being a guy, being great, getting all the way to the majors, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, ball leaving hand, can't find the spot that it has found your entire life? literally, until right now. Okay, what do we got to do? Well, we're going to go play football. Becomes a monster tight end. He is now
pretty nice.
Yeah, pretty. Hey, good for Hayden Hurst. Hayden Hurst is a beast. We respect that. Jaguars cut safety Rayshon Jenkins and cornerback Darius Williams. Lions have re-signed corner Emmanuel Mosley to a 1-year deal. CJ GJ of the Lions is free agent. And once again, shout out to Ari Mirov. We do appreciate him.
The Jags also just tagged Josh Allen, Josh Allen, and the Bears tagged corner Jalen Johnson, which those were both expected. There's only one tag out there left that's expected.
Yeah. Colts. Got 2 hours left before franchise tag deadline. Everybody has been reporting that the Colts believe that they could
get something done.
Maybe get something done.
Sure.
Maybe get something done.
I bet that's what they're reporting. Have we heard a report from Pitman or what he thinks, if they actually think that they'll be able to get a deal done? Or
Florio, what did you say negative about? I'm Florio saying, what grass got a strike?
Me
Jesus,
negative.
Florio, we don't need that.
Or they'll lock him out.
For a lockout, yeah. Give me a break.
I understand. Florio, we don't want that. Let's go shake their hands.
Yeah. Trying to get Pittman $30 million a year.
I think Pittman deserves. What's the top?
It's close to that, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's damn near 30.
Devontae.
So, what's Justin Jefferson going to get? 40, 35?
35. Yeah, 40.
35, 40?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I'd give Michael Pittman $30 million.
Absolutely. Yeah, Tyreek is the highest at 30 average per year.
That would be much more than Jonathan Taylor, and obviously that would be a big-time talking point in a lot of things. But as a Colts fan, the only motherfucker that shows up every week is Michael Pittman Jr. This dude is a dog, bro.
Yes.
He does the shit that you're...
Everything. Yeah,
you're not...
Tough catches across the middle. He is so good.
He got folded against the Steelers.
Yeah.
And then...
Clean hit.
Why don't they get it done then? Why aren't they going to get it done?
I think because the franchise tag is available. So he's competing against the franchise tag as opposed to the market right now, probably, in negotiation.
Some teams are worried, though. Some teams are worried. They're not scared, but they sometimes are hesitant to pay a receiver to those giant top-end contracts, I feel.
Well, especially with how good the younger wide receivers are nowadays. Yeah. Younger wide receivers are getting hit on more than they had in the past in like the third, fourth round. And I think a lot of people feel this way. 7-on-7, one-on-ones, like that shit's real. That is through high school, through college, like.
They know how to get open. These guys know how to get open.
And you know how to make contested catches. Because contested catches are like, you just got mossed. Like, that's going viral. You know?
My little kid, my 8 and 6-year-old, they want me to throw them the ball all day, every day, and just moss each other. That's all they care about.
Yeah, so catch radius has all of a sudden become
growing
huge. And it's like, what do quarterbacks like? Well, I just like I like big catch radius. It's like all these guys seem to have it at a young rate. Now, there's still going to be the high-end guys, I think, at the wide receiver position. We talked about this the other day. But I think that middle class of wide receivers there, where it's like, good route runner, I think they're going to get phased out.
Yeah.
It's just going to be rookie, young guys, and then who's going to make it to this one, and then out, and then it's only going to be
real elite guys.
A certain percentage of guys. And it's like, that sucks, obviously, for this one, but the market is about to get very big for those that change. Like Justin Jefferson. That is a salary cap changer for good. And I think everybody's like,
yep.
Deserves it.
Yeah, it makes sense. And when it wouldn't always be like that. Russell Wilson.
That'd be good. Jordan Addison, they would be really good.
And Florio was talking about him versus Kirk, and as far as $1 million versus $40 million or whatever it's going to be for Kirk, and coming off an ACL or not an ACL, at Achilles is a real thing, and he's younger,
and you could in theory pay him a decent amount of money up front. So instead of pushing it off, you could give him some up front so that the later years you can add on.
And we can't even say this enough. Kevin O'Connell, people just get open.
Yes.
Like Justin Jefferson, everybody's preparing for him. He had 180 yards in the first half of a couple of different games.
Yep.
It's like there's people are open. So if you can throw the ball long, because some of it takes a little bit to develop, which Russell has proven to be able to do.
You can move.
But if you're accurate, and that's like Russell, I think people say is, he's not going to have to cook as much.
Also, the expectations. Like he's not signing a $252 million contract. It's not like, hey, you need to go win 2 Super Bowls in your first 4 years. It's like you're going to be making $1 million. But we have house money here. We have a lot of good weapons. Like, why don't who says no? It's a win-win.
They're going to be looking at houses on Lake Minnetonka.
Oh, baby. Whew.
Oh, yeah.
Team 3. Ice skating in the winter on Lake Minnetonka.
Oh my! Just
yeah, they'll probably call up Apollo Antonono.
He probably is a speed skater. I bet he is a speed skater. It's part of his training, no question.
Yeah, he can figure it out.
Oh yeah.
Imagine the gear, the Team 3 gear he has on too, with a sweet helmet that's for like
long
aerodynamics.
Dude,
he might skate to practice.
He's Mr. Unlimited, dude. He's like the Netherlands over there in Amsterdam.
Snowshoeing. He's probably Iditarod, dog racing too at the same time.
We will get to that certainly
Ooh, yeah.
because it's currently happening. But like over there in like Amsterdam and shit, I think they actually ice skate down like.
Oh yeah.
And they like take off their ice skates and they like go to work.
Oh yeah. That little river in the middle of the city.
That's real deal.
Yeah, there's a lot of bikes.
That's awesome.
I saw that on meme.
They do it in Ottawa as well, up in Canada.
Could you imagine just?
That'd be awesome.
Be sick.
Unlace my
With a
boots
suit
here.
on.
Yeah,
You got a suit on.
Hang them up.
Be sweet.
Be awesome.
Could you imagine some asshole skating backwards?
Yeah,
For sure. There's all those guys, no question.
AirPods in, you know. Just,
man.
Hockey helmet on with a visor too, going to work.
yeah.
Michael Scott, full pads, helmet. Are you kidding me? Yeah, stick handling on the way to work.
Oh my god. That'd be a good time.
That'd be a great thing. Set up some goals on the way so you can shoot some here and there.
Like that All-Star whenever they were skating down, hitting the little block.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I hit 6 blocks.
That's awesome.
There he is.
He looks like he's a natural skater, though.
He actually is. Yeah, he played.
He's a good skater.
He played
He's
in high school
legit.
in Massachusetts.
Okay, so yeah, just looking at the picture, it's like he doesn't look uncomfortable at all.
No. He actually can't.
The episode where he's unbelievable.
Okay.
Yeah, he takes
hockey players.
Yeah.
The hockey players are absurd on the ice because every 4 years we get to watch the Olympics. And boy, do we become arrogant fucks about sports we know nothing about.
As we should.
Right.
Remember when we learned about Nathan Chen?
Oh yeah.
It was like, we got the fucking guy. Sorry about it. Sorry about it.
I remember you were high on this guy.
Dude, I saw a whole fucking 60-minute special on this guy. I'm like, dog. Yeah,
We're
we
glad
got the
he came back.
one.
We're glad
What happened?
he came
choked.
back. He did.
He
but
made
then
me say on first one. I mean, stuff to talk about living on edge.
But then he won the next one, right?
Yeah, he did win the next one.
Yeah, he would end up. His story ended up being that he would.
He won gold?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
We have our own Olympic sport here. It is between Ty Schmidt's butthole and his pants.
Red alert.
That's a quick run.
Yeah,
that's the
he said red
fastest he's
alert,
ever
which
pushed
I've never
me
heard
away.
red alert before.
There's not a lot of dicking around on the stage either. Those earpieces were out quicker than I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was abrupt.
Ty is in a bad spot right now. Let's have a moment of silence for Ty and the toilet that is certainly about to be embattled. He's had a lot of good fights in there. Splattered that thing up and down.
And need your wet wipes.
I think at this stage he has put his wet wipes in every single stall from my seeing. Because sometimes you're not just going to make it to the last stall.
Yeah. Extra packs.
And sometimes you're going to need those wet wipes for what's coming out of your ass after you had an Arby's lunch at 10:30 a.m.
You have to be careful too, because even though they say flushable, they still clog your toilet, and you gotta call plumber. It's like $500.
It's okay. The poop is liquid.
Yeah, normally the poop is a little thicker.
Yeah.
This is a tag team operation between the wipes
Yes.
and the poop. And the solidity of it is much less than a nice solid shit would be. So our toilet plumbing should be okay. You know what's not okay?
What's that?
Ty's butthole.
No, it never is.
He had 2 of those sandwiches this morning. You saw him.
Cheese fries.
Yes, he did.
Roast beef?
Oh, big beef.
I believe he had an energy drink as well.
Yeah, I think he had a Dr. Pepper and a Diet Coke.
If he would have asked Oppenheimer himself to piece together an ingredients list to make a bigger shit, Oppenheimer wouldn't have been able to figure out something more devastating than what Ty put in his body this morning.
The real atom bomb.
His guts had been cooking for hours and hours
What?
and hours. It was like a slow roast of a mush that was ready to enter the world in an explosive fashion, and that time has come. Good luck to all parties in there. We appreciate you, Ty.
Good luck, Ty. Praying for you, Ty.
Well said.
What time did you go in? How long was that moment of silence?
I think
About a minute.
209.
Probably 2 minutes.
Yeah.
209.
207 maybe.
I mean, it should be pretty quick with how fast he had to get there, don't you think?
I think it's going to be a lot. I think it's going to be a lot.
When you hear red alert, like Tony mentioned, that has happened many times. I don't think we've heard.
I've never heard
alert.
of red alert.
This is one of those things where it's like,
I've run into some people before in my life that are allergic to shellfish.
Sure.
They say you might die.
Of course. Throat closes.
And normally they just don't eat it. And there are some people that are like, I like the taste of shrimp.
Die.
I need it.
Yeah.
And then they roll the dice, they end up in the hospital.
Yeah.
Of course.
Ty knows that his guts are active.
Yeah. Very.
And he just continues to say,
He doesn't care.
Fuck it.
He just doesn't care.
Can I put some chocolate milk on top of this Arby's? Can I eat a wheel of cheese?
What?
How about an energy drink to mix these things together?
Give me a laxative.
And then he is an adult, a very intelligent, accomplished, professional man.
Oh, yeah.
Almost shits his pants right there. That one, this was the fastest I've ever seen him scurry.
Yeah, not the first time.
He was very worried. He was very worried.
Yes.
Right here, there was fear in that man's gait as he was walking.
You should have felt the push. I haven't felt it like that before. It was like a.
We should rule out that he didn't make it.
Yeah, I'm thinking mid.
We can't rule anything out right now.
He might be laying on the bathroom floor, just poop full.
Have Bill check on him. Have Bill check on him.
We did some. I don't think anybody should be going into that bathroom anytime soon.
Well, that's Bill's natural habitat.
No,
Poop-filled
no.
filth.
Bill has his own office in the back.
Yeah, and his own bathroom as well.
And his own workout facility.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
That he built himself.
Yep.
In the office.
Oh, I did see that.
It's ridiculous. That's the most. Did you expect something that large? I did not. Hey, do you know Bill put some workout equipment together in his office? I did not know that. I walked in. I saw an LA Fitness in his office. I did not expect
Bowflex.
the fucking the grandness of what Bill pieced together. I did not expect it. It was phenomenal. Hey, Bill, do you?
It took up a lot of space in there. Took up quite a lot of space.
His office.
Yeah, he's fucking.
We have a full weight room in here.
Yeah,
I don't
but-
understand it.
Yeah, but he needs reps in between coding YouTubes, dude. Okay, and Bill is incredibly jocked right now.
Oh yeah, ripped up.
Bill is incredibly jocked. We did some self-scout on the program. We think it's been about 74 days since the last almost shit pants situation.
Okay.
This was from the sharded
74?
I think it was more days than that.
Oh, I was going to say, if we're including the break, yeah, maybe.
I would like to know how the self-scout happened behind the glass. Did somebody just say 74? And somebody goes,
December
That's a good
12th,
number.
I had it updated at 13 days, and we kind of just did the
December.
math. December 12th, yeah.
So that's 2 months, 3 months.
Add
And then we just got Mondays and Fridays.
And we took
didn't
2
count
weeks off.
So it should be 2 weeks, maybe minus that.
Hey, he's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
That's a baby, Ty.
Oh.
Ty, you were back at 2:14:39.
Good time.
I think it was about a 5-minute in there. We don't know how the battle went. We don't know who won the war, who lost the war. We saw a sense of urgency out of your gate to the John that I don't think we've ever seen before as you get your earbuds in.
Yeah,
that was close.
Very close, clean and efficient, though. You know, I mean, it was just, I've been a little constipated, haven't had a good poop in a couple days.
So that's why you did the Arby's thing?
Yeah. I was like, hey, listen, we're not doing this anymore. Let's kind of.
Because I said you kind of put an Oppenheimer together in your stomach.
Had to.
Okay, so this was a plan.
Yeah, didn't have a choice. I thought I'd be able to kind of save it until after the show, and then I want to say about 20 minutes into Florio, I got a very, very tight twinge, and I said, okay, I'm going to try to hold on until, the break and get – I got close, no cigar, but I got close.
We delayed the break, too. I mean, that was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough. Some things happened. Ari Mirov had a tweet.
Well, I kind of felt it go away a little bit, and I said, okay, I'll be fine. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to do the whole Shart song and dance again, so let's just.
Oh, we were that close, right? Because you were real.
Yeah, had to move. I mean, that was, hey, no
That's a
time.
normal
to be,
cycle?
What'd you say?
Like, is that a normal cycle where you're constipated for multiple days and you're like, oh, here we go, let's get some roast beef sandwiches and some cheese fries and energy drinks?
No, that's not.
I thought you normally dump your life away, liquid dumps. Now you're.
I do.
Hey, we were all wondering what was going on.
How do we get it better? How do we get better from this, Ty?
You don't. I have colitis and IBS, so until they come up with like an overnight fix for that.
Neuralink, Elon, get on the Neuralink. Fix Ty's dumps.
Yeah. I'm still kind of just like.
There has to be a better diet.
I got Montezuma's revenge.
That's certainly part of it, but yeah, like in the Dominican Republic, you go to those resorts and it's I mean, they try to Americanize it as much as they can, but you're eating the same meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So I've kind of just been like trying to recover from that ever since I got back.
I'm not going to put my tinfoil hat on, because look at that. You're running straight up and down.
Yep.
And then you did pick up another gear there.
Yeah, I had to clinch.
We saw.
I mean, it's one of those things
right
right
there.
Yeah, we saw some real panic.
Can't fidget with the belt. This needs to be a clean, get it off, get them down, get it out.
Really good effort out of you. Proud of you, man.
I appreciate it.
All right, let's get to tinfoil cap thing. So at those resorts, you got the full
all-inclusive.
All-inclusive thing? Okay, so are they trying to stuff you up so you can't eat as much?
No. The one I was at had a buffet, but it also
I thought about that when I was at an all-inclusive one time.
also
I
had
was
like 6 or 7 restaurants you could just sit down at, like a normal restaurant.
Correct, but it's basically the same. Like you have to make reservations for these restaurants, but it's like just slightly better food than what you're getting at.
Yeah,
like
but it's at
the
to do.
buffet.
You get to go out.
Yeah, for sure.
Take a photo,
Dress up.
Right.
do a thing.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
But you don't think they're trying to clog you up?
See, I don't know, because I always used to think too with like the booze. It's like they're.
I don't think that. I'm just asking a question.
Like you're not like when you get like a pina colada or whatever. Like there's hardly any booze in there because they don't just want a bunch of overserved assholes at the pool and stuff like that. But like I was watching them make the drinks, I was like, oh no, like this is like at a bar. Like they don't give a fuck. Like they'll let you get as liquored up as you want to out here. Like that was much different than I remember from the previous time.
Nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, you were scouting the bartender out. You're like, God damn.
Well, a couple of those times, like,
man, you see that guy? He's pretty fucked up.
well, I'd go in, like after I'd had like a couple and I'd see him make it, I'd be like, okay, I don't need to drink this right now. Like, I'm still like, my fucking daughter's in the pool right now. I can't be, belly up, boozed up, floating around in here. Yeah, I can't do that. So I'll have a sip and leave this thing on the bar. Appreciate it. But that was much different than I remembered.
AJ, the whole ordering drinks thing with how much the bartender puts in there is a full conversation that happens with my wife and I literally every time we order a drink. Because I think the bartender thinks they're doing us
you
a
a
service.
favor.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, yo, I just need just
normal.
Yeah, I just need. So
You want the opposite. Most people, you're trying to say, hey, more diet, less booze, right?
Yeah,
you want it to taste good.
I just want a little whiskey,
Little splash in there.
I think you are in the minority there, though.
Yeah, that's
most,
the minority.
Most people want more whiskey,
Yeah.
right?
Or at least just like make it by the book, like put it in like the,
Shots. Everybody sees me, they Google,
One
they see
and a
my
half.
mug shot.
oh yeah, this guy loves getting fucked up. Let's just give him a heavy pour.
Hey, man, shout out to you.
I got you.
And I appreciate all the bartenders and people in the service industry that watch our program, which I think is a lot of people, because phones are on where they work and everything like that. I do appreciate the hookup, but if you're a bartender, I think Sam figured it out. I think I just order the Diet Coke and then get a shot of Jack.
That is a good
there you
idea.
go.
There it is.
Mix it yourself.
Good idea.
Yeah, make it yourself.
That's the move.
That's the one.
Okay, I'm happily figured it out.
Like
There we
people
go.
do that with Red Bull vodkas. They'll order like 2 shots of vodka or sometimes tequila, and then they'll just ask for a can of Red Bull. Yeah, so they're not drinking too much Red Bull, and they know that they're actually getting that much boost.
Tone loves Red Bull vodkas.
Oh yeah, who does?
I've overcome that. Just like AJ overcame his shrimp thing. I
mean?
pound Red Bulls if I need to.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no problem.
Is that real?
Yeah.
The
Like
heart's
the heart
back.
issue.
The heart's back.
How'd you fix?
Lost a bunch of weight.
How'd you fix that?
Heart's good. I don't know. Heart's been good for a couple years now.
You used to be strictly ginger ale guy.
I still am that, but because I don't need to be drinking RBVs.
Yeah, I
but-
couldn't tell you the last time I did a Red Bull vodka. That was quite a run.
I've had one. I've had them like sporadically throughout the years. It tastes. I said it tastes like college, pretty much.
Bingo.
Amen, brother.
Bingo. That the espresso martini has become the I need juice drink.
That's big everywhere now. That's not just
bingo.
that's
Is
not just you and
Is
the boys. It's all over. I think maybe you guys have influenced a lot of people. I've been seeing
doubt
people
it.
order.
No way.
I doubt it was us, but I certainly got influenced by the espresso martini boys here in the office.
It's a
There was
takeover.
no chance I was going to have that.
It's a takeover. I mean,
There's 4 of us sitting at a bar. Espresso martini, espresso martini.
Right.
I'll take a Jack and Diet. Thanks. Espresso martini on the other side. And I was like, boy, times have changed.
and then what happened?
And then Connor goes, listen, I know exactly how you're feeling right now.
Yep.
You need to power past it because what's on the other side is a drink that is delightful. You are going to love the way this tastes. Don't think about how it sounds. Don't think about how it sounds. Don't think about the glass. Just have a sip. And I did, and I'll tell you, they are delicious.
Never look back.
They are.
Can you ask for a different glass?
I think they're coming. I saw Talk tagged me in.
Okay, yeah. Talk. That wasn't an espresso martini.
That was not an
It was-
espresso. You see the color
it's
of that
espresso
thing?
martini.
What
It comes
was
in a
that?
martini glass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It wasn't
You
martini.
need to get another glass, though.
Talk had
Get
a
out.
fantastic break. Talk.
Is that when somebody was pouring something, looked like down one of his orifices?
Yeah, so he was dancing on a table, and I guess he slipped and fell onto his back, looked like a turtle with all the legs up. And as he was falling off table, grabbing for chair, some lady who I do not know was wearing a very cool hat.
Thank you.
Very cool hat.
Very cool hat. Just started dumping water on old Talk.
He
So
needed it.
Talk had a great vacation from what I saw one brief moment in time.
Yep.
And then I saw 2 speeches that he gave before dinner to an entire restaurant, couple of them.
Okay.
Couple entire
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, someone please add me into that. I need to check that out eventually.
Yeah,
Connor and I watched it last night on our 3-hour flight to San Antonio.
that will
Whole
only
restaurant?
take 2.5 hours.
Whole restaurant.
It was so, yeah. So
Nobody
I
threw
mean,
a
they
knife. Nobody threw a knife at his head.
he didn't like walk up and say attention.
Yeah.
But I guess with where he was standing.
Yeah, it was quiet restaurants, and where he was, like where we were positioned, because it was a big group of people. We were basically in like the center of these restaurants, and so yeah, Talk gave a couple speeches. He did have a pretty good break. I will say, I kind of had to follow him down the ski mountain, and there was one time where he really took a tumble, and it took us about 10 minutes to get his skis back on. His skis fell
That was a
off
yard sale?
on the mountain. Yeah, we're on the side of this hill, and I have his leg like around my shoulder. Hey, trying to get his leg back in his. I'm serious. I'm slamming his fucking leg into the skis. It's just not working. Some snowboarder, this lady, wonderful lady, had to like come stop. I was like, "Are you guys all right?" And we're like, "No, we're fucked up, and we can't get this fucking guy's skis on." And then she helped us out and did it.
Talk is, hey, this guy.
One of a kind.
So, you know, Tim Robinson, okay? Obviously,
course.
I think you should leave. We all love. And this particular, we love because, you know, we love Tim Robinson.
Yeah.
Yep.
This dude is the closest to. I had never experienced a Tim Robinson in my life before. A human with his brain. The brain that Tim Robinson has, I've never encountered. I've never seen it before. So obviously, I think his show is hilarious. I'm like, whoever thought of this right now is worthy of me watching and laughing at in this entire thing. Talk Robinson.
He's pretty close.
He has a brain that is very similar. What?
Is he being serious?
All the time, I think.
What do you mean?
I
think this is like Russell Wilson.
That tone?
He can't. No. I think he, since he has moved here now, Connor's known him since college, so I could be wrong here. He's just been playing a character the whole time.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's like Russell Wilson. It's always. I think Talk is. I mean, every time I've encountered him, it has been the same exact thing.
Yeah.
And seeing him in different spots, it's amazing. Him giving that speech, that video you have.
Yes.
Just the thought of him reading a speech he prepared.
What, he read it? He
yeah,
read this thing?
Oh yeah, Talk isn't a big memorized guy.
But then every 2 sentences, obviously, he'd look up.
Yeah, that's how they teach you in fifth grade.
Acknowledge.
In fifth grade, they teach you that. Read one line and look at the crowd.
And then at the end, the first one was, "Let the games begin."
Espresso
Just getting
martini.
the people jazzed.
Oh yeah, espresso
Oh, it
martini.
was amazing. I'm happy everybody had a great break. It's
Talk is also like the thing that you guys haven't experienced with Talk.
I think Nick just went and took a shit as well. You were an Arby's boy today, weren't you? Nick, were you?
No, I actually haven't eaten lunch in 2 days, just coffee and Zins, but I just want to go take a leak.
That'll certainly do it.
Eats
this guy's problem.
Is everything
Eat some
okay?
food.
Yeah,
Why aren't you eating lunch?
We got stuff to do.
All right.
Pack a bar.
That's not
You need to eat now.
You need to eat some food. There's like a little protein bar or something.
I got one in my bag.
Especially
We should report this to H&R.
the amount,
let's get H&R.
the amount of uppers that you have in your blood too already. You shouldn't be doing that.
I'm okay. I just had to take a leak.
All right. Hey, if you need to talk about anything ever, you let me know.
Go to
Thank
Pat.
you. I appreciate that.
No
That's
one
very
else.
kind.
Can we
Go to
make
Pat.
Casey head of our H&R?
Now that you mention it.
We can't have talk be in the H&R.
I think that'd be good.
Yeah, they could.
You guys.
I'll
need
eat
to
your
see-
arm. Am I doing taxes? Why is everybody coming with problems? He would literally.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That is what I would walk up to him and go, "Talk, how we doing today?" That would be his actual answer if he was an H&R person. That's why he is a beauty. But you get him on that computer,
Yeah.
Emmy award winning
Yeah. Exactly.
editor.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, he is unbelievable what he does. He is the poster boy for what people who actually need Adderall are. Like he cannot. What you guys haven't experienced, and I honestly pray that you never do, is that motherfucker without his Adderall, because it is the most. It is the I can't explain how infuriating it is. It is difficult. What do you mean? It is difficult to be friends with that kid when he's not on his Adderall because he needs it that bad, and he knows it. He would admit it himself. Like, yeah, I am one of the worst human beings on the face of the planet.
Well, good. I'm happy that he got it sorted, found that out, got it figured out, because I would like to let him know that I love every second I'm around Talk.
Oh, yeah.
In every photo I get of him in other places, I try to figure out what's going through Talk's brain at that exact time. He was hanging with Mitt. Talk and Mitt are doing life. We need to send them. We need to send them like fucking Europe.
They should do Amazing Race.
Man.
They should.
Yes.
They should do.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Both of them are in like the perfect time in life right now. Granted,
They should not be hanging out.
our business would suffer mightily.
No. We can just. They'd be gone for a week. They're not going to win Amazing Race. They're going to lose right away. If
They
we
wouldn't get there.
If we set it up, if we set it up where
They
one
wouldn't
of
get
the weeks
to the start line.
exactly. If one of the weeks of vacation was the first episode of Amazing Race, they'd be back before vacation was even over.
Business is one of one, obviously. Hey, Talk, great work, baby.
Baby Talk.
Boy, talk.
Let's get to a break. We got journalism to do on the other side. Sports media to do on the other side. Are you going to do anything, AJ? Are you going to break any news?
Can't wait. I thought you were teasing something. I thought you were setting something up to tease.
Well, I thought that's what you were. I was setting you up to set up.
Oh, with what you have in mind and what you have mentioned to me in the past, I think this last hour, this last situation that's going to happen, it's going to be electric. I'm honestly, I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
Boom.
I don't know if you have enough room in that attic to be on an edge of a seat.
Not really, no.
You got to sit back. Yeah, because your
Got to
knees.
sit back a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, I bet people are aroused right now because you've been teasing them enough.
Metaphorically, obviously. Like Michael Cole last night with those antlers.
Oh, jeez.
What the hell's wrong with that guy?
Good question.
He's awesome.
Sweet.
That's awesome.
That's his second tweet in 3 years.
Looks like a moose.
It crushed, too.
A boyhood dream has come true. This dude's out of control. Hey, FaceTime him. FaceTime him right now. Let's see if he answers. What? I'm busy. What?
I'm drinking.
He's probably got
Laying in his pool.
Yep.
those stupid flip-flops on. His disgusting feet all over the place.
Put his soul patch back on.
He looks good. Do you see how good
Oh, yeah. He's
Great.
fit.
I told him like 5 times when I saw him in Vegas, like, man, you look great. Like, what do you, and he was almost like embarrassed by it. He's like, oh, yeah, you know.
Joining us now is a man who climaxed to putting antlers on his head last evening whenever Valhalla and Ivar came out as the Viking duo in the WWE that they are, and gifted Michael Cole something he had been fantasizing about for actual months. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of the WWE, Michael Cole.
So, you guys like just call me out of the blue? You guys don't make appointments or set me up to be a guest or something? You just call me and put me on the show?
Hang up on him.
Yeah, Cole. Okay, you put your second tweet out in 3 years last night. Okay.
Actually, why don't you tell the truth about the tweet? Tell the truth about the tweet, because I don't tweet.
I do the tweets for Michael. I actually pieced them together. I go, Cole, what would you say here? And he says exactly. I go, okay, thank you, Cole.
Perfect.
And we are out and about. And he said,
I come up verbiage, but wait. Oh, hang on. I think did you lose me?
This guy sucks.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, and you have to.
Did anyone
tweet
else
for him?
assume he was just being attacked by like a coyote?
Yeah, he has no idea.
Might be.
Well, I thought after the first debacle with him in Twitter.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's a whole nother conversation.
Nothing.
Cole's, his tweets his last. All right.
And there he goes.
I think he was attacked by a coyote.
I'm worried about Cole. He had the biggest high of highs last night.
Yeah.
That thing on his head. Did you see him light up?
Oh, yeah.
He was holding the. Because it couldn't fit over his head, obviously, because there was antlers and feathers, and a raccoon skin had hail down the side of it, and I think there were some broken bones on the side.
Of course.
And he's holding his microphone with the headset hanging like this, so he could call the match. And I'm like, what?
Boyhood dream.
And he fulfilled.
Yeah.
And then it left shit all over his head.
Yeah.
All over him. With no idea, by the way, obviously.
No.
It's been a blast.
Yeah, I mean,
It's been awesome.
perfect timing.
He said, sorry, he was out ranching. There's no signal. Some of us have to work, is what he said.
Sure,
Of course.
I bet that guy ranches.
Of course.
That's what I think.
It was a home game for him last night, San Antonio. He calls that place home. He lives, he's out there in Texas. He's got like land.
Has he been there for a while? Or did he move there?
He moved there a long time though. He's been there a long time. And it's far. It is far.
So, like, does he have land? Does he have like some space?
Yeah, Michael Cole, 27 years WWE. He's only missed 2 shows. He has done well for himself. Congratulations.
Good boy, Cole.
He's awesome. He's so good. That's such a tough gig. Like, you guys are obviously a great duo. Like, he's awesome.
No, the only reason why I could be the asshole that I am is because he's literally just the biggest safety net of all time. Like, anything I say, okay, Cole, I need you to make that.
Make it right.
I need you to make that right, Cole.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead. And he's just obviously been there 27 years, and he's so talented, okay, so smart, so good. Anytime they try to find somebody, Corey Graves has been doing a great job, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, Corey, had a baby.
Go on, Corey.
Hey, baby, Corey. It's not easy to just get in there and do that because you got to balance a lot of things and changes and surprises and this and that, and who knows what the fuck is going to happen at a WWE. Actually, who knows what is going to happen? So he's so good, but it's been a lot of fun, and get a chance to see everybody every week has been really cool.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people I have a lot of respect for, I get a chance to chat with every single week again, and it's like awesome to be back over there.
And so much stuff is happening. Like all the storylines are heating up. Legit.
Hey, Seth Rollins medically cleared. He's an Iowa guy.
Oh, yeah.
Huge.
The Rock in the middle of his promo on Friday Night SmackDown, he said, I might take a chair and sit down next to my boy, Pat McAfee over there. And he said, I'm going to take that chair and I'm going to bash your brains in with it to Cody Rhodes.
Jeez, that's assault.
It'd be tough for him to finish the story with his brains bashed in.
Yeah, it would be harder to finish any story.
It would.
He was talking Ken Shamrock. That's what he was thinking in his head whenever he said it with the microphone over there.
That's hardcore.
Yeah, very, very. He said he would do that. Bloodline rules.
It's no joke. Are they?
I was referencing that one. And then remember, he said, take the nuggets and shovel them.
Oh, yeah.
And then he said, well, so that's two times
Two
now.
times.
So when Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins come out there, I'm always like,
What's going on?
how's this going to go? Because I'm just doing my job.
That's right.
Yeah.
Doing my job.
I mean, in bloodline rules, you don't want to get involved in a match that has bloodline rules.
No.
It's worse than.
I saw the family tree.
It's worse than no rules.
Oh yeah, I was in on that presser.
Yeah, obviously we acknowledge our trouble. Chief.
How's mommy doing?
Yeah, I was gonna say, but you were using your penis because mommy just came out. You were all horned up.
Mommy laughed in somebody's face last night.
Yeah, dunked all over. Who was it? Liv Morgan or the man? I think it was the man.
Might have been Becky.
Yeah.
She got to celebrate with her family down in Perth. It was awesome.
Yeah. Big time win over Nia
That's in
Jax.
Australia.
Yeah.
That's in
She
Australia.
beat Nia Jax.
Crazy.
Nia Jax went off the second rope last night with a leg drop on Becky Lynch.
Man.
I thought she was, as God is my witness, I'm 10 feet away, eye to eye level with Becky Lynch with where I'm sitting and standing. I see Nia Jax fly through the sky. I go, what are they?
Oh, no.
Becky's got to roll out of the way. She's got to roll out of the way.
She did.
She did not. That was a fucking. Becky Lynch kicked out of 2?
Yeah.
Dog.
I had no idea how she was still alive.
No, I know.
That's the man.
Stole that guy's hat. Beat that guy up with his own hat.
Nia Jax is an absolute savage.
Yeah.
She does not care.
No.
She got the proper mix of power, wit,
Bud.
moxie,
Bud.
and menace. She does have some speed. She's flying around.
She does.
Full
Yeah,
package.
agility.
But that doesn't mean she's taking mommy down. No chance.
Well, she didn't in Perth.
Good luck
but that was in Perth.
mommy.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what happens in the States.
Bingo.
Mommy again.
Mommy's a top for game.
Yeah.
Only person I know that I see on a consistent basis who wears black lipstick. Pulls it off. Yeah, here she is.
Yeah, just pissing in the man's mouth.
Mommy would beat the fuck out of me.
Everybody in there would beat the fuck out of you.
Oh, you think so? I disagree.
I could see Tony beating JD McDonough's ass.
Yeah, I agree. I concur.
I disagree on everyone.
Mommy did do that to the man, though.
Oh, yeah.
They made a couple of references to that, like numerous weeks
Oh,
in
yeah.
a row. Jesus, hell yeah.
I mean, Gumby was talking about the Claymore kick McIntyre threw down on Rollins last night.
Heel Drew McIntyre is my favorite thing going right now.
This guy, he wins the elimination chamber. Not his fault. Not his fault.
A dirty pool.
Shit happened.
Logan Paul knocks out Randy Orton. Drew McIntyre 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Uso. Help. Drew McIntyre 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
He's been benefiting from some outside stuff. The wrestling gods seem
On his side.
It's about time.
It is. Hey, listen, I'm on Drew McIntyre's side.
He's quite calculated.
Keeps rubbing in the face of CM Punko.
He does. I love that.
You love that?
Yeah, why not?
Really?
Yeah, why not?
That is great.
You don't like
It's a good gimmick.
Gumpy.
No,
I like Drew.
No, I like
Drew.
Punk, but I am a fucking Scottish warrior.
Okay.
Fan. Yeah.
Hey, me too. Our entire office is
Yeah.
big Drew McIntyre.
Yeah, friend of the program.
That's why whenever I see him doing the stuff he's doing, I'm always like, what's this guy all about? Michael Cole called him a hypocrite the other week.
Oh, jeez.
That was
Colewood.
Tread carefully, Cole.
I wouldn't do that.
McIntyre doesn't care.
Let's get to a break. We got sports media to do on the other side.
Speaking of bloodline,
Let's continue.
how come Ezekiel, and we're not talking about that bloodline, Ezekiel and
Family tree is too hard to trace.
The tree all looks the same.
Mm-hmm. It's like a
Which is
bamboo tree.
interesting. Yeah. Very symmetrical tree.
Yeah.
As one branch mirrors the other exactly.
That's right.
Just with different leaves a little bit.
Correct.
But Elias is okay, I think.
Yeah, he's okay. It's funny you say that because, like, AJ Hawk looks like he could be a member of that
That's the
family. There
bloodline.
might be some
That's my
distant
bloodline.
relatives back along the lines of the route.
That is a
Oh, here
bloodline
it
in
is.
professional wrestling.
Here we go.
I mean, I'll tell you what.
It's the bloodline.
His old buddy in the backwards hat.
Yeah, he does kind of
That's
look
cousin.
like
That's cousin.
he
Cousin
looks like
Elroy.
he looks like AJ's boy.
It does kind of look like AJ's boy.
Some resemblance
Could
there.
be. It could be one of my boys. And then the is that the grandma right there? That kind of has resemblance
That's
to
the
my
mom.
Mother.
Jesus
Mom.
Christ.
Somebody's grandma.
Yeah, that
Young
little
boy.
boys.
Yeah, there we go. Does he have any trunks on underneath that towel?
No.
Or is he
No,
just
no,
gone
he had
out?
surgery. He had surgery.
Yeah. Boots are on though.
He kept his boots and knee pads.
Yeah,
on.
they,
Well, of course.
they tried to take him off.
Of course. Elias has got his boots on too.
Yeah.
You just can't see him.
Elrod wouldn't let him take him off. Said, no, let the boy wear him.
They have no idea if a 6-man tag is about to bust out
Exactly.
in the middle of that
I
hospital.
mean,
Yep.
we've seen what happens in hospitals sometimes.
Bingo.
Steve Austin, sometimes he's running wild, brother.
I got it from here, dog.
Yeah. I'll take it from here, nerd.
Nurse. Yeah. Grocery stores too. This family, this bloodline is.
I get a price check on a jackass.
Yeah.
Wrestling is the greatest.
all time.
It's the greatest. I'm sitting there last night. Okay, San Antonio, beautiful city. It's very far away. I've said that numerous times today because getting on that plane, I did not expect the amount of time I was going to be spending on that plane to that particular program. I should have looked into it. That's on me. I'm sitting down in there, and I start watching all the shit that's taking place around you, and I just think to myself, this has got to be the greatest thing that has ever existed ever.
Yeah.
And then Michael Cole puts those fucking antlers on his head, and I just couldn't take it anymore. Like, this is the greatest thing that has ever existed.
Yeah.
Well, and you couldn't watch that one match because the Kombucha Warriors were
The Kabuki Warriors,
excuse me,
who are the women's tag team champions.
Yes.
Part of Damage Control alongside Io Sky, who's a champion on SmackDown.
Of course.
Full respect.
I got respect for Sky. Okay, brother.
And then Dakota, who's leading that crew, turned her back on Bailey.
Messed up.
Shouldn't
And
do
Shayna,
that.
right? Baszler.
Yeah. Well, Shayna and Zoe now
Yeah.
have a shot at the Kabuki Warriors next
They're
month.
gonna. I mean, I wouldn't want to. I would not want to cross paths with shit. What
What's
is
wrong,
so
Ty?
funny? Yeah. I just would not
Just
want.
remembered something. It was a couple weeks ago. It was just pretty funny.
What was
Sorry,
that?
I apologize.
What was- no,
no,
what-
it has nothing to do with
No, it feels like-
WW.
It feels like it probably does.
It does. I fucking love the Kabuki Warriors.
I agree.
The best thing going right now.
I tried to talk to them 4 or 5 times. They're sitting right in front of me.
Yeah, they just want it.
They
no
wouldn't say a
respect.
single thing.
No.
Who are you guys more scared of? Scream not scared in my face and then just turn around. All right, I can't even do any journalism. I can't see anything. I'm pulling for Zoe and Shayna.
Yeah, me
Let's
too.
go, Zoe and Shayna.
Dude, I do love the Kabuki Warriors, though.
Yeah.
Let's get to a break.
They got some devilish moves
Yeah.
that they're saving, I think.
Okay, the sports journalism on the other side is going to be worthy of a watch.
Absolutely.
Has been so far.
We're going to No, this is not. We're 40 minutes past the break that's supposed to happen. Remember, the only reason why this happened is because the code red that Ty put on himself.
Yeah, we're actually 2 hours and 40 minutes past the break.
Sorry, what?
Oh, yeah.
Bill Burr.
Yeah.
That's
Is
right.
that real?
I gotta piss so fucking bad. So bad.
No,
We have not taken a break yet?
Nope.
The piss,
We went to a different networking. We didn't even take a break.
I might piss out my asshole.
Ty did.
I might as well
Been
just
there.
wait and see if I do.
All right. I didn't even realize. Boys, good times today.
Yeah.
Look at us.
This is the longest I've
Nick
sat.
took a break. When Nick left, I was like, this dude, what a... It's 2.5 hours.
Yeah, makes sense
No, I
now.
just had to piss, dude. Yeah. Sorry about it. All right, well, let's take a break. Huh?
Yeah, I haven't sat in the same spot
For this long.
while being awake since I was a fetus.
That Bill Burr hour flew.
Yeah, that was awesome. You couldn't eat. I mean, I was hoping that went till Florio.
It almost did.
Yeah, I know.
They would have, yeah.
All right, guys, I had a blast. See ya.
Okay.
And then he was off. And then we're on ESPN too. It's been a good day. All right. We'll finish it fantastically on the other side.
Hell yeah.
We got sports journalism going on. And also, these are my notes, okay, on the new kickoff that has been presented. Okay, not going to let you get a look at that or a screenshot of that.
Smart.
I was on the phone this morning going through the actual kickoff that is being pitched to the owners to save the kickoff play, seemingly, from the special teams coach's eyes. Unanimous agreement from special teams coaches, which is not what we heard about anything in the years past in which they were trying to save the kickoff. So I had one of the founding fathers of this particular concept that was pitching it to all the other special teams coordinators. Break it down. 37 minutes is how long that conversation was. There's a lot. But here's a couple numbers to think about. Last year, 1,970 touchbacks.
So many.
This plan, if implemented, would have an 80 to 85%, they're projecting, return rate,
Like that.
which would be an extra 1,600 explosive plays potentially to football,
Love it.
while also keeping strategy and hopefully the kickoff. I'll break that down on the other side.
Nice.
And we'll cover sports that are happening.
Hell yeah.
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Take 5. If you're the NCAA and you're sitting in that stupid office in Indianapolis where we happen to live, it's a great city. It's a great town. And there's a dumb institution that is ruling over college football. Because if you don't want these people dancing... Celebration, bitches.
What's up?
Is that the president's name?
Oh, that's Kurt Signated.
Do we like the NCAA? Do we like Pat? Do we love the Dukes? I wish when I was asked, like, why did you punt? I could say my subcommittee recommended I punt. Talk your shit. This guy's hot. This guy's hot. We'll see you in the next hour. I say today, we take a stand against the NCAA. Let them bull. Let them bull. Amen. Rest in peace, Dale. Moment of silence for Dale Earnhardt. Moment has passed. Thank you, Dale. This one's for 3. AJ Hawk, $5,000. This has been one of the coolest moments of my entire professional life. JMU! Thank you so much for the hospitality. JMU! You understand quickly that there's idiots making decisions in every single place that you would never guess idiots would be making decisions. You don't think bowl season deserves to have this situation cooking behind it? College football is better because JMU's football is crushing. College is better because what their football team is doing. The community is better. And the NCAA, yet again, adds to their long list of decisions. Look at that scene, bro, in the hills of Virginia. You know what? To hell with all of them. James Madison, right here. Right here. That chef looks damn good. I'd eat that guy's meat any day of the week. If you're able to bury this 33-yard field goal, kicking is easy is what you have said to kickers before. Others have on the internet. Now, 90 racks on the line. We believe. Oh! Kill the kid! Kill the kid! Our worst kid yet! 100 racks of charity. This dog stinks! And that's that the JMU are going to crush App State. They would crush anybody this weekend, especially in this city with how dumb the NCAA is. Let them bowl and let the boys dominate today.
In my Constitution, I have the First Amendment right to free speech. Pat has the Second Amendment right to take its sleeves off and show the bare arms all the time. But I'm saying, if we are so lucky to go undefeated this year, and we end up winning in a bowl game, if we get in, I'm going to use my First Amendment to declare the JMU Dukes national champions. Like UCF. I'm just going to say it, and come and stop me. Time to coach.
I'm jacked. I love it's working. All of it's working.
They'll have one loss because App State is beating JMU Mountaineers, baby. They're gonna dog shit all over this dumb place. App State forever. Yeah, fuck you too. How about that?
Listen, I'm just curious. I noticed that in every single one of those pictures you took, you're wearing the same suit. So I'm just curious, were you only at the Combine one day? Did you only work one day? I mean, you talk about how you're the hardest working guy ever. You're there one day? Like, what's going on there?
Well, I don't know, Ty. I mean, are we in Milan at the fucking fashion show? I'm there for work, asswipe, okay? So, yeah, I mean, if you want to go and play grab ass with people, oh, hey, look at my Versace suit, look at my, listen, all right, very simple. Yes, I wore the same suit and shirt combo and tie combo every single day. You ever heard of Steve Jobs? Okay? Turtleneck every single day. Take one decision out of your day. It's a very beautiful, nice suit. $79.99 off the rack at Macy's. Okay? Very, very dependable. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not there trying to, get all the girls to look at me and say, oh, geez, Mad Mel, this guy's fucking sexy. I'm there to let these NFL GMs and pro personnel, staff know, hey, this is what you got to do to win a Super Bowl. I mean, the fact that you'd even ask that question tells me how big of a dipshit you are and how much, honestly, just how clueless you are. So I won't be taking any fucking questions from you for a long time, my friend.
Jeez.
You know what? As a matter of fact, fuck this. I'm done. Okay, I've given you guys enough. This is bullshit. Fuck you guys.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa!
What did I say?
What the?
Guy, way to go.
Come
Is
on,
Matt Mel still there?
You know, I don't got to do this. You know, they act like I don't got anything to do. I mean, I got hours and hours of film I could be looking at. These fucking assholes are treating me, you know, like it's a stand-up comedy special. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm fucking sick of it. Okay? I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore. Fuck them.
Whoa. Gee, sorry.
Guy.
He's still...
Look how you made Matt Mel feel.
An honest question.
I thought it was a good conversation.
You did attack him a little bit. You attacked him a little bit. I think he overreacted, but that's classic Mad Mel. I think we can, you know, besides the way that thing abruptly ended. What was that all about?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, professionalism, maybe, you know, just a tad bit.
It's all right. Draft season's Mad Mel season.
Jalen Milroe often wears his own branded apparel reading LANK across the front. It's an acronym that stands for Let a Naysayer Know. Being told by his former offensive coordinator,
That
Bill
is
O'Brien.
not what I thought.
Is that not what you thought?
Boy, let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Of course.
The professional's right in the middle of his lead. That's all right. I just keep going.
You almost lost me again. It got real tight up here as you were. I just want to let you know.
Reese, you were too smooth with that. I thought it was going down. I thought it was going down out here. I looked over at Liz.
Oh, sorry about it. Let a naysayer know.
Let a
naysayer know. That's what we thought the whole time. That's what we all thought. Hey.
Why?
Let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life.
Sport!
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to Franchise Tag Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. Hour 3, almost 4 of the program starts now.
Sports!
Our beautiful...
Nice, AJ.
That was really good from Madison and Attica, Ohio. AJ Hawk.
Yeah, Hawker.
I wasn't sure. I wasn't real confident. I didn't know if we were football, sports. At the last second, I chose sports.
Well, hey, way to make a confident decision. Okay, you need to believe in yourself a little bit more because you were right all along. You sounded fantastic. We are talking sports. We're talking a lot of sports here in a matter of moments, but this is Franchise Tag Tuesday. We'll keep you all updated with anything that happens around the NFL. While we're at the first break of the day, 2 hours and 40 minutes in, already having somebody potentially shit themselves and piss their own pants, we took a break. An update has come out about Michael Pitman. The Colts do plan on utilizing the franchise tag on Michael Pitman if they can't reach a deal by the 4 p.m. deadline, which pays them $21.8 million for the 2024 year, but there's still time before the tag. From what was being reported in potential conversations at the Combine, there was a lot of hope that a deal would be able to get done by Michael Pittman and the Colts. Feels like that is still the hope of either the Colts or Michael Pittman, both parties, as we have an hour and 6 minutes left. But Michael Pittman will remain in Indianapolis Colts. The Talks Tables here at Bossy Connor and at Ty Schmidt. One half of the Hammer, Dahn Cowboys, Tone Diggs is here. And I want to let the world know, I hope Michael Pittman gets his money, but him being a Colt next year is good news for somebody that is a suite holder at Lucas Oil Stadium with the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, but I think we know how this goes. You know, Michael Pittman gets it, and I think the Colts get it. Like, hey, Michael, you want your money? This is how you do it. Turn into a huge cancer. Okay, we need you to be a bad teammate. We need you to show up to training camp, but, you know, put your hood on. Don't talk to people.
But then they would set a precedent, and they would have to do that to a player like next year.
No, well, that's going to happen next year, too. Well, so I think the Pittman is kind of the last one.
You guys need to stop. We don't need to put this into the universe.
No, well, it's already in there.
If I know the Colts organization, they would never let that happen. Like, if a player did that, they would not give them a brand new deal. What
are you doing? Why are we doing this?
Well, has it happened before?
This is good news. Michael Pittman is a Colt next year. That's what I'm hearing.
Why are you upset? Now? We're saying good things that the Colts would never let that happen. The Colts would never.
Yeah, but you're saying it in a manner as like, oh, that happened this past season.
With who?
Well, yeah.
Our best player. So I understand that this might come back and bite us in the ass in Europe.
Someone has to show Tony Richardson the way. Like, hey, buddy, you want your money?
Matt Ryan is not on the team.
Still paying for him, or is that
all right? Carson Wentz not on the team either.
No, he's not.
No,
he's a Is he still on the Rams?
No, and to be fair, I don't think that Carson Wentz dead cap was from the Colts.
It's Philly.
Philly, yeah, because you guys traded
the Colts.
You traded the whole contract to the Commies because they're a poverty franchise too.
Okay, all right. 2.
Well, I don't know how the 2 snuck in there.
Let's go. You do. And that's kind of how you've been doing this entire thing, talking about this Pitman situation, because I was pumped that he is back as an Indianapolis Colt. But what you're saying is exactly what a lot of us were thinking while Jonathan Taylor was doing what Jonathan Taylor was doing this past season during training camp as Shane Steichen, first-year head coach, is trying to, with a rookie quarterback, is trying to institute a brand-new culture. And Jonathan Taylor said, I am going to stand out and hang out and not be a distraction at all.
No.
Get away from the team. And he inevitably got paid from that.
He did.
After Zach Moss was top 5 rushing in the league while he sat out, which was another kind of one of those things that you.
So I was potentially worried at the time, as a Colts fan and a Colts alumni, that I hope Michael Pittman doesn't just think to himself, because once again, as Colts fan, Michael Pittman, consummate Colt,
dog,
fucking beast. So they're gonna figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
Well, Michael already did, so they'll figure it out because Michael did.
Michael Pittman is a Colt.
Yeah, he.
That is the story.
That is a fact.
That is the story.
Yes.
Michael Pittman is a Colt.
And he's going to be a bad teammate until August.
He doesn't have that in his blood.
Well, actually, like Jonathan Taylor was like the mayor of every town he's ever been in.
He was. Yeah.
Until.
Yeah, but he got that new agent.
Yeah, he got him paid, though.
Yeah, true.
Who's Pittman?
And that agent took a victory lap on our faces.
He did.
He did. Lied.
Yeah.
Because I guess he should have.
Does Pittman have the same agent?
What if he does just sign with him and then we'll be like, well.
I mean, it would make sense. Hey, man, you got the deal done for Jonathan Taylor. Like, it's my time now. Do I just
Pittman's
follow the
agent
same?
is Mulligata.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Man.
A deal's getting done. That's what I just heard.
Well, how much cap do you have?
Somewhere. Something's happening.
That's why a deal got done. That's what I just heard, AJ. What's everybody automatically? Michael Pittman Jr. is an Indianapolis Colt.
Yes. Fact.
Yes, he is.
Universe ball.
Okay. He's staying with the Colts
For
his entire for his entire career.
Well, there might be a couple at the end.
For the next 5 years.
4.
Yeah.
4
Three.
years.
3 years.
Not including the tag year?
3 years from right this moment.
From this moment,
3 more seasons.
3 more seasons.
Okay.
Universe ball.
300 more catches.
Boy, I hope.
We fucking need
I
him.
hope
this
you
ball
need
needs
him.
to go.
I hope you hit this.
Yeah, join it. You got it.
Michael Pittman!
Oh, no. Okay.
That's huge.
Pittman's back.
Can't talk about it anymore.
The universe has spoke. I'm happy to hear that. Congrats, Mulligata, Michael Pittman Jr., Chris Ballard, Indianapolis Colts, and everybody that is a fan of the horseshoe. Way to go.
Congrats, Colts.
That was huge.
That was massive.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, needed that one.
That was cool, wasn't it? I'm so pumped.
That was.
You should have. I had a little anxiety before I shot that.
I did
Universe
too.
has spoken.
Felt it.
I was like, oh, no. Anyways, let's do some journalism.
Okay.
So the kickoff play in football, AJ, has been one that has been highly scrutinized by the health and safety folks of the NFL. Now, obviously, health and safety people of the NFL have gotten a lot more power in the say of how the game goes since Dr. Will Smith and the lawsuit and CT and everything.
Correct.
Tell the truth.
Whenever they were going to kill the game, seemingly the game was being attacked because of how dangerous it was and what it did to ex-players, and they were exposing everything, and football was going to die. The greatest sport on earth, the greatest league on earth, was going to die because of this. So the NFL did exactly how you would expect them to handle this particular type of situation. They bring in an abundance of doctors and specialists and say, hey, we're getting sued for billions of dollars. They're attacking our game. Kids might not want to play in the future. We need to make sound adjustments to preserve the game forever. Now, have they made decisions that make a lot of us football people go, you're fucking ruining the game? Some.
Yeah.
Some.
But the state of the game is in a very good place.
Oh, yeah.
We still feel like we have great football. We still feel like we have physical football. We still have fast football. We still have violence. We still have it all, but it seems to be tempered just a little bit. And there's a generation that has only known this style of football, so their version of it has been electrifying to watch. Ratings are at an all-time high, but there's one particular play that the health and safety folks have continued to say, hey, is the juice worth the squeeze here? Remember, $1 billion lawsuit? Dr. Will Smith, tell the truth. This play right here.
Get rid of it.
Fuck it.
Don't need it.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell has come out and said, I want to keep floating football.
Thank you, Roger.
I love the kickoff. But with what we're being told by the people that we employed to tell us these particular pieces of information, they're telling us that this play is not worth it at all. 1,970 times that it happened, literally ball just got kicked out of end zone, ceremonial, nothing happened, people were taking a leak. People are going to the bathroom, people are bored out of their minds. It is just happening just to happen because it's happened for a very long time. We need to figure out how to save the kickoff for football. Last year, they instituted the fair catch rule because they thought that it would eliminate concussions. It would also give them a good place, a good starting field position for the offense. It would be something that would limit the amount of contact, even if the kicks aren't as perfect as they had been in the past. Every special teams coach hated it, but they used it.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened? Well, only 22% of kicks were returned last year. Okay? Only 22% of kicks were returned. Helped out with the concussions and the injuries, obviously. Stats were good for that particular fashion. But for the electrifyingness, if that's a word, of the kickoff, completely gone. So we need to figure out how to keep the concussions and injuries down, but also keep the electricity if we want to save play for future generations of football. So the special teams coordinators got together. There were a couple founding fathers of this particular concept that is a take on the XFL's concept, but changed a little bit to make sure that it isn't just an ugly, dumb play that did potentially happen in the XFL. They're calling this the NFL hybrid kickoff.
Ooh.
Conversed, safer version of a kickoff.
Okay.
Let's go to the footage, AJ. Okay, shall we? Let's go to the Piero. All right, so here we are on the football field, okay? So the kicker will remain kicking off at the 35, okay? Kicker is all by himself here on the 35, if you will. Okay, that's a K. The other guys on the kickoff team are lined up on the plus 40, okay, just like we've seen in the XFL where the kickoff crew is further down the field to eliminate a 25-yard head start that they saw as one of the main reasons of why these injuries keep taking place on the kickoff play. So you will have the other 10 people who are covering the kick on the 40-yard line. Now, similar rules to the pass on where people can line up. 2 people will have to be outside the numbers, 2 people in the alley, then you can have 1 in between the hash marks. And on the other side, you have the same exact rule where, there's other 2, you get it, are outside the numbers. So this is the same rules we have now. All feet have to be on, or 1 foot has to be on the 40-yard line. So then the kickoff return team now, we're talking to ourselves. Well, where are they going to be? Well, they're going to be in the setup zone, which is the 35 to 30, which is obviously 5 yards away from the kickoff team. 6 we got to get back to that. 6 of the 9 people have to be lined up on the line of the 35, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the return team have to be lined up there. And then 3 people can be floaters in the setup zone. But 6 of them have to have their line on, or their foot on the line of the 35, as the 10 people on the kickoff are all on the 40 here, okay? So this whole thing is to eliminate a run-up against each other. Well, what's the kicker going to do who's kicking off from the 35? Well, he has to land it in the landing zone here, okay, which is 20 to goal line, all right, where the other 2 people on the return team are lined up as returners, okay? The goal would be for the kicker to kick it and have it land in the landing zone, okay? And then you will have to return that, or I believe the fair catch is completely killed, but I assume you could do that and take the ball. If you kick a touchback, ball comes out to the 35.
Ooh.
Okay? If you kick a ball that doesn't reach the landing zone, ball goes to the 40.
Wow.
Okay? If you kick it out of bounds, ball goes to the 40. And they're expecting with this particular style of kick for there to be an 80 to 85% return rate because kickers have to make it land in the land zone or you give up field position of a 35-yard start for a touchback. If you don't kick it into the landing zone, it is a 40-yard field position start for the other team. And nobody can move until the ball is touched by the returner or the ground.
Oh.
Okay, so that's when people move. A ref will have her hand up, and as soon as it is dropped, that's when the play will start. So it'll be like punt coverage, kinda. There'll still be strategy. With 2 returners in the landing zone, they can still do throwbacks. With the 3 floaters in the setup zone that aren't able to move until the ball is touched, you can still set up returns. So I think special teams coaches are like, yeah, we can still utilize strategy. We can still utilize the game. It is a version of the XFL kickoff, but it does have a little bit more yardage. Onside kicks can only be in the 4th quarter by the team that is trailing. They have to say, we are going to do the onside kick. It'll then go back to the rules that are currently in place, where they will be live at the 35, but they will institute potentially or reinstitute an overload where you can have 6 people on one side, 4 on the other, where now it's just 5 and 5 because they don't want more numbers on one side versus another side. They do want more recoveries of onside kicks, so that's why they're thinking about going back to the overload. They do want more returns, and the special teams coaches feel that if you force a team to return kicks, they'll return kicks.
Yeah.
So you still keep returners, you still keep special teamers in the game, you still keep the kickoff in the game. You'll get more returns, less injuries. They feel as if they have threaded the needle of everything that the NFL is looking for, and I believe that is what's being pitched to all of the owners to potentially be passed as soon as, I believe, this upcoming season.
There we go.
I think they're trying to institute this pretty quick. 37 minutes, we went through it all. If the ball lands before the landing zone, the ball goes out to the 40. So it's treated as an out-of-bounds kick.
Sure.
Because I just thought to myself, well, at the 35, trying to land at 20 to goal line, why don't you just back that up to the 30 then? So then there's a little bit more,
right?
Is it hard to? Will NFL kickers have any problem landing it between 20 and goal line?
There's some guys that might not be I don't think I was a big bloop it guy because I kicked it hard.
Which is an advantage now with the kickoff, having a guy that can do that consistently.
If you can hang one, that's what you're going to want. Go ahead, AJ.
If you can get a kicker that can bloop it and he can run, he's going to be a part of the coverage because the other guys can't go until it's dropped, right?
He can't pass the 50 until the ball is touched.
Oh, it's a shame.
So he can cover from 35 to 50. Once ball is touched, then he can get into the coverage if he would like. Because I was kicker, because you get Justin Reed.
Yeah.
And you get those guys, they kick off, they hit it to the landing zone. That's max power. And then they're scot-free to go. It's no, you can't cross the 50 because we are thinking about the asshole special teams coaches who will take advantage of every single rule that they possibly could. My immediate thought in question was, okay, so I'm hitting a low squib that is hitting in between the 20 and the goal line, and it's a touchback because I think that goes to the 20.
20, yeah, normal.
So I think if it lands in the landing zone and then ends up in the end zone as a touchback, it comes out to the 20. That's the best thing that can happen seemingly for the kicking team. But if you try that and it lands low,
a risky play,
you're coming back to the 40. Or if one of the returners, which 2 of them are able to stop it, it's that's a quick return. You got 15 yards probably before the people that are lined up on the 40 are even getting there. So it's a take on the XFL kickoff for sure, which I was very against. I still think this is a drill. This is not the actual rep.
It's like a condensed drill like you do in practice, kind of. You close quarters so you're not running back, and those guys that are in the front line blocking on kickoff return aren't absorbing guys running 600 miles an hour straight down their face.
Yeah, so, but the messaging was coming pretty much hey, we need the...
We got to save it.
We need something.
There's going to be a lot more returns.
Hey, we need something. We all.
But the NFL doesn't want returns, though.
No,
coaches
they do.
Want return. Do they actually want returns? I thought they just want touchbacks so no one gets hit and no one gets knocked out.
The NFL is not happy that there's 1,970 touchbacks.
Okay, good.
They wanted they wanted returns. They wanted the explosivity of a return to still be available. We want less injuries, more returns, and figure it out or we're going to eliminate it. Pretty much is how it was relayed to me. This is what you all need to do. I think there was a Stanford kid who came up with the XFL kickoff. The XFL kickoff is, and I said condensed. It is a condensed version of what a kickoff drill is in practice pretty much. So it's a concept that every coach knows. It's a concept that every coach knows how you can work returns off of it too, because you've been working in practice. The floating guys in the setup zone from the 30 to 35 aren't allowed to blindside.
So double team?
The off returner cannot be a part of a double team. Okay. But anybody in the setup zone, the 9 guys from the 30 to 35 can double team.
Okay.
But floaters can't like you can't just send.
Go pick somebody off.
Across the field.
And then from 35 to 40, because the kickoff team's on the 40, return team has to have 6 guys with their foot on the 35 there in the setup zone. There's 5 yards. They're not allowed to go forward. Kickoff return team's not allowed to go forward. So there's no runs at guys in between the 35 to 40. That is a D hit. That's a DHZ.
Okay.
That is a D hit zone that is taking place in between the 35 and 40. So with how close everybody is, they're hoping that it'll be more like a punt play for coverage as opposed to big 25-yard run up, boom, bang, we're doing this, and guys are leading
We'll
with
see some wall return. We'll see some wall returns on kickoff.
Throwbacks.
Yeah.
The amount of throwbacks that are going to take place, I think,
It'd
are
be
going to
fun. Fun to watch. Honestly, it will be fun to watch if they do something like this.
And it saves a lot of jobs, I think. It saves a lot of strategy. It saves like a play, and it saves a very crucial part of football. And I've been very against this style, but the messaging that came through me was like, we need this.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we need this one. It's like, you got it. So I didn't explain it that great because it's a lot that's going on, but pretty much I think this is going to work. I think it's going to get passed.
Yeah.
I think it's going to get passed. And
who votes though? We know the special teams coaches are on board. Who has to pass it through?
The
24
committee, right?
Yeah. Is it the competition committee? Or the owners?
In the end of the day, it's the owners.
Yeah, I think it's like 24 votes, right?
Of the 32,
24,
yeah.
32.
That's what always has to take place. And it's like everything in the past has never had the special teams coaches support. And from what I'm being told, I think NFLPA support as well on this.
That's big.
So it's like, I think there's a chance that it's gonna go, and congrats to them threading the needle. And if we get, instead of almost 2,000 touchbacks and no plays, and we get an extra 1,600 plays.
That's awesome.
That's
Can the return
Think how many
team-
times they're going to try to do, like you said, what if you hit it in the drop zone, but it goes in the end zone, you get a touchback, it goes to the 20, right?
Yes.
Think about at the end of a game, like it's going to be like nerve-wracking kickoffs. Like, okay, what are we going to do? He tries to execute that kick. Oh, no, ball's out to the 40. You just gave them 2 extra first downs.
8 seconds left, 9 seconds left. What are you going to do? Do you go full touchback, let him take it at the 35? 35 is a hell of a start.
Yeah.
35 is a hell of a start, especially if you're up 2. Let's say you're up 2, and now you got to do it. Like, we got to go cover a kick, seemingly. It's like baseball where you have to throw a strike.
Yeah.
Like, that is how you got to get out of here. Like, you can't just squib one, run some timeout, do this entire thing. It's like you have to do a play. And I'm excited to see how they utilize it. If you say you're going to do an onside kick, you have to do an onside kick, though. You can't just say, yeah, we're doing an onside and then boop, playing zone, down there. After a safety, move everything up 15 yards, pretty much, because it goes from 35 to 20 where you're punting it. I think they're also pitching that you can kick off a tee after a safety, which you haven't been able to do in the past. You've never been able to actually do like a kickoff.
Yeah.
No tee allowed after it. Now I think they're pitching punt or a kickoff, move everything up, both the D hit zone, the lineup line, and everything up 15 yards, including the landing zone and extending it all the way back to the end zone, I guess. So they're trying to get more returns. They're trying to keep it safe. I appreciate the fact that they're trying to, save something that's special. No more surprise onside kicks, though, AJ.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
It was kind of a dying art. And I got some stats here. Over the last 4 years, there was 15 surprise onside kicks attempted. 2 of them were recovered.
Not a ton.
Tough.
This past year, 0 for 2.
Okay.
I think it was Denver and Detroit. I loved them. I loved surprise onside kicks.
Man, they were really baiting you into doing that, weren't they?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's because we hit a surprise onside kick to the right earlier in the season, and we hit a surprise onside kick to the left earlier in the season. So what are they not going to cover? The middle. Oh, here's one to the left. Let me go ahead and drop it around there. That's after they started putting a hands team on. Yeah. I mean, it is. We used it. Like, we used it. And the Titans were on the wrong end of it a few times.
Ooh.
My guy, Griff Whalen, after a Jack Doyle deke leading. Yeah, it's in the first quarter we do that. Yeah.
Great.
I mean, those things were awesome.
Doyle.
Thank you. Ricky Jean-Francois, the man right there. Yeah, it was, I felt good about that one. I got introed to that game.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
First game I got introed, fire, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Got to do one.
Chuck goes, you ever been introduced? Never. He goes, you're getting introduced to it. I go, whew.
Let's go.
All right.
Now we're talking.
All right. And then he almost regretted doing it immediately. It was like, maybe not.
Actually.
But then he calls a fucking surprise onside kick in the first quarter. It's like, thank you, Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Chuck, I appreciate what you're letting me do here today. But that's dead. That's gone. So,
Good run.
Sebastian Janikowski was phenomenal at it. Mason Crosby was phenomenal at it. David Akers was phenomenal at it. I'm trying to think of a couple other guys. Younghoe Koo is a great onside kicker. I don't know how many surprises. His era right now, the rules kind of impossible.
He had a few in that year, though. It was 2 or 3 years ago where he had 3 onside kicks recovered. None of them surprised, but
still.
just
Good onside kicker.
Yeah.
2 in the same game.
There's some guys through, that have been good at it. I think guys also have not worked on onside kicks as much as of late because it's just we're not going to get it.
Yeah.
So am I going to waste reps in my leg that I don't just have an abundance of? You can't just kick 1,000 balls. Onside kick, too, is you're torquing your groin, your quad, and you're jamming your toe straight into a football. It's not fun. It's not fun to work on, but back in the day, at least, it was a pretty good thing to be able to do. It's hey, if we can get this thing to hop, it's a 50-50 pretty much. I still think Sebastian Janikowski used to just run so normal and then just, especially on that dirt that they had.
Yes.
And he used to just be able to just boom this, and he was just throwing a pass pretty much with a bounce ball, just right to his number one on the outside. It was that's gone. Not that it had been around for the last seemingly 5-10 years or whatever.
Were people getting killed on those? I mean, was there a lot of injuries on those?
They said that the onside kicks, there wasn't a lot of injuries on.
Yeah.
So it's all in that big run-up, I guess. It's the 20.
Sprint.
It's the full.
Running collisions, yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. So onside kicks, they said stats okay for injuries, not worried about it. They actually want to add more recoveries, so that's why they might do the 6x4 again, where you can at least run maybe a twist or something to maybe get a little off schedule for the blocking team. But they're trying to figure it out, and I appreciate that. But if this is the thing, where the kicker's on the 35, the kickoff coverage team is on the plus 40. The kickoff return team has 9 guys in between the 30 and six of the 9 guys on the 35-yard line. Then 2 returners in a landing zone from the 20-yard line to the end zone, and the ball has to land in there. You would assume that
Yeah. For sure.
there'd be a lot more returns.
It's pretty easy to
You
explain.
have to. You can't fair catch it. You have to return it. If
Hey,
it lands in there, you have to return it.
no fair dodging. It's football.
And if it doesn't land in there, it's either the 35 or the 40, most likely.
Those sideline ones will be awesome because deciding whether to catch the ball, say at the 15 when it's nearing the sideline, and it might roll out going in, or sometimes they'll stay in and roll out the back.
The classic go out of bounds with your feet.
Yeah, and then
Put your foot out of bounds.
And then reach in and grab it.
like Gunnar Olszewski did.
Well, he did the opposite of that. Actually, he toe tapped to keep his feet in bounds.
Yeah, but he was all jacked up. He was toe drag swag.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was a great toe
Sweet.
drag.
It was sweet. He did it. I don't think everybody thought he had to be out of bounds,
Yeah.
but he was so good at the toe drag swag. He was actually in bounds
Trying to get some wide receiver reps.
in a time you don't want to have your feet in bounds.
Yeah.
Coach, watch this.
So, anyways, I think everybody gets the point of it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you just think about the visual, the only thing that might be confusing for people is a landing zone. They could easily just put that in the TV copy.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Outline the landing zone.
Oh, yeah.
So it's hey, obviously this is where they
Especially with the graphics, you just put a little different color grass.
They were fucking doing that with
Yeah,
the
the
first
darker
down.
green. Remember they were having
Yes.
darker green? I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Grass ain't that green.
Yeah.
What they were able to do.
Yeah.
In the red zone, they'll change that,
Bingo.
Yeah.
I got it.
Very doable.
And then when an onside kick comes, the whole stadium,
Yeah.
oh, it's an onside kick.
Yeah. Feels like there'll be a lot of kick return touchdowns.
There has to be an announcement. Because it won't be the coach trailing in the fourth, obviously, not this year.
No. If it's
The New England Patriots
we're not
have
playing.
chosen the onside kick.
Yeah.
You can really start gassing that one up,
Chad Ryland just hooks one into the stands.
He gonna be the kicker?
There was a time where the extra point was being.
Oh no.
There was a time where the extra point was going to be eliminated before it went back to the 33 because it was just becoming ceremonial.
Yeah.
And we were asked for our ideas, and I just, just an asshole. I was like, it was what we needed.
Sure.
I wanted a stage that lifts up on the sideline,
Okay.
with whichever side you score on, like rugby. Score on the left side of the field, you have to kick from the left stage. It comes up.
That'd be
lights,
sick.
Spotlight. You got to kick from the side, from the angle on the other side. They didn't want. They went with 30.
It's from an elevated stage that comes out from. So we're gonna have to put 4 elevated stages under each field that raise up.
Yes.
Yeah, we're trying to save the extra point or not? Yeah.
It's easy.
And every one of them.
I'll tell you what. I'm not going to bring an umbrella to a brainstorm, as you say. I think it's a pretty good idea.
Well, I didn't say it. A coach did who coached a soccer team, but I think if we're going to save the extra point, let's save it. Instead, they went with a 33-yard option.
Yeah, which
whatever.
I think it has become.
It did help. Yeah.
It has become an equalizer, and that looked weird at the beginning. Just like this kickoff would look very weird.
It's gonna look super
year.
weird.
Yeah.
It would look very weird.
But if it means more returns, all about it.
Yeah, kickoff return touchdowns feel so much more real with that type of scenario.
And I'm just realizing this now. They're not even showing the kicker, are they?
No.
No, he's not in the picture.
No. They'll do the back shot. Whoa. But they'll do that, and they'll have it from behind the kicker, and everyone will be on the screen at once.
They will do that back shot.
Back shot.
Sky big back shot.
Huge kickers
No,
love
they could
those.
pan. They could pan the kick.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, the sky kick.
I
There
hope
it
that
is.
happens. I do. I hope that.
I mean, they show the kicker now and where it lands, and it lands in the
well, the
first
kicker's
row.
with the rest of the team.
Yeah.
No, I know.
But if they start-
they could get it all in.
Dude, that is a shame though, because now like Butker's kicking a ball 95 yards. Like his kickoffs are going
That doesn't mean shit anymore.
so far.
That's why those safety ones, though, like if you do get and granted, like I don't think the Chiefs are worried about getting safeties all the time. But
Hey, can we show off Butker's leg today? We got a nice east to west wind here. We get a safety down here.
Sprint back.
Butker could probably put this one off the crossbar from the 20, be the longest kick in the history of the NFL. So those are gone seemingly, which is a shame because we're hitting.
The wind's going to change it, man. As a kicker, though, let's say you're trying to land it in that landing zone. Would you rather kick into the wind or the wind at your back?
Both suck.
Yeah, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, like that's going to change a lot. Like imagine being the kicker. You got to really figure, okay, here we go. Like,
So
that's
into the
gonna happen a
wind.
lot.
Into the wind will hang it more, right? Just like everything.
Yeah. Like airplanes take off into the wind.
Bingo. Yeah, that was almost a problem yesterday because we had a strong this way, and none of the run was.
A lot of chops.
So-
does the hanging even matter if nobody can move till someone catches it?
Oh yeah.
You just got to get it to the person, I guess.
Yeah. So like the
You're
hang,
right,
the
the hang
hang
doesn't
time
matter,
really
you're
doesn't
right.
even matter.
So landing it at the one is the most important part.
Bingo. Yeah. But if you're catching it at the one, are you letting that go? Because the chances of it going in the end
So you
zone.
got to land at the 3.
Yeah.
No, you got to land it at the 1.
Wait, and then if it
Ball has
lands
to-
at the one and goes in the end zone, you got to pick it up and go, right?
Have to, or it's coming to the 20.
Or, yeah, just 20.
So the ball has to land at the 1. Who cares where anybody's catching it?
Yeah.
Yep.
You got to kick that ball like it's landing at the. That's the money ball. No matter what the hang time is. Hang time doesn't fucking matter.
Hang time means nothing. Yeah.
Just can you get it from the 35, or if they move it to the 30, depending upon what ends up being the whole thing. You got to land at the 1. You can hit a.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how. Just get it to the 1.
Yeah.
Which means you would not want wind at your back then, because that's 3 feet away from.
Yeah.
What's the penalty if you leave early, like either side?
Dude, that's what
Do
I
we know?
So I asked, so whistle when
Guys are leaving. I mean, yeah. Can you imagine being on the kickoff return team? It's gonna be tough not to leave early.
Well, imagine on the kickoff.
They're right in your face though. The guys are right in your face. You got to get back and try to block this dude. Like I think you're at a disadvantage trying to block those guys.
Absolutely.
They can just fly. No, guys running 4.2s. They just give you a little head shimmy and go right by you.
Yeah, so like the 40-yard dash, a lot of football people make fun of and go, when will you ever be in that position?
There it is.
You're actually, you're in that position, right? That
On the
is-
40 too.
You're on the 40.
Yeah, going in.
You are. So this is where direct speed goes right to your special.
See, I would just have 9 offensive linemen right at that 35 and just try to meet them.
Come and get it.
Yeah.
You're only 5 yards away. Can you make me miss in that 5 yards?
Or a Red Rover situation where it's like, hey, if we have
Instead of
those
setting
6
up
on
the
the
return.
front and the 4 in the back,
3
or 3 in the back, like, hey, there will be some that squeak through. So you just find those guys, and then hopefully everyone can latch on for a second.
Off returner can only block one person. We talked about that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So
No double teams with the off returner.
I think we covered it all.
Yeah. It
We have to
works.
watch the last 30 minutes to really figure it out. But we got there.
And it works.
That'll be
Makes sense.
interesting.
They thought of a lot. These special teams people.
They've been working on it for years, right?
Years, and then they had a full meeting of all the fucking special teams coaches and assistants, and they went through it and made some adjustments and changes and the whole thing. And it's like, this is the first time they've ever all been on board with something. But think of all those special teams coaches who have just been trying to get a little. So now there's a hypothetical rule that they're trying to think of. How can I fuck this?
Yeah.
How can I? And then they're pitching it because they don't want somebody else to do it to them. So they think they've got around everything. They think they've answered every single question, and hopefully they figure it out. Good luck in there.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
For the good of football.
That's right. It leads to more points. Like, it feels like no matter what, that's going to lead to more points.
More points, more plays.
More plays, yeah.
Boom.
Kicker's kind of becoming,
No,
Well, you got to be you got to have pinpoint accuracy now as the kickoff guy.
Yeah, now it's even more of an advantage to have a better
Yeah.
kicker.
Better feel.
I mean, you're throwing darts. But starting at the 40, if you kick, think about how many touchbacks there are. Like,
Yeah, but a dude perfect. So you know dude perfect.
yeah, I hope the Pats sign Kyle. Yeah,
So Kyle.
Tyler?
Tyler and Kyle.
both.
Come on.
In purple.
I love them.
Both of
It's
them.
hard to remember all their fucking names. They're awesome. All of them are awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome one with the beard.
Tyler.
Bingo.
Tyler. Okay, he's talented at everything. I'm not saying him. Let's say trick shotters as a whole. The dude perfect generation.
Mm-hmm.
So you just see how far you throw it, and then you just put a can down. And it's like, all right, I just need to go full throw here, and it's going to do the science itself.
Yeah, but you talk about it. You got to hit it on that spot every single time.
You got wind too, though.
Yeah, wind. I mean, the indoor stadiums definitely have a huge advantage versus Bass and Buffalo.
In this particular case, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like,
because you would think the wind, nobody ever talks about having the wind at your back for half the game. Like, that never happens in an indoor game. Indoor game is just you and the ball, pretty much. That's how it is. Wind in the face not being there is certainly great, too. But how many often does that happen versus crosswinds and the whole conversation around the stadium?
Yeah.
But not having to worry about hang time at all.
Nope.
Yeah.
Like, at all. You just got to get it there pretty much. There's going to be baby leg kickers coming in the league.
Yep.
No, they still got to kick field goal.
Yeah, they won't last.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
they're accurate. That's what I'm saying.
Ooh.
Yeah, so.
Is it? Will it be its own? Will it be its own thing?
Their own position.
Like
They're not
kicker,
carrying a
punter,
third.
No way.
Kickoffer?
No way.
Unless they had a.
Yeah, don't they?
Yeah, if they had a roster spot.
Yeah.
No.
They had a roster spot. You're gonna sign another running back or something.
Not unless you got a kicker who can fucking pinpoint it down at the one every single time.
What's this guy do? His max kick, no matter what, lands at the one.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Wind, no wind, indoors.
Yeah, but what if
This guy had this talent since he was 12 years old, didn't know what to do with it. And then we made this rule, and it's fucking now is his time.
His name's
Unless there's a
Tyler.
20-mile-an-hour wind in your face that day and he can't get it to 20, that's a real issue.
So that is, because my immediate thought was, we got to back that up to the 30. Me, as somebody who tries to kick the ball far, like 35. We're trying to land it in the 20. Can we back that up to the 30, especially with how strong guys are right now? Can we get a little bit more room? And I guess that was brought up, but then there's some weather days where it's like, for half a game, if we're staring down a 40-mile-an-hour wind, we don't want to. You're not just going to fucking ruin the whole. You get the ball at the 40 every single. That's a wild predicament that could be cooking there.
Yeah.
Well, good luck. Figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
Figure it out.
Anything happened in franchise tag as we broke down the new kickoff rules? Nothing. We got 30 minutes left. What are we doing? Are we staying for this whole thing?
Pitman has been tagged.
Yeah, everyone who was projected to be tagged has been tagged.
Yeah.
Michael Pitman Jr., as a franchise tag brethren of yours here in the Indianapolis Colts, this is happening probably because ownership and people in high places say, yeah, you guys can't figure it. That's not my fault. You are on the Colts. That's potentially what happened in my situation whenever I got franchise tagged. A man who I'm hearing is doing much better right now, which is good news for everybody around Indianapolis, said, brother is not. He's a Colt. That is how this is going to go. So I got franchise tagged the next morning. Michael Pittman Jr., everybody in the city wants him to be a Colt. Hopefully they're able to figure out the business. Congrats on $21.8 million at least going in your pocket.
Very cool.
There is silver lining here. You're getting 20-some million if you sign that franchise tag, Michael Pittman Jr. We appreciate the hell out of you. He's going to
They could still get a deal done, right? Doesn't he have up until July something to sign a long-term deal?
Yeah, there is a date that comes quickly, seemingly, for all franchise tag people and then passes.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of goes on. But there have been deals that have been finished and completed. Allegedly, the Colts and Michael Pittman Jr. were trying very hard to get a deal done. So the franchise tag just guarantees that they have more time to try to finish that deal is how I'm viewing this.
Yeah, and they probably have dead cap from Shaq Leonard, I assume, right? So like maybe that's something. And also, like they paid their offensive linemen. Those cap hits are probably growing a little bit. So maybe next year is just a better year to do it.
How much money do the Colts have? That's a good question. How much money do the Colts have in salary cap next year?
'Cause they have paid guys. They do pay people. Like that is a real thing, especially the guys they draft.
Indianapolis Colts have 73.9.
Oh boy, I'd be pissed.
What?
Are you fucking kidding me? They're top
This is
five.
the year to pay 'em, right?
Yeah,
You
they're
pay 'em.
top fucking 5 in cap space, and they're not going to pay him. What are we doing?
Man,
they're gonna pay him.
They'll pay him.
That's what they said.
What do you mean gonna do the deal? You got $73.9 million. No wide receivers go to the
Can't
market
just give
anymore.
a guy money though because you have space. You got.
That's what they said. They
That's
said we
true.
have the money. We're going to get a deal done. Just we weren't able to do it by 4 o'clock on a Tuesday.
Mulligate probably won't say fully guaranteed.
You're right. I'm calling Mulligate.
You should call Mulligate. And I hope Mulligate picks up and said, "Yeah, your fucking team won't give us what we want." And what happens if Pittman goes out and gets hurt? God forbid.
There's no way Mulligate answers this.
What if he wants $30 million a year?
This be the first
Give it to
time.
him.
This be the first time that I'm FaceTiming him ever. Can you mute this? I don't even know.
No, you saw him at.
These can't be on either.
You saw him at the All-Star game.
They do.
Come on.
We get a deal done or what?
Actually, any microphone in the office probably is.
All right, dead meat.
Busy. What am I thinking? It's franchise tag day.
Yeah, but
he's probably tearing apart his office that he couldn't get a deal.
He can't
done.
be doing other deals because you can't be tampering until Monday.
How cool did he look at that Celebrity All-Star
So
game?
cool.
He's supposed to be in those situations at all times, on the court, looking cool, just walking around, talking to people, moving, shaking.
I don't know how publicly he told me, so I'm gonna say he owns like a bunch of shoe stores too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like he's
a weapon.
A weapon.
Like legit.
He sent me Travis Scott's after the Radio Row hit where he said I made him look cool or whatever. He said, thanks for being so nice. Just sent me a pair of Travis Scott's. I'm like, just send random shoes. I didn't know the connection. So it wasn't until the Celebrity All-Star game. I was like, thanks for the shoes, man. He's like, oh, I got shoe stores actually. And I'm like, of course you do.
Yeah, those are impossible to get, those shoes he sent you to.
Of course you do. He's the fucking best, this guy.
Seriously.
We need him negotiating deals with other countries.
Yeah.
You know?
Just run for president, Dave. Help us.
Yeah,
Help
Dave.
us all, Dave.
Figure it out.
Please.
Burr saying.
How old is he? Is he even old enough? Is he 35? I have no idea how old he is.
He looks young.
He does look like a young
young.
buck.
Burr
Change
saying
the
this
rules.
presidential race
Younger
is
than
week
Biden.
15 Panthers and Bucks was all time.
Yeah.
Who, Bill? Bill fucking.
Spot on.
He's the best.
He said a lot of things. I can't wait to go back and re-listen to all of them.
I mean, everything you said about Deflategate was true. There isn't arguing that. Those are all facts.
Yeah, but he just holds the entire, like... Do you know how many people in Indianapolis wanted that to...
Oh, yes. No. I completely acknowledge that. But his war, although he did aim his sights at Indianapolis, I thought that the baseline of who's at fault here was the NFL when he went back to the whole corporation and them getting pissed.
It didn't feel like that when he was saying it, did it?
No,
It felt like
he was
said
angry.
it.
No. His definition of dynasty is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, what, I mean, he was just saying that just to be...
Because he said
know.
Yankees 3 and 4 years, but the Chiefs just did 3 and 4, and they're not.
In
the
New England,
Chiefs could go 3 in a row, which would definitely be, in his eyes, a dynasty.
no,
That was
just-
like
just
the
decade.
opposite of every time he's been on too. Usually he has to like warm up.
Yeah.
But like this
He came in
time he
hot.
was in.
He
at the
heard
beginning.
us say that.
Yeah.
He probably heard us say these fucking assholes.
Okay.
Then at the end he hated
He said,
our
all right,
guts.
McAfee.
He's like
what's your-
Sun Tzu, Art of War. Like, oh, this is what they think. Oh, boom.
What do you say? Your condescending question that you
Passive-aggressive.
disguised as a compliment.
Good take on steroids, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did used to grow a tail and kill everybody. Not anymore.
And then suicide
Suicide by cop. Yeah.
Suicide by cop. That one got me.
Those guys are heroes, guinea pigs.
Yeah.
They're trying new stuff. I just watched the clip. Lotions on their face. They put in these guys.
He's the best.
His brain at all times. His podcast is just him ranting.
Yeah. It's incredible.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Just sitting there all by himself. Just start, and then boom, right into it. Who knows where? I guess he does, but anywhere could possibly get it. That's why stand-up shows are fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Movies too. That old Dads
That's a
is
good movie.
a really good movie.
Well, it's just him.
Helicopter
It's
pilot.
just his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, he flies around. Yeah.
Drummer plays the drums as well. Yeah.
He's boxing now. You see? He's
Yeah.
boxing.
I mean, remember the movie
did
with
say
Pete
that.
Davidson? That stash he had in the Pete Davidson King of
Oh, yeah,
Staten
the
Island?
Trash Island. Yeah. That
Yeah.
one.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good movie.
It is Trash Island. Just for the record.
What, do you live on Long Island?
No, Staten Island we're talking about.
Yeah, but that's what people from on Long Island say, right? They say the Staten Island's Trash Island.
I think anyone who's been to Staten Island says, yeah, that's Trash Island. Holy shit.
I think I saw a movie about the actual Trash Island. Is
In the Pacific? Yeah. The fucking island that's of plastic.
Are you just learning about Trash Island?
No. I know about Trash
I'm
Island.
talking about one in New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
where
About
the
the
landfill
horror.
is.
It was like
where
a
they,
horror.
I'm talking about the
They
Pacific
ship all the
one, yeah.
trash to that dump, right? To
Yeah,
the,
yeah. I'm talking
somewhere
about that. There was some Slender Man type thing that was living around there.
Don't like that.
really?
It was a documentary horror Dateline. My wife loves them.
I don't like that
Somebody's
one bit.
dying. Somebody's dying.
That's terrible.
Did you guys watch that lover killer stalker killer thing?
Oh, just missed it.
Craziest human ever exists in my eye. I think.
Did you watch Frogging?
I forgot to watch Frog.
So definitely
that
watch
again?
Lover, Killer, Stalker.
Frogging was the people that live in your house while you live there.
Oh,
I don't like that.
This
either.
person would have done that, but that would have been like amateur stuff.
Okay.
For her.
Walk in the park.
Nick,
How
you
many
watched it,
episodes?
right?
I did watch it, yeah.
Craziest person of all time.
Easily, hands down. Like, assumed identity, murdered a person, had pictures of AJ Hawk on their phone.
Burned
had
own pets.
multiple identities.
What?
Oh, no.
Killed own pets.
So American Killer, or whatever that one was about the guy who, like the Gone Girl thing.
That was just like
That was
weird.
So
Yeah, I didn't
where-
think that
You're
was
talking
that
about the
great.
creeper one?
Yeah.
yeah, that guy was just
This person was weirder than
He was in Lake Tahoe.
he was.
This person's weirder than killers
This
that
is
like cut
much-
off people's heads and then store them in their fridge and then cook them for dinner.
So those are like
Almost.
Is Colonel Mustard in it?
those are like I don't think Colonel Mustard's in. I don't think.
You're thinking of the cop from
Detective
Detective
Matt Mustard.
Matt Mustard.
Ah, Detective Mustard.
Cop of the year.
Colonel of the year.
That guy. What a piece of trash.
Yeah.
Anyway, this lady crazy. Not serial killer.
So like a different type of psychotic.
Unhinged.
like human just walking amongst us that you would not
Different
expect.
category for sure.
Yeah.
Should we just spoil it?
No.
Like a
I'll watch
sociopath.
it tonight.
You spoil it.
It's the most crazy human I've like just what the fuck?
That's saying a lot because there's a lot of crazy people out there.
Yeah. I mean, that Dahmer.
Like Dom like that's not
That's
like
serial
She's
killer.
not an
That's a
actual
different category.
serial killer,
Yeah,
but
okay.
Yeah, she's a psycho.
Yeah.
yeah.
Biggest psycho of all time.
Okay.
But did kill.
Was she born? You think she was born that way?
A lot of times they are.
Yeah.
Watching this feels like this was developed over some
Yeah.
real hateful time.
It was in there
some
though.
were-
It had
some
to
were
be.
turned.
It had to be in there, and something triggered. Something turned it on.
We're talking like thousands of text messages and emails, like
from fake accounts
daily.
to multiple people.
Okay. To multiple. Okay.
We're talking like putting in real work here to
Like-
be a psycho.
Psychopath.
A lot of effort.
Yeah, while having a whole nother relationship and thing popping
Oh,
up.
So
Jesus,
she was
that's
like
wild.
she was like, I'll find you.
To the 1,000th degree.
The most of all time.
I got it now. I don't have to watch it. I know it now.
No, I don't think you do.
You guys just explained it. You guys did so.
Tell me what she did in the park.
You guys
downtown.
did so good at explaining it without explaining it. That I don't-
Killed her pet and then kidnapped a guy.
No, she actually shot herself.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
with
Okay.
Just
In the head?
no.
I think it
never.
was the
Oh,
leg.
wow.
Yeah, right in the leg.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, is that the clip they
killing
show on the
dogs?
trailer?
Potential. I didn't see the trailer.
Okay. Okay. I think.
But yeah, she shot her. Like that's how crazy we're talking.
Okay.
Burnt their own house down.
Was it a flesh wound or
We're just spoiling it now, but
Through and through.
This lady, okay, she goes on a date with a guy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. You
The
guys-
guy,
Please,
the
just
guy
say it.
just,
Please
just
say
he
it.
told her from the get
been out for months.
Not looking for anything serious.
just want to turn wrench this guy. This guy just wanted
all
to
he
turn.
wanted to do was turn
Casual.
around. He was a mechanic. All he wanted to do was turn around.
This guy just wanted
What
to
are you
turn
talking
some
about?
fucking wrench.
keep it cash?
This guy moves. Okay, to follow his ex-wife and his kid.
He's weird too.
No, cool guy.
No, he's not weird.
He's a cool guy. Just want to turn wrench. Guy just want to turn
Sounded like
wrench.
he followed his ex-wife where there was
The
a
hell?
restraining order against him.
No, ex-wife, whole part of it. I mean, ex-wife, good person.
Oh, okay.
Is that right?
Kid, good person.
And now there's a kid growing up without a dad.
Whoa!
Easy.
Because of this?
I hope not.
Because of this gal?
No,
sure hope.
The guy's still turning around. She's a pretty big part of the whole
I think
thing.
if anything, he and his family are probably closer together now than ever.
I think so too. Which
Oh,
pissed
nice.
off. I mean,
Oh no,
she was not happy.
antagonized. Yeah, said.
This guy just wanted to turn a wrench in Omaha, Nebraska.
Why do you keep saying it like that?
Because that's how he
That's
said
what
it.
he said. Yeah.
Just want to turn wrench.
That's what all
That's literally what he said.
that's what all the guys that turn
That's
red
good.
say, AJ. You wouldn't get it.
So all the people.
I would, dude. I'm not a car guy.
You've never met somebody that turns wrench, dude?
I have. Just they have.
Chopper
That's not how
turns
they
wrench.
characterize their job.
Here's the guy that turns wrench in his
that
store.
guy reeks of turning
Oh,
wrench.
okay.
He's actually
This
too
guy's
cool.
sweet.
The moral of the story is this guy's too fucking cool.
I didn't know that Walmart Al Borland was the guy that was involved in this.
This guy ain't a fucking TV
I don't think so,
character.
Diggs.
This
Not
guy's
with
real
that
life.
shirt on,
He
dude.
couldn't
His name,
carry
Zeke?
Al's jock.
I love
Man.
Jack.
Ezekiel?
He had a couple different
Ezekiel?
locations of talking. Always cool.
Okay.
Just wanted to turn a wrench.
Was the relationship ever a real relationship? This crazy gal, was it a serious relationship, or is she just like a fling that she took too serious?
You watched it. That's what I hear.
Sounds like a fair.
Sounds like
I
he
have
turned
not.
his wrench inside her and maybe.
Guy can crank a little bit.
And she loved the wrench.
I think.
Yeah,
from my understanding.
Because
Couldn't
tell me
get
if you
enough of it.
interpret it this way too, Pat. Like seemingly the two ladies met for
He had a
couple
threesome?
minutes,
10 seconds.
Oh no.
and
Like
that
30
led
seconds to a minute.
and that led to an entire lifetime of stalking and harassment and a murder.
There was another relationship, a family. There's a lot.
Wait, over how many years did this happen? You said it lifetime.
Couple, 3 years, 4 years.
Oh, that's tough.
God damn.
That's a
Did
lot
he
of
ever?
wrench.
Did anyone ever try
moms
to
involved?
take care of her?
Who's that? Who the fuck is that?
Can you just
These
spoil
people-
it for us?
That's not the guy
We
who's
basically
turned
already
red.
Beginning to end.
Is that the lady?
I want to know what happened.
Is that
You
the
need
lady?
to watch it.
I'm not going to watch it. I know I won't watch
respect a
it.
restaurant
not-
that has
I'm
the
not
old
going to
school
get into a guy.
catch
Just
the
Is that
that
Dave
her?
without a beard?
that guy needs to turn some wrench and fucking just move on with his life.
That's not the same guy as the beard
No,
guy.
you can't also in your life wear Aeropostale and a leather jacket.
Yeah, you ain't turning wrench wearing Aeropostale.
Yeah,
dude.
pick one.
That's hilarious.
Is that the gal?
Yeah, I think that's the
Let's
gal.
get to a break. Actually, we got fucking 17 minutes. We'll wait it out.
Well, are we gonna?
Should we spoil it from
Are we
beginning to
gonna
end
do?
while we wait?
Are we
We'll
gonna?
do that tomorrow.
Okay.
We're doing journalism tomorrow.
Good tease.
Because right now we're just.
Please
You guys
don't
should
spoil
watch-
it. Because I saw the trailer for this like while we were on break, and I was like, okay, I really want to watch this. I just haven't got around to it yet.
I think we teased it pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like I kind of already know what happened, but I still would like to kind of fill in the gaps.
A lot has happened.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of mysterious turns.
There is.
How many episodes?
It's one.
Shower
I think it's a long episode.
Single guy.
No, I
hour
think it
and a
was
half.
like
42?
two or
47
three.
minute episodes,
One
maybe?
or, yeah, 2 or 3. I can't remember exactly, but
okay.
Perfectly timed.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
sweet spot.
I like that.
Are there 10 episodes of the Patriots then?
Yeah.
Yeah, Connor's watched 3 and has already judged.
That's a lot.
They only come out 2 every week, so there's 6 out right now.
And you watch half.
And I've watched the first 3. Yep.
Bill did not answer one time about the time. That's literally all I was asking.
Yeah, he
For what, 40 minutes?
Yeah. Because he know
He probably hasn't seen it.
Some
in it.
Has he-
fan.
Did he say he saw it? I didn't know.
I watched the
don't know
first
if he
4
said that.
episodes and I haven't seen them yet.
He's in the first episode.
Is he?
Yeah.
I missed it.
part of the montage. There's quick. They did a bunch of people in the first one.
I wonder when they'll drop him in. Probably Deflategate. I assume he's.
Yeah,
That's
sounds
potentially
like
the
it. Yeah, that's
Deflategate.
his take.
Yeah, he might have
What
just ran it
episode was
back.
Hernandez? What episode?
He is episode 5.
5.
Yeah, Spygate
See,
4.
don't you think people are? The Patriots were so like with Bill, they're so secretive and didn't give any information. So that's what makes people like. That's what makes you curious because we don't know anything about it.
And the clips I saw from the Dynasty, practice clips, mic'd up clips, in the building
Oh,
clips.
sweet.
They have like remastered game clips too that look incredible. Like it's the archival footage is awesome.
Yeah. His old
Connor just won't watch it.
No, that's not true. I will.
Oh,
It grinds my gears to fucking watch it. So
I know
I gotta-
Lombo's pissed about it. I heard Lombo. He's pissed.
I bet he is.
Call Lombo back. Call Lombo. He was on earlier.
They're
today.
fucking killing Bill. Anything that is bad that happened in New England was Bill's fault, and anything that is good was Bill.
Who made
but
it?
Mostly everybody else.
Sir, it's a documentary to make one person look bad.
Do you think
It's a documentary.
in it,
That's
though,
a new
right?
thing.
Yeah.
Is that a new thing?
It's definitely to paint
Has
one
Lombo
person.
seen Married
Oh.
Bitch Kill?
What?
Psycho killer stalker.
You don't even stop disrespecting this.
That's what he's the one. I'm trying to fix it. That's basically what it is.
Lombo, have you seen this killer lover stalker thing on Netflix?
I've not watched one instant of it. Not one. I mean, I haven't seen any of it.
Hair looks good.
You look good. The lady is the craziest human. We're just trying to kill time until the franchise tag deadline, 14 minutes.
Did everyone
I love killing time with you. That's fine. I have no problem. I got no problem. I'm just sitting here. It's all good.
Craziest woman of all time, literally. Okay, she's not a serial killer. She's not a cannibal, but like
up there
for humans, could be like psycho.
Yeah,
maybe got to that point. We don't know. She's locked. We don't know. Don't want to spoil it.
Okay.
Hey, you watch this Dynasty thing on Apple?
No, I haven't watched one minute of it. I hear it slanted so far in one direction that I just didn't want to. I mean, I heard that I get texts from people that watch it, but I have not.
Connor hates it.
It's just
I'm
bullshit.
sure he does.
It's just bullshit, Lombo.
It's not true.
Like it's not
true.
It's not about it not being true and stuff. Like I'm sure there are things in there that are
factual,
completely bullshit, or factual. But like if you title something Dynasty, you would think that you get the good things that come with the Dynasty. It's just
you still got 7 episodes.
Yeah, but you can see what they're about. Okay, next episode, Spygate, wash. That's not about anything good. Episode after that is Hernandez. Wash. That's not everything good.
Well, that was super serious.
The Spygate one does go into when Randy got there, though, and them just going scorched earth and all those guys talk. Like that.
Yes.
That episode actually is awesome.
That'll be cool.
They had a lot of Drew Bledsoe too, talking about how like when Tom came in and took over his role, and like that was interesting to hear his takes on that. And
But they skipped over the fact that
Dynasty. Let's talk about the guy before the Dynasty for 2 episodes. That's smart.
They skipped over like the game plan to stop the Rams, the greatest show on turf. They never mentioned that. Yes. They never mentioned the 03-04 teams, which were dominant. Nope. I mean, like it's written. There's a reason for it. And if you're willing to buy into it, then go ahead. But you're not being there's no balance to it whatsoever.
If you want the Patriots' actual dynasty, just watch Man in the Arena, like the one that Brady made. That is
Tom
just about.
that.
Yeah, he did produce it. And it's all him, but that is just about the football. Like there isn't. They don't go into. They touch Spygate, but it's 5 minutes, and then they don't go into Hernandez. And there are things like that you don't get out of it that you will get in Dynasty. But as a Patriots fan, no, it's not really good.
All right, let's talk, because I didn't get to ask you earlier, because you were joining us right before Bill Burr went on
I saw that. That was great.
He went on a 30-minute. He had an agenda, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. He knew what he wanted
he
to
was
talk
ready. He was ready to come in. I didn't get to check him as much, and I don't know if there'll be as much pushback in that entire thing. I think I heard Steve do an interview. Steve Belichick did an interview with
Chris Long. Yeah,
Chris Long, because they obviously know each other from Chris Long.
Mm-hmm.
What a stud, by the way. He got Jason, everything he's doing. Big fan, Long family, love it. Steve Belichick, I did not listen to the episode. Steve Belichick talked about Bill Belichick joining him in Washington. Is Bill Belichick about to scheme college football?
No, but I think, he and Jed Fish have always had a really good relationship. Jed was on the staff for a while. Now with Steven out there and his grandkids, I'm sure he's going to spend some time. I know that he's going to be out there in April, spending some time watching some stuff. But look, I don't think I think he's working on a few things that'll probably keep him busy outside of having to study all that. But I'm sure he's going to pay attention to it.
Be hilarious. Just Steve, what a weapon.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's the amazing thing is, it's like when you go back and watch the Super Bowl, before we hired Belichick in 91 in Cleveland, they played the Bills in that Super Bowl. And the Bills were great. I mean, obviously they missed the kick or else they win the game, but what they did to Thurman Thomas, and if you go back and listen to the game and watch the game, it's really kind of remarkable how the Giants played defense that day and were able to win that game against a far superior Buffalo Bills team. But like when they get into this documentary, you don't hear anything of the coaching. It's all about, certain individuals did certain things, which is why they won.
Not Bill, though. Not Bill. Don't forget that, Lombo.
Bill was... It's interesting. Bill must have been on vacation for about 20 years of the 24 he was there.
Well, Lombo, we appreciate your loyalty, by the way.
Yeah.
Danger information.
No, I mean, I was in the building. As I told Skip Bayless when he started tweeting about stuff, unless you've been in that building, unless you've been around the football, talk to any football. Put Nick Saban on this show. Put anybody who's been around the guy. Like, it's comical that actually people can dismiss him as not football-wise. I mean, like, I learned more football from him in a week than you could learn in a lifetime. I mean, it's remarkable. But they just dismiss it because nobody has a conversation with them. And, you know, I think that's partly the problem. And the fact that what they built there is hard to duplicate. 6 Super Bowls.
Yeah, well, Bill Burr said it was best team of the decade for back-to-back decades, not a dynasty, though.
Yeah, that's right.
His description was wild hearing him say that. 3 and 4, that's, that's a dynasty.
Do we think Pitman's getting franchised? Because I think he is if they don't get a deal done.
They did. They already did.
Okay. How about the Huff kid from the Jets? Did he get franchised?
No, nothing yet.
We didn't hear anything out of the Jets. Shefty didn't even allude to that yesterday.
They just said McKinney.
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on there on him. He was probably the hottest guy at Indy, and he had 10 sacks last year. The Jets were trying to, I think the Jets know there's another team that's going to sign him. I think the Jets are fully aware of that, and so there was some conversation that maybe they would franchise him to get some compensation back. But
can you trade?
But I would say
franchise, right?
I would say Monday at 1 o'clock, whenever the tampering can start, I think Huff probably will get a deal done rather quickly.
So, can you trade franchise tag? I don't remember. They just have the right to match or something. How does that work?
He could sign the tender, then you trade him, and then you redo the contract.
But that doesn't, because the franchise tag happens, the team that tagged him has the ability to match. Is that right?
No, that's that transitional thing, right? The franchise trade, the franchise one, if you exclusive, where you can't talk to them, and then there's the one you can based on compensation, and then there's the transitional one, which is what we saw with Kyle Duggar today, where they can match, but they get no compensation if they don't match.
Pitman non-exclusive franchise tag, is that what every franchise tag is?
Yeah. No, there is the exclusive one. That's the one that costs a little bit of more money.
They
all cost different levels of money.
Okay, so Colts go non-exclusive here from Joel A. Erickson. We appreciate him. Colts go non-exclusive with franchise tag. Under non-exclusive tag, Pittman can negotiate with other teams, and if he gets an offer elsewhere, Indy can either match the deal or get 2 first-round picks from his new team. This was the Lamar Jackson, right?
Yes. Yeah, same thing.
First time Colts have used tags since 2013.
Shot at.
Now, this one here is you get obviously compensation. This one's less than if you would put the exclusive tag on, which is very expensive.
So like $21.8 million is what he's making with the wide receiver non-exclusive franchise tag. The exclusive one is what, 24, 25?
Something like that. I don't have it right in front of me, but that's a deal where the Colts could say to him, "Look, here's where we're going to go with this. We got 3 years out. Here's the kind of money, and you could make a deal." And see if that could happen. I think what happened when the cap went up, a lot of the teams thought they were going to get deals done with some of these guys, but the cap going higher really created a bigger market, and obviously they're going to get paid. Like Christian Wilkins, I think this guy, if you're buying stock in a player, buy stock in this guy. He's going to make a fortune in the open market because there's very few 3 techniques that make it to the market, or 2 techniques, or whatever you want to call his ass, that can rush the passer.
And don't miss plays.
Why would they not tag him, Lombo? Like, what's the issue there?
Well, Gump, I think is your guy. They're saving all their pennies for your quarterback.
Nice.
They're going to pay your quarterback. They got to pay your quarterback. They're over the cap. This guy had 10 sacks for him. Their 2 defensive tackles had almost doubled it. Almost had 20 sacks in Miami last year.
Yeah, but Chubb and Phillips will be back like halfway through the season next year. Lombo will be fine.
Dumpy's very distraught about this Christian.
He's our heart and soul of our team, legitimately.
I don't think So I can give you some background. They were at 19. They offered him about 19-2. And he wanted a little over 20, and they couldn't get an agreement, and they just kind of walked away from the table. So, but you're going to get Tua's going to be one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league. So, yeah, that's what happens is, Pat, you get that close, right, and then you dig in, and then I think really what nobody anticipates. Well, nobody's going to pay that. Like if I had a nickel for every time I heard somebody tell me, "Oh, nobody's going to pay that," and then you turn around, they pay it.
So now I don't want to go back to Michael Pittman, but like the Colts potentially tell him, here's our best offer. If you can go find another one that's better, we'll either match it or that team has to give up 2 ones for a wide receiver.
No, you can negotiate it down. You can negotiate it down. That's if you blindly just sign him to an offer sheet, you're committing 2 ones. That's the Keyshawn Johnson deal. But if you just go ahead and do the deal and say, look, well, Chris Ballard's not going to ask for 2 ones, but I'm sure he's going to want a high draft pick for the guy. So if you're going to sign him that deal, you're going to have to pay. See, that's the problem. You sign the player, and then you got to give up a high pick.
Christian Wilkins coming right back here to Indianapolis.
That's why. No.
Is that why Lombo?
Him and DeForest Buckner.
Oh yeah, that'll go over real well.
No, I think he has to to me, and I don't know this. This is speculative on my part.
Anybody
that sounds like a Jacksonville Jaguars deal out of the block.
Ooh,
to who?
Wilkins only, and the reason I say that is because they got cap room, they can do it. And then the other thing is, we talked a little bit about this on the show, but we got Bill Burr had to come on, but the tax implications in those tax-free states really make a difference. You give up. You guys know you give up a lot of cash if you go from a tax-free to a highly taxed state. I live in the Garden State. We pay a lot of taxes here. Why I don't know, but we do. I live here.
No, because you're helping. You're helping. Remember, tax dollars are all going to the right places.
Always.
Right.
Yep.
That's what I hear.
Going in the boss's pocket.
That's what I hear. That's what I know. I mean.
Is Wilkins going to come to New England, Lombo? Is he going to consider? Are we going to?
I mean, I would think if I were in New England, I would be for. I mean, look, how many times does a defensive tackle who's got almost 10 sacks, can stop the run, can play against every formation in football? How many times does he make it to the open market? He doesn't.
Loves ball too.
Literally never misses a snap in a game.
Why wouldn't you tag him
ever? Tua.
So we're the Dolphins, man. This is what we do.
No, you guys are good.
We're not.
This is number one team in the NFLPA report card.
NFLPA facility.
Great facilities. Lunchroom's good.
Yeah, good weather.
I mean, if you're not going to pay the guy you drafted who defines what your team is, who will you like? You have to pay your own. You have to pay. Yeah, but you have to pay your own.
They got to get Tua done. That's the thing. They got to get Tua done.
And
they made a choice. They got a lot of money at receiver. They got to, so they're going to do it.
Waddle coming up too.
Yeah.
It's not like that. That's going to be a massive contract as well.
Tua's going to get 50, 55 mil a year. So
yeah, it has to.
And Waddle will get 30.
Yeah.
You talked about Jackson.
And Tyreek. I'm just guessing. It kind of fits their profile.
Calvin Ridley now is about to hit the market, right? Because they tagged Josh Allen.
He's going to he'll make some good money. I mean, look, I was surprised Mike Evans didn't get closer to 30 per year. Now, I haven't seen the contract. We got to be careful. When we read these contract numbers, they're never right.
Well, actually, we just learned from Florio.
29 guaranteed with 6 the next year.
Yeah, it's 29 million, 6 injury. So that's where the 35 million comes from. But it's 2 years, 29 million pretty much.
But for 6, so on a 2-year deal like that, if you're Mike Evans, you're like, that 6 is going to get guaranteed. Mm-hmm. You're not cutting Mike Evans. He's not going to have a bad year, right? So the thing is, what the club said to him is, look, we can't skill an injury. We'll injury it so nothing happens to you. You'll get the money. I mean, the club fully intends to give him the $6 million because Mike Evans isn't going to have a bad year where you're going to cut him after 1 year.
All right. Well,
it's like guaranteeing a guy that makes you're going to guarantee the guy the first year of the contract. Well, why am I signing you if I don't guarantee the first year of the contract?
Yeah, we're not just, signing him, but we'll see this year, and then next year we'll see, and then third year guaranteed. 3rd year's guaranteed.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you sign Christian Wilkins?
Well, we also just released Jerome Baker, so I mean, we might not even have enough for a defense, to be honest.
Where's Van Gink?
DeVinky's a free agent too.
They're about. They got a break with the cap though, Pat. They were about $50 million over the cap, and with the new cap, they kind of got some relief. But they're going to have to do some cutting to do what they need to do to get down below it.
Dolphins are releasing starting linebacker Jerome Baker, per source. The two sides discussed a restructured contract but couldn't reach an agreement.
Fans are dead.
Son of a bitch.
Dolphins left the door open to him coming back, though.
Bring him home.
If he chooses. You know what I mean?
That door that coming back, that means, so when an agent doesn't take the restructure, he knows he's got something better out there.
Bring him home.
Oh, no.
Good run. Hey, they still scored 70 against the Broncos.
Made the playoffs back-to-back years.
Bingo.
I mean,
8 weeks straight, they were the team.
Yes.
10 weeks almost.
We'll never forget it.
They need to get a home playoff game.
They need to have home field advantage.
Yep.
Through the playoffs.
Yep.
They know that this year.
Boy, yeah, let's
not happen.
See what
no chance. No, I'll bet you it will not happen.
We literally do not have a defense. Chubb, Phillips, both out.
Howard.
X is gone. Ogba's gone. Baker's gone. Wilkins is gone.
Ginkle.
We literally do not have a defense.
Oh my God!
Uncle Dan to pony up some of that M&M's money and get some of these guys to come home.
Send it. It's 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Franchise tag window has closed for these teams, and I feel like we've covered it really good.
Oh yeah. Locked in on the tag. I didn't know the Patriots tagged Duggar though. That's great news.
Yeah, it happened earlier.
That's fantastic.
Well, I think what happened with Duggar is they heard that Duggar was going to get money in the market. I think what happens when you go to Indy, right, you get a sense of where your players are and what it's going to cost you. And when you're negotiating with that agent, the agent's telling you he has this, he can get this deal. Now, nobody's tampering. I'm not accusing anybody of anything,
course.
but,
Yeah.
you know, and they know he can get this deal, and you're kind of seeing if should I call this bluff or not. And then you feel like, no, he's not bluffing. All right, screw it. We'll just tag him and we'll keep him.
Yeah, one of the best players the Patriots have, bar none.
Yeah.
Best tackler for sure.
All right, well, congrats to you guys keeping him around for another year. Maybe a deal gets done.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we got so much cap. So.
Made the football gods universe basketball. Michael Pittman's going to get a deal done.
Yep.
Congrats to Josh Allen getting guaranteed money, going to get a deal done.
Yep.
T. Higgins probably not going to get a deal done over there in Cincinnati.
No.
They said Winfield Jr. most likely going to get a deal done.
There we go.
Yeah, nice.
Hey, it's a friendly.
Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz gets a new deal, doesn't he?
Yeah.
$36 million.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good for him down there with C.J. Stroud. Young quarterback can pay people.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Russell Wilson at one point.
But Houston's been paying people, Pat. Houston's number 2 last year in cash spending. Houston's been paying people for 3 years. That owner's been spending money. Last year, he finally got rewarded.
He's been praying.
Did bring up Easterby in the Houston Texans suite.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
I did ask about Easterby.
So they all stop and drop to a knee?
I did ask if he was around, if he, and they said no. And then we went on a full rant about how much we love him.
Did he bless you, Lombo? Because he was into it.
Yeah, did you know Easterby?
I know Jack very well. Yeah, I know Jack. I know Jack really well. Jack was very good for us in New England, was good about team morale, did a lot of great things there. When I was there.
When he started drawing on the dry erase board saying, hey, this is what we need to do. This is where we need to go. This is the strategy we need to have.
I didn't see that. When I was there, I didn't see that thing there, so I have no idea what they're talking about on that one down in Houston.
I would like to talk to him one time just to say, like, what's real, what isn't?
Yeah.
You want me to get him for you? I'll get you hooked up to him.
Oh, yes.
Jack Easterby?
You get it done tomorrow.
Can he sea walk for us?
Yeah, because I seen him.
Yeah.
I seen him crip walk like he was Jesus Christ on the water.
Yeah, it was
Redfish, bluefish.
I think you would. I think you would enjoy the conversation.
Van Noy brought him up as like one of the highlights of New England while he was there.
He was.
Yeah, I mean, he did a tremendous job when he was there. Look, sometimes when you get put in positions where you make decisions, people get mad at you because of the decisions you make. That doesn't make you a bad person.
That was gospel there.
That was great.
That's good.
All right, we appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Lombardi.
Anytime, I'm here for you.
Appreciate you, buddy. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Long show today. Had to do it.
Good one.
Hey, I was in a wedding that Easterby actually was the officiant.
What?
Who was
How
it?
was it? Was it the greatest? When was this?
Mary and Joseph?
I'm 99% sure it was Easterby, and it was my brother-in-law, Brady. He got married, and Jack Easterby was the guy.
Of course, Brady Quinn would have Jack
You
Easterby.
don't know for sure?
Yeah, how do you not know?
I'm 99% sure. I'm not, but I'm pretty sure.
How do you not know?
Brady.
That's not like
I am pretty. This was like 2012, 13, whenever it was. I remember sweating standing up there, and I'm pretty sure because he was.
And were you like, damn?
Jack was vibing. Jack was. He was
This
into
guy's
it.
got a great message.
This guy gets it.
Holy shit. Is he operating from the same Bible everybody else is?
Doesn't sound like
Just off the top of the head.
This guy's phenomenal. This guy's going to run a team someday.
Mm-hmm.
I just looked it up on the internet. It's true.
Wow.
I didn't need AJ.
Where the fuck have you been? We
Yeah,
had
no
a
kidding.
full Jack Easterby, didn't we, in the last 5 years?
Oh my! We had shirts. I'm a Jack Easterby guy with his face on it.
And hey, thanks for you learn something new every day.
You're such a
I just thought
prick,
about. I
dude.
just thought about
Okay.
as Bombo was talking.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
that was Easterby.
Okay.
I didn't know him at the time. I just knew Brady was on a team with him somewhere.
Brady Quinn did not answer.
Okay.
But he's working out.
He has like 7 shows he does.
Where's Easterby? There he is, right there.
Holy shit.
Is that him?
Are we sure?
You tell me, AJ.
I know like 80 bald
that's
people who
him.
look like that.
That's Slender Man?
That's Scott Van Pelt.
It's half of my uncles.
Golly, what did Brady Quinn do to get to heaven? You know what I mean? Immediately.
No
Get Jack
kidding.
Eastby doing your wedding.
Yeah. If you're a Greek
That's
god.
a one-way
Guaranteed.
trip.
Guaranteed ticket. You're in.
I can't wait to talk to Jack Eastby. He's definitely heard us, I assume.
I assume so.
I don't know.
That's what I learned at the Combine.
I do believe.
Everybody hears everything.
I do believe he has heard.
For Jack Eastby.
Oh.
You already,
we got Michael Pittman.
you already made it universal.
no.
today.
Yeah.
Jack Eastby's on the show. Oh, no.
Well, I mean, once he finds out that this was a former church, I don't even think it's a worry.
No.
I don't even think it's a question.
Well, it depends on which church.
Imagine he sea-walks his way right across this, dude.
Oh, my God.
He might be frogging in the basement. You never know.
This is just what Jesus did.
Maybe we just hire him and he blesses the show every day before we start.
That's how we get to the next level.
Gentlemen, on your knees.
Whoa.
Zeet.
Pause.
Whoa. I don't think you need to.
You don't need to get on your knees to be blessed.
Praying has evolved.
Yeah.
Genuflect.
Church pews, right?
Sorry, what did you just say?
You genuflect.
What's that?
Or you take a knee before you go into the pew. When you go into, take down a knee. And
You genuinely
sign of the cross.
You say genuinely reflect?
No, you genuflect.
Do you think about anything as you're doing it, or is it just procedural like kickoff,
It is
1,970 touches?
It is procedural like kickoff.
So nothing's happening. Jesus
And
is
it's
never-
kind of like the old guard move. Like when I was young going to church, like I wasn't fucking genuflecting. I was gonna go sit. in the
Tebow
pew.
was number one at genuflecting.
He genuflected for a while.
He does it every chair he sits in, actually.
He genuflects.
He doesn't just do it in
That
pews.
was
Before he hit that toilet,
people
too.
that weren't alive. Maybe people that weren't alive in the Tebow era have no idea. Praying was Tebowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Praying's been around a long time.
Turns out
Long
it's actually
time.
not even Tebow, it's genuflecting.
Well, genuflecting is actually just checking with the floor, I think.
Yeah,
and
boom, and then
checking
make
with
a
the-
sign across to the crucifix and
Respect.
Sir, may I enter this
And
pew?
it is spectacles,
Father, Son,
wallet, and
Holy
watch.
Spirit. That's right.
Got it.
Wait.
Right, left, right?
But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, left.
he keeps doing it left, right.
No, left, right.
So watch the wallet then.
Yeah.
Spectacles.
Yeah, watch.
Watch.
Yeah.
Watch the wallet.
Depends on if you're right-handed or left-handed, because left-handed
I
people...
suppose it does.
Well, and are you in a mirror? You know, because then it's the opposite.
Yeah, it's reflection.
But there's not a lot of mirrors when you're genuflecting, I guess.
Yeah, no mirrors.
Have you guys ever took communion?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
No.
It's left hand up, right hand down, right?
I know what they say. Put up an actual the guy.
Both hands out. Put both hands out for the.
Yeah, but you have to do a full X.
Yeah, you don't have
No, that's
to.
vampires.
You don't have to do
You
that.
did that at Ty's wedding.
If you walk up, they'll still just bless you.
Such an asshole. If you don't want it, just go ahead and do a double. No, be as demonstrative and despicable as possible as everybody else in here that's doing it watches you fucking go to hell right in this moment. I wanted to.
Or just
You
stay
just don't
seated.
go up though.
Yeah,
you just don't. Yeah, you just stay seated. If
They
you're
took
not,
a lap.
Oh, yeah, everyone goes around.
Yeah.
everyone goes, but if you're not,
I
if you're
have
not
always
a
stayed
Catholic,
seated.
you don't go.
Yeah, you just sit down. You don't get up.
This fucker took
guy
a trip
went to
around
every-
the church.
Oh, really?
He did.
Yeah, we're not going up to the front. This thing's
The
coming.
priest did.
Yes.
From, like seat to seat.
Well,
Yeah, that was different. Usually
That guy's
everyone
showing
gets
off.
up and goes to
Because
him.
those
Good
pews
for him.
are.
I'm
they're
just-
old.
the box pews.
I'm
Yeah,
hanging.
yeah.
I'm hanging in pew. I'm listening to sermon. Pretty good talker. This guy, pretty good speaker. Holy hell, I'm listening. You know, if somebody has to speak in front of a congregation or a group of people, I'm going to listen to how they choose to deliver their message. You know, just as somebody who speaks in front of people on a regular basis, so I can listen to anybody talk publicly about anything, like legitimately, and I will be intrigued. I will listen. I'm in there. This guy was great. He was great. It was who George Washington's church.
Yes.
I was in George Washington's church listening to this guy deliver a hell of a sermon. I'm sitting in a 2x2 pew that had its own little box as if we're in the penalty box.
Sick.
With my wife. And we're just hanging out. And then all of a sudden he's like, we're taking the show on the road. We're coming to you. And he goes, penalty box, penalty box, penalty box.
I'd never been in a place where they do that either, but it's because of the box pews.
Okay, so that's the first time that it's happened.
Yeah,
in your life.
Yes.
Not normal.
No.
He walks right over to our penalty box after giving, I don't know what, 200 people this thing. Everybody like, bring it on in.
Love it.
Bring it on in. Then he gets my pew. I'm like, I'm not taking one from this. I'm not doing it. I'm not ready yet. Okay? I'm not ready yet. Don't waste one on me. Don't waste your prayers on me. And like, he waited until I did the full.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is. I was back here. Wow. Back right. I was down in
It's a
there.
unique setup.
Yeah.
Very.
It's like the oldest church in America. I think.
What's in the briefcases?
So wait, if you sit down, can you see each other?
Yeah, heads up. Like
your heads will pop over the top.
and Sam, I think, had a little bit of
man.
But yeah, you're in there. But he hit every single pew on the way, and I was way back, so he literally hit.
I would try to slouch down and catch a quick nap in there.
Friends getting married.
Yeah, what the hell?
Not at the wedding. Not at a wedding. If I was at a service that was dragging on, and maybe it was in Latin, and I didn't understand.
The Lord's time?
What do you go into Jesus' house to take a nap? I don't think so, pal.
Easterby hates you.
God knows my intentions. If I'm sleepy and I need to take a quick nap.
I guess God did put it on you to take a quick snooze.
He did put it on.
God did.
It was in God's vision.
Yeah, he put it on you.
Yeah. He said, my priest is not keeping them awake.
I do think about this, the people that preach on the internet, and I listen to their sermons because, once again, they're speaking, so I enjoy listening to how people choose to deliver their message. When they say God put something on my heart or on my mind, those are just like your thoughts that you have?
Yeah, I think
so. Yeah, but he put them on there.
And they say those are God's thoughts.
Yeah.
Like that crypto person in Denver.
Bingo.
That
Like
pastor. God put it on my heart to redo my house by selling a fake thing.
Yeah.
God, those are just like the thoughts that are coming through his head.
Correct. Like if I were to kill somebody, the devil put those thoughts on me. It wasn't me. Remember that.
That happens a lot.
Remember that.
Why would you?
Just remember that, just in case.
Tony.
Good. Yeah.
Tony, I'm not.
We archived it.
Tony, this is documented.
Keep you out of
I
jail,
didn't like
Tony.
that one bit.
Yeah, I wanted
I didn't
to
like
be-
the way.
I didn't like that one bit.
I didn't like the way it made me feel.
That
I wanted-
bummed me out.
I'm glad it's
I'm bummed
documented.
out.
I'm bummed out.
So I could take this to court and say,
Why?
look, I said it before, devil's fault.
Judgment Day just walked out, didn't they? He
that
bummed me up.
That was messed up.
You just made me feel the same way I feel whenever I see that dirty, dumb Dom.
I didn't see that
I
coming.
hate that guy.
I don't like the way that made me feel what you just said.
I didn't like the way that I had to say it.
Somebody had to, though, you're saying.
Just in case.
That's journalism.
Yeah.
Was that the devil actually?
That put that on his mind.
Put that on his mind, yeah.
Not in here. He can't reach me in here.
To be clear, whatever you want to believe in, it makes you feel good about it.
Just gotta do.
Yeah.
Just
Do
don't-
it.
Just don't kill anybody and rob people.
Right.
Don't be bad
Just don't do bad things.
in the name of anyone.
Amen.
Amen.
Say
Boom.
God. Don't say God
Amen.
told you to kill me.
I didn't say God. I said
Well,
the
don't say
devil.
God told you to redo your kitchen, too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too.
That's tough. That's tough. That guy must be a silver-tongued son of a bitch. He was getting millions of dollars from a fake crypto.
Well, you know, he might be a little silver tongue. I would like to see the combined IQ.
I was
of
going to
the
say,
people
safe to
who-
say that congregation ain't splitting the atom.
No.
People say that about our show. I see a lot.
Yeah, probably.
And I would agree with those people.
People say these group of doofuses talk to who? The dumbest people on earth? I don't think that's true. You're definitely smarter than us out there if you're watching this one.
Boom.
We love you guys. Those people are rude. Boom! That's the way it's going to end.
Yep.
That's the way it's going to end today.
You made the only shot that matters.
Yeah.
Fuck. Fuck. Boys, it's getting worse. There it is.
That one's flat. Oh, that was
Yeah.
the
Sam Hartman at the combine.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
He was a leader.
Yeah, you're
He was
bad
a- oh, not good.
Not good.
Not good. He was a leader.
He was a leader. He's the first one fucking waving
40,
the boys
though.
down to
He didn't
celebrate.
throw-
40 went famous.
Yeah, he had the slowest throw by a lot, which I didn't even know they do until this
It
year.
was awesome.
Yeah, when did they
He
just
chose
started-
to throw. That's all I care about.
I agree.
Well, he's 50 years old.
He shouldn't have.
Yeah, he's handsome.
Fuck.
Like, yeah, he's very handsome.
That was a good ball.
That counts. And you made the Pitman ball.
See, this is all I saw at Sam Hartman's combine, so I thought he did great.
Me too.
Yep.
People were all rocked up on the internet over that, weren't they?
No,
Papa Ginoppi, look at the guy behind him.
There's a lot of num tweets.
yeah.
What was that?
Num.
What
See,
is
now
no
did the
bull
devil-
exactly?
What's that?
What is no
What?
bull?
How do you?
Christ.
How
It's
can
Tom
you ask-
Brady. It's
How the
I had
fuck?
multiple people text me and say, "Hey, what is this no bull?"
Fucking lifestyle brand.
Guy was on the
now,
program.
now it's lifestyle. It used to be apparel. Now it's wellness with TB12 and Brady joining the mix.
Got no bulls on right now.
Shoes, clothes.
It's
I knew the
Jones's
shoes.
brand.
I knew the shoes. Yeah.
Connor has a brand new pair of Nobles on his feet right
Yes,
now.
I
they're
do.
cool.
Hey,
Your guy-
why don't we grab and bring those up to the spotlight?
They can match any outfit.
They go with everything. Yes, I can wear these. Those are my MIT socks right below.
AJ, why'd you laugh?
Bill has those too.
I can wear these at any time.
Who has those Foxy?
Bill has an all black pair of those. exact
McComas?
ones. Yeah.
Dude, Nobles are
Those are
popular.
awesome.
You'd be surprised.
Those are killing shoes.
You like those, Honker?
Yeah, I do. I did not expect that.
He showed me a picture of those last night while we were on the plane.
Like, fucking
He
check
said
it
they
out,
go with
dude.
everything. They go with everything.
Yeah, they do.
All the colors.
Red, black, white. I mean, what else can you ask for?
Kind of looks like Will Compton's painting on the inside.
I was gonna say paintball shoes.
What's a paintball? Oh yeah, see, that's a layup. Can wear those paintball. You don't even know I went paintball.
You do that all the time too, so that's good.
Yeah, I thought I went paintballing back in 2013.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yep.
About 10 years ago.
It's always such a to-do.
No, I'm ready
God.
though.
So expensive too.
But a full planning, everything that has to happen.
You need a bunch of people.
It takes more to plan a paintball outing than it does to plan like a wedding.
Yeah.
It's like 8 months worth of prep.
Make sure you give me
Paintball.
extra tubes.
But it's worth it when you're out there for that fucking 2 hours.
We should do
loading up the hopper.
You go to Boston
We certainly have time to just shape that whole thing out.
I mean, we do have the space.
Set up a camera and
Yeah,
call
you
it
can
a
do it
show.
outside. Set up a couple snakes out back.
We'll do it from noon to 3. Set up a camera and call it a show.
Ooh. You could set up like a gladiator style elimination deal where someone sits there and you got to run and dodge in between all the little things.
Oh yeah,
I've been trying to get a 50 cal tennis ball shooter.
Yeah,
in here.
who can make that?
They're hard
Those
to find.
guys, the marquee guys.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Oh, yeah.
That guy.
Call the dude from Mythbusters. They used to build all those.
I don't think he's got it anymore.
Oh, that would have been sick.
Oh, did something happen to them?
Who, Mythbusters?
Yeah, they're
They
good.
quit.
Yeah, they quit.
Well, they busted them.
One of them
Ran
still,
out of
one of
meth.
them's still going, I think.
They busted them all.
Yeah.
When you figure everything out in the history of the world, what are you going to do?
They just hang
what'd
out
they
in a
figure
room
out
with
the one?
like John Brinkus.
Nice.
There it is.
John Brinkus? That was a good throw.
You didn't see it. You're fucking worried about the Mythbusters, who I love.
I was asking the question. They did the myth where whether you walk or run through a rainstorm, who is more wet? What did they find out?
Same, I think.
I mean,
Was it
who
same?
gives a fuck? That's the myth they're busting. Are you fucking kidding me?
Whoa, they had 1,000
amongst
episodes.
others.
Okay, good.
But people always
that's
say-
the one that he
people-
pulled.
Did
Well,
you,
people
you've
always
never
say-
seen
Do you know the
Mythbusters?
I've seen episodes, but I'd never watched
Oh,
it.
dude,
Mythbusters
They had
so
time.
good.
They had to
Okay.
run.
Yeah, I'll
They had to
definitely
run.
do it as soon as I get home. Yep. Thanks, guys.
Listen,
Appreciate
between
it.
this and you calling him Italian,
Perfect.
you calling him Italian Hulk Hogan.
Paul Tuttle is Italian Hulk Hogan. Don't tell me
That's
he's not.
not the same show. Just so
Yeah,
you know.
that's that.
No, but
that's
it's in the same genre.
choppers. That's big
Running
time
in the rain
choppers.
actually made you more wetter. Made you more wetter. Really?
Oh, okay. Because you sweat. Myth sucks.
There's a lot of myths that sucks. That's what they were trying to
They
prove.
did one that you could get shot by a bullet underwater or not. That was a cool one.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch tonight.
If you could really.
I'm going to watch tonight, are you?
Yeah.
No,
for
you're
sure.
not.
You would actually like it.
So pumped to go home and watch Mythbusters.
Did you ever see that show,
Shogun.
Adam Ruins Everything?
Oh,
Nope.
yeah.
That one,
That guy stunk.
that was tough.
Have you seen 1,000 Ways to Die?
I don't.
Now
like-
that's a show.
I didn't like that show.
That is a fucking show.
I've never seen
Classic.
It's 1,000 ways that different people have died in the most absurd ways.
It was on Spike.
Yeah, classic Spike TV show, like a guy getting crushed by some lady's boobs. And
Yeah.
like, just a
Nom,
bunch
nom.
of shit like that.
Some guy
If you're a dude, you'll love this show. Boobs are killing people. That was basically the premise.
Some guy got
And you
pushed.
guys bought
No,
right in.
I watched about one episode, and when it was like, this guy left his penis in the microwave for 90 seconds, I was all right.
The voiceover
get
is
it.
really cool.
Yeah, you buy stock in that shit.
Did you hear what you just did right there? I just heard a clip in a future documentary about us. What you
Yeah,
just said.
no,
right?
I know, you're right.
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
just
They'll
heard
use
that.
that one.
Yep, for sure.
If they're still watching.
Even though we're quoting another show.
Could you do that though?
Microwave dick?
You're meeting the microwave. If
Randy
you could somehow
Marsh.
feel it in
South Park, yeah.
How do you close it?
Randy Marsh put his.
That's what I'm saying.
his
Yeah,
nuts.
maybe you cut a big slot so you could your
In the
shaft would
bottom.
go in there and yeah.
Nah, it'd explode like a hot dog. You ever put a hot dog in the microwave?
It'd be a heated sensation.
Hot dog isn't like your meat, though. I don't.
Same consistency and
I
everything.
understand that it has a similar look.
Yeah, but kind of feels similar too.
Could.
That's something you would enjoy about MythBusters. They actually build things that feel like actual heads and stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, they do. You're right.
That's sweet.
I actually
You
thought
guys
that.
ever watch The Deadliest Warrior? You remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Great show.
Where they
That's a
that
great show.
Yeah,
They have the,
yeah, samurai versus a
Oh, yeah.
like
Ninja.
Yeah, and they had
bingo.
like the gelatinous models. They'd come in, and some guy would just take a knife and stab it like a billion times and just tear it apart.
So
see, thing's fucking dead.
Remember Sports Science had a good run there for.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
The Kevin Love one with the sumo wrestler was just on my X the other day.
spin move. Was it spin move?
No,
No, that was Dwight Freeney.
Yep.
Hall of Famer.
Ballerina.
Congrats, Dwight.
Baby Dwight.
We're so pumped you got Sports Science because I was back in the middle of it and then we'd watch it and we're like, could have done something.
They had the same pads as pads and jersey as pros versus Joes.
Pros versus Joes are great. What is Stoyakovich?
Great show.
Yeah,
Peja.
Wasn't Jay Glazer the host?
His son.
No, there was a guy who looks like him. Who's the host?
I know Petros Papadakis was for a while.
Yeah,
There it is.
Petros.
Not
Petros is awesome.
Stojakovic.
No. Hell of a shooter, though.
Petros.
Papadakis.
He still does. I
He
think
does
he's
a
LA.
radio. He does a
Yeah,
radio
with-
show
Huge
with
in
Matt
LA.
Money Smith.
Matt Money
Huge
Smith.
LA show, yeah.
Yes.
I did some games with Petros with FS1 back in the day.
Great energy, great vibe. He was the host of Pros vs.
Yeah.
Jones. Yeah, I remember. That was a good show.
Kevin Green had an episode
Kevin
where he
Green
was
and Bill
rag
Goldberg.
guy. Yeah.
Teammates. Yeah.
Ricky Williams was in that show.
Roy Jones Jr., boxing guys.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's not fair.
Yeah, that was good old days.
That was the point of the show.
Now what? People watch our show.
Yeah.
That's back when Buddy Velastro was rolling. Look at KG.
That's Bill Goldberg wrestling, baby.
Number X.
A to the J. I was on Pros vs. Joes.
Man.
Did he talk to you? You ever talk to him about this?
Yes, we showed the clip. We made him show us the clips and everything. Oh, he's like, I did all right out there.
He's like the greatest, right?
He's the greatest human, greatest football person alive. Yeah, like there's nobody like there'll never be another KG ever.
They love him in the wrestling business as well.
Mhm.
Everybody loves him.
Oh man, his wrestling clips are awesome too. He'd get into high knees and then do like up downs and hit everything. We watched those clips as well too. He'd get upset sometimes. We'd pop him up. And, KG, look at you, man. This is awesome.
Cobra Strike was his thing, right?
I mean, yeah. Cobra Strike all day long, all day. Everything starts with power with KG.
What does that mean right here?
Like if you're rushing if you're an edge rusher, like that tackle has to be scared that you're going to bull rush him every single play, and then everything comes off of that.
What do you call you? A to the J?
A to the J. Give you a little hit. He put his fist out because where my seat in our defensive meeting was right on the aisle, like next to the step, because I got to take a leak every 4 seconds, and back then, and he would sit in his chair like right in the stairs next to me, so he would always lean over and whisper things to me or whatever if he saw something that he thought I should know, because he wasn't my direct coach. He was the outside backers coach. Winston Moss was my inside backers coach. So it was awesome.
And he would say A to the J every time?
Pretty much, yeah. I would come off the field after a big like third down stop or whatever, and he's always so excited, and I would punch him in the chest always, like, and it became a thing, and then he said, hey, A to the J, you gotta watch it, buddy. I'm all bruised up from you, man. I appreciate you, but you gotta lighten up. I'm like, all right, KG, I got you. And then next game I'd blast him.
Were he the one you flipping off or no?
No.
Who were you flipping off?
It was a joke to my linebacker coach at the moment. A facetious, sarcastic bird.
Who was?
Yeah, but it seemed like real ill intent, though. You know?
Oh no, there's no ill intent at that.
Yeah, I think I just sacked somebody.
Fuck you, dude,
bitch.
I think that's what I felt like.
No, not on that one. Nah.
Any deals get?
It was all in good fun.
In the last 23 minutes?
No, that's Monday now.
Let's get out of here. What a long one today. Went 2 hours and 40 minutes without a commercial.
Yeah, mm-hmm. That was electric.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Have we done it?
No.
I mean,
Draft
not
night.
including. I don't even think because draft night. Yeah, I guess the first couple draft nights we never did.
Yeah, any commercials.
That was 4 or 5. That was 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, we got to figure out little packages.
But
Is there an arena in Gary, Indiana?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think theater arena.
High school gym.
Last year we had the 5-minute season recap video.
You flipped him off twice, AJ. You got him
No, that
once.
was once. I was pointing to him to get his attention.
Can you go back, please?
That's what those uniforms will
You
do.
tackle him.
Sam
And
Bradford.
then your first thought isn't celebrate with teammates. No, it's you. Middle finger right there.
I'm celebrating.
And then back another one.
There it is. Just one middle finger.
I feel like it was 2 there at the beginning. Footage is a little grainy.
Did you like those unis?
Yeah, we got to keep him. Yeah.
Where's it at right now? Is it up in their bedroom?
It's somewhere in my basement. Yeah, and actually after this game, I think I had some blood on my pants too from this, and my brother's buddy got all drunk after the game and put the whole uniform on and was doing push-ups in our kitchen.
That's awesome.
Super sweaty and bloody still on it. We got pictures of him doing push-ups.
Well, let's final score here. Obviously, you guys win.
Yeah, we won. I don't no clue.
That Rams team. Those are some fun years for the St. Louis Rams.
Steven Jackson. Are you kidding me? That guy's like 6'4", 250, running a 4.3.
Long was on that team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Long was on that team.
What's his name was on that?
Laurinaitis?
Yep.
Who was
Robert Quinn?
Robert Quinn, thank you.
Yep.
Sam Bradford.
Jeez, they had some players.
Yeah, they did.
Sam Bradford broke some records. Quinn broke some records there.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't win a lot, but
they left the city.
Did some good individual.
Aaron Rodgers threw 3 touchdowns, including a career-long 93-yarder as Jordy Nelson. And the Green Bay Packers remained unbeaten with a 24-3 victory.
6-0.
AJ, is Aaron just Joe Rogan now? I saw he's hunting.
Yeah, he's
With
bow
Cam
hunting.
Haynes?
He's bow
He's out with Cam Haynes, right?
He's hiking.
I don't know if he went hunting with Cam, but I know he definitely got some
Something bullseyes.
Yeah, compound bow lessons.
Something bullseyes.
Yeah, I think he ran with Cam. Cam runs up some hill and carries a rock. I think Aaron did that with him.
Ooga, dude.
That's cool.
There's a guy that did that who got too close to the sun. He should be careful.
Yeah, Chris.
Which guy's Cam Haynes? The guy on the blue there?
No,
He's
Cam's
not-
not in this one right now.
He sounded really cool. The guy over there on the left sounded really cool in this video.
Is that Steve Ranella? That's Cam.
With the cell
Yeah, because he did I think he did Ranella's podcast.
Go ahead and relax.
What if he turned and accidentally shot somebody?
Let it fly.
Is he going to get into
Probably
this?
wouldn't put the clip out if that happened. But
Is he going to get
Oh,
into
I don't know.
So you get
Seems like he might be getting into archery, I guess. Right? I was thinking about his shoulder. I'm like, you better watch. It's your throwing arm, bro. Don't be messing that rotator cuff.
What about his Achilles?
Look at him. Look at this.
But if you're one
What's
with
that called? Grouping or whatever?
yeah, if you're one with nature, it doesn't matter.
You're right.
Yeah, hooga.
Hooga.
Shane
Look at
Gillis.
those shoes.
Shane Gillis had a hooga.
Yeah,
Yeah, at the Knicks
at
game.
the Warriors Knicks.
Yeah.
How about Shane on Saturday Night Live? Way to
Did
go,
good.
Shane.
Way to go, Shane.
I loved it.
All right, let's get out of here. 4:30. Too much. We did too much today.
No, it's Franchise Tag Tuesday.
Yeah, Franchise Tag Tuesday.
Yeah, we're kind of just waiting on the clock.
Yeah, we always
Passing time.
We've always gone till 4.
We always know Franchise Tag Tuesday's huge.
Yeah. It's this day in the trade deadline day.
I think last year we stopped at 3:30, and then something happened, right?
Yeah.
And we had to rerun.
That was the Saquon year last year where we didn't know if he was going to get tagged or a deal.
He did not get tagged this
sorry,
year.
Sorry, Dan Jones got it. Was the Dan Jones or Saquon who's getting tagged, who's getting the deal?
Buyer's remorse from what they did last year, Bruce.
That's what they're saying.
Buyer's
So wait,
remorse.
Monday starts the tampering, the legal
either
tampering
way.
on Monday.
Free agency starts Monday.
Yeah, contracts get done Monday. There will be players on other teams Monday.
For sure. Okay.
That's what happened last year.
You know who's on the Colts still?
Michael Pitman.
And that's the story of the day. All right, let's get the hell out of here. We'll be back tomorrow with a big Wednesday.
Probably the biggest one we've ever had.
Yeah.
Who do we have on tomorrow?
Couple massive guests.
Big
if I
guy.
remember
Hopefully
correctly.
Easterby.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, hopefully Jack.
AJ, good call. I already forgot that we booked Easterby through Lombardi.
There's some characters we haven't caught up with yet.
Such as?
Dane Orshlovsky.
Oh, how's Dane?
I believe he has dove into the film on New Guys. So
Is he back on TV? I thought he was off forever.
No, I
said
saw him.
something
He is
like
back on TV. Yeah, he's back.
He's back on TV.
Noted bitch. That was a good
Forever.
tweet of his I liked over the break.
What did it say?
He said noted bitch.
He did not say that.
It was implied in,
Why
the,
did he
in
say
the
that?
tweet.
Why did he say that?
It was only one word.
Why did he say it?
Some deal got announced.
You
I
didn't
don't
see the bitch?
It's just
Good
no.
deal, big deal. Congrats,
thank
Ryan
you.
Clark.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Noted bitch.
He didn't say. He just said.
Ah, shit. I must have seen it. That's edited.
It doesn't say there's a newer version.
Nah, it was. It said bitch. He also called his shot. Bo Nix to the Broncos, baby.
I saw that.
So I'm excited for him to take his Russell Wilson got cut victory lap because he knew it was coming.
Is he live on air right now?
Probably.
NFL Live's at 4.
See Laura.
Yeah, there they are.
Today's been a cold call Tuesday.
I don't know if Dan's on or not.
Who didn't answer? Mulugeta?
Yep.
I don't. He's not on. I don't see him.
Dan's not on.
Oh, yeah, he is.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, dude. I took this thing out.
Brady did not answer either.
Yeah, that's right.
Wendy looks good.
That's your family. That's your
That's
family.
not Wendy.
Dan, we're live.
What's up, buddy?
Who'd you put your Dan wagon on? Who are we out of the combine? Who's your this is the guy? Who is it?
No one really. I mean, like, I think the combine is like okay, so I don't really care about what happens at the combine, bud.
Do you watch the film?
Have you? Yeah, we saw that you've seen the film, right? And you got to figure it out or what?
I've got to figure it out. Yeah, no. No one changed my mind at the combine.
This guy sucks.
After the film,
Hey,
who's the
guy
best
about
prospect?
Caleb.
Shit
What
sucks.
about Caleb?
There's a lot of people saying that you suck for saying that. I don't think that's true. I think you gave a good take right there. What about Caleb?
Not a lot of people saying it's just Boston Connor.
The film.
That's not true.
The film.
That is true. It was.
It's not
What's
just
your
me.
noted
It's not
tweet
just me.
mean, Dan?
So what are you asking me? Like
What'd your
quarterback?
noted tweet mean?
Yeah, well, the big question is, Connor said that you tweeted noted
Bitch.
but you didn't say that second word. You just said noted. A lot of people are wondering what you were noting.
Oh, it's not about the combine, no.
And
what were you noting?
Just stuff for my memory for the potential future.
Like what?
Just stuff.
Oh, so that's why you noted it, because you wanted to remember it.
Correct.
Connor's booing you. What are you doing? You look like you're living a dream.
I am on a golf trip with some fellas down in Stream Song, down in Florida.
He loves Stream Song.
How are you playing?
I'm playing, I mean, as if you could take a blind person out here and have them putt, they would putt better than me. So.
Oh, Scotty Scheffler on the greens. Okay, are you walking these courses?
I'm walking. We're on 17 through 16 holes. I have 10 3-putts.
Oh,
that's not
Dan.
bad.
Dan, roll it close, Dan. Roll it close. All you got to do. It is beautiful, though.
I keep it track.
Wow, that is gorgeous.
He's a competitor.
This is Florida?
It's a good spot.
You're in Florida, you said?
Yeah, right in it's kind of like flying to Tampa, hour like southeast, so middle of Orange Farms kind of area.
Oh, the Everglades.
Are you guys all doped up or boozed up? What's going on?
I don't. There's a couple people having a good time.
I don't.
Stay focused on your golf game. Listen, roll it close and tap it in. We don't need a bunch of 3-putts out of you.
Not good hands today out of me. Just not good hands today. Usually I got great hands. Not good hands today. I don't know what to tell you.
Are you golfing tomorrow?
Yeah, 36 tomorrow, then 36 at home.
Are you on a stag do?
Are you walking the whole thing? Is it a bachelor party?
No, just we come here every year. So right kind of after the Super Bowl, come here every year. No bachelor party, just a group of like 12 of us are down here.
Do you rent houses or a hotel? How's it go?
We stay at the top of the clubhouse. Down here they have like the top of their clubhouse. They got rooms.
Noted.
The top. Noted. Damn.
Wow. 12 people staying on campus.
Wow.
On the top.
Dinner?
Not a great lie.
Yeah, this guy sucks.
Oh, you
nice shot, loser.
Let's go. Set it up. Let's hit a good shot. What is this,
Set the
2?
phone up.
Is this 2?
This is 17, bub.
No, shot.
Shot.
You fucking dipshit.
Set it up.
What shot is this?
Hold on, I've got a club. Hold on, I'm gonna hit a shot.
This guy's drunk. Just like
Yeah,
that.
he is.
What shot is this?
Is he slapping the bag?
But what's it to clear those bunkers? 170 in the air.
What do you lay?
Oh.
That's his caddy. 170. Why you got a wood out?
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
He only hits at 250.
This is a par 4 here. Dan Orlovsky on Stream Songs.
Par 5.
Driver.
I'm gonna hit this one hard, bud.
170?
No, 170 clear the bunkers. 300 to the flag.
Okay.
Let's go, Dan.
Put it on. Knock it on. He likes it.
All right, we're fine. Let's fairway over there.
Fairway. Over there. He's on the other hole.
Over there.
We're good.
Come on.
Hey, make sure you tip that guy. Okay, that caddy. Let's make sure we're tipping him.
That's L's.
Is there?
Ernie?
Ernie.
Hey, Ern.
Foxy was just out of
Why are
South
you guys-
Africa.
Yeah.
Why are you guys live right now at 4:30?
Well, because people are fucking working. It's Franchise Tag Tuesday, so we went until 4, and now we're just literally wasting time to see how long the show can go, you know?
They're great, man.
All right, get a bird here, will you, pal?
I have 0 on the day. I'm going to do everything I can in my power to get it done for you, bud.
You remember when he lied to us about your score? Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
For charity.
Yeah, 3 putts, 6 3-putts, he said.
For charity.
10 3-putts.
I can't stand Boston Connor, dude. Like, if I could get into a fist fight with one person right now.
Oh,
Oh, shut up.
I'm sure that helps.
All right, good luck out there, Dan. We appreciate you. Hey, do you
That shit pisses me off.
genuflect every time you take a trip down the pew?
Is that like bow?
Yeah. You could bow, yes.
Is he Catholic?
Roman.
What's genuflect mean?
All right, never mind. I'm more religious than you. God bless. Have a good time down there, okay?
Later, buddy.
Hey, God bless you.
He
All
didn't
right.
tell
See
us.
that?
Number one prospect.
God bless.
Sounded good off the club.
Did.
He is a good
He's got a nice
Yeah,
swing.
he
He's
does.
got a great swing.
Smooth. No birdies, though.
That's a serious trip. Are they walking
36 holes
36?
tomorrow and then 36 again the next day?
That's not
insane.
fun. Like, that's not fun.
No.
No, it is fun for them, though. Like golf people, they enjoy
I
it.
guess.
If you're riding, it's fine. Walking, that's insane.
Yeah, but like he's probably super in shape and walks a lot.
Definitely.
We need to walk at this club right over here every morning, but we can't because
We
they're
got to
fixing a course.
we got to make sure the president will let us in.
It was open the other
We gotta
day.
get out of here. There's still 35,000 people watching. You guys need to go fucking do something else.
Jesus.
Nick, do you think the president over the head honcho?
It was open yesterday.
He's just an icon for indie sports radio.
Double
His
D.
name is Daniel Dockich.
Yeah, he runs that club over there.
It's the CEO.
Double D.
Nick said every time he goes in there, Double D is just holding court.
If anyone can make it happen, it's Double D.
I need a boxing match of Double D versus Double M. Like
You know,
tomorrow.
Nick became a member of the country club last year. We were very happy. I think he's the first Italian to ever be a member at this particular country club.
Certainly that one.
Congratulations.
My boy Nick.
I'd been a member at that country club just because I wanted to play one day, so I had to become a member for the entire year. It is beautiful.
It is a nice course.
It is a beautiful place. It is a great course. But I think every time they have openings in their slots is like when we can't go. That's a beautiful course.
I love playing over there.
I do too.
27 holes.
We got to figure that with how close it is, we shouldn't be not golfing.
Don't look at me.
Well,
I already
remember
told
we
you I'm
looked
out.
into getting like a company membership, and they're like, "All right, yeah, no
Corporate.
problem. It's $150,000, and then an additional." It was
We want
very
the suite
expensive.
instead. We want the cold suite
Yeah,
instead.
exactly.
All right, we're out of here. Show sucks. AJ, you said you were going to break news hour, what, 1?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, right away.
Yeah, I'll hold it till tomorrow.
Hooga, dude.
Good tease.
Hooga.
Good tease.
Hooga.
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change your life. Remember, we're in this thing together for 4.5 hours today.
Yeah, we are.
plus.
That's right.
Amen.
Team on me. Team on 3. 1, 2, 3. Team.
Team.
Goodbye.